Let's see. Come on, maybe. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Acolonia, and welcome back to each one of you. And of course, if this is your first time watching this over on YouTube, please remember to hit the like button, hit that subscribe button, and as always, click the link in the description down below because it is always better when it's live. I do apologize. I'm actually quite late today. You can't just go online when I'm messaging you. Alex, how you doing, bro? I mean, look, my power was out until about like 20 minutes ago, Alex, so I couldn't really waste more time not going live. We're already almost 2 hours late, so it was there was just no way that I could put it off any longer. But now you can just tell me here, Alex, or you can still message me on Discord. I mean, I still have Discord open here. Combined video. Let me just break them into parts to get the most out of the fun parts. Alex, so when it comes to the Hildy stuff, I would say break them into parts and just get the fun stuff. Like, it doesn't have to make fully, like, it doesn't have to be a complete story. It's more just, I would say with the Hildy stuff specifically, just do the fun stuff. Include all the fun moments and the sort of over-the-top exaggerations and crap like that. Like, don't waste too much time trying to get every last thing in there, because most people aren't going to watch it for the story, I guess. And we're still not fucking done. This is like the longest story I've ever seen in my life. Zigzags, how you doing, bro? Already recovered from the vaccine side effects? Yesterday was terrible. Zigzags, are you feeling better today? That's really the only question that matters. Try to make it coherent, but condensed. Yeah. I think with all of these, Alex, so I'm probably going to record, if my power allows, I'm probably going to record my video on Heavensward and the MSQ for Heavensward tomorrow. JC Bear, how you doing? Probably going to record it tomorrow, so most of that footage that you have there, you can sort of merge with my recording to make a, you know, like a good overview of what the MSQ for Heavensward was like. And then I'll try to record my Heavensward patch content up until 3.3 as well. Ellie, how you doing? Welcome back, everyone. We're about 2 hours late. I realize that. I am so sorry. There's literally nothing I can do about it. My electricity was out, and it's gonna go out again later today. So, you know, life blows, to say the fucking least. Life really sucks. Having coffee, the best quality in a streamer. Yes, how you doing, bro? Hey, I never said that these are high quality streams. Why is the music just gone? Oh, it's not gone. It's just like the quietest song in the whole fucking world. Can you guys hear any music? Because I'm hearing shit all. Only thing that sucks more than no electricity is no water. I don't know. Because for me, no electricity means no work, you know? So, Lenari, how you doing? A little? Yeah, I could not hear the music. I can hear it now, fine. But couldn't hear it before. Literally just got the Shadowbringers as the stream started. I hate you. I'm still so far away. Did the WoW team finally get a clue, or is this because of Microsoft? No, I think this is panic. This is Blizzard realizing that they need players urgently, and they're sort of now going down the list and trying to add everything the players have ever asked for. Now, if they're smart about this, they add the things the players have asked for that is actually useful and helpful and is going to take the game forward. Lies Phoenix, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. If they're dumb about this, and this should probably be sort of fleshed out a little bit more. All right, so I think we can all see from patch 9.15 yesterday, the day before yesterday, everything that Blizzard is doing. I think it's noticeable to everyone that Blizzard sort of have a list inside the office with every single thing the players have ever asked for. And they're basically going down this list and they're just adding in all of those things. So Blizzard has basically now become the company that is trying to tell the players, look, we are paying attention. We do want to do the things that make you guys happy. Here you go. Yeah, these are the things. I would not be surprised if something like player housing is announced for 10.0. Maybe Blizzard takes a page here out of Yoshi P's book, and they go, "We're gonna give you player housing in the new expansion, but not at 10.0." So player housing might launch in 10.2 or 10.3. Giving us more time to make sure that it works. I wouldn't be surprised if Blizzard now goes all out, trying to add everything the players have ever asked for. There's a pitfall in this, and it all depends on how disconnected to the community we think Blizzard is. So let me ask people in chat right now, just how disconnected do you think Blizzard is when it comes to the community? It's panic per se. I think it's literally WoW trying to change face. I'm not saying it's panic. I want to be very clear. This is not panic. Well, it is panic, but not in the bad way. And I should probably, while I'm waiting for you guys to answer, let me be like very clear. Saying that, oh, they're just panicking, this is just a panic move. Of course, that's literally how the market is supposed to work. When your consumers are unhappy and they refuse to give you money, you panic and you do what the consumers want so that they can start giving you fucking money. That's normal. It's fine. It's how it should work. I don't see why people want to use that as some sort of weapon against Blizzard. It's like, wait a second. So in other words, what you want them to do is see that the players are unhappy, but keep doing what they've been doing that makes the players unhappy, because fuck it. Like, you can't have it both ways. You're either going to have the company respond to your unhappiness by changing the way that they used to do things, or the company isn't going to change and you're going to stay unhappy. You can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, you know what, I want to be happy, but I also don't want the company to do what I've asked. I don't want them to cave to my demands. Random guy, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So this is sort of where we get into that unfair thing that Blizzard is facing up with now. And don't make any mistakes. This is 100% deserved. Blizzard deserves the animosity that they're getting from the community, because they treated their community for a very long time very poorly. So I get why players are like this, but this sort of goes back into the same vein of what I said before, where I said, look, if Blizzard does a good thing, we absolutely should praise them for the good thing that they're doing. If they do a bad thing, you can then criticize, but you don't have the right to criticize if you do not always praise, or also praise when they do something good. Yeah, you can't just be a negative Nelly the whole time. Now, 100%, this is panic. Blizzard is trying to get players back. They're trying to show players that, look, we've changed. We're giving you what you want. We are actually paying attention. We are actually listening. But that's not a bad thing. That's how it should be. Companies should change when their consumers ask them to change. The question I want to ask is, how disconnected do we all feel Blizzard is from their community? Now, my mind, very. I think the Blizzard developers are quite disconnected, if not completely disconnected. I don't think that many of the Blizzard developers actually play World of Warcraft. When I look, for example, at some of the Blizzard developers that speak about the games that they play on Twitter, when you look at some of the Blizzard staff that streams and sort of is a little bit more public, the answers as far as, or the question to me is, I never see these people talking about playing WoW. I never see these people streaming WoW. So at the end of the day, I think, I personally think that there is quite a large disconnect between the Blizzard developers and the player base. And not only because they don't actually play the game, but I think even those who do play the game do not play the game with ordinary players. I think they play the game with, maybe their friends, maybe fellow developers. And that's not really how you get a good feel for what a game is all about. You have to play with the regular scruff. You have to play with the regular bad casual player, because those are the players that will teach you what's wrong. Those are the players who are going to be honest about the things that annoy them, the things that bug them. So I sort of feel like Blizzard they're in a bubble and they keep themselves in that bubble quite well, actually. Random guy, by the way, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. What dog did you get? All right, so Blizzard have this list. They're going down the list and they're adding everything. Now, if I'm correct, and Blizzard is as out of touch with their community as I think they are, then this is going to end very, very badly. Very, very badly. Why? Because Blizzard is going to start adding things to the game that should not be added. Now, you could say, well, Akalon, isn't it true that a developer should always listen to the players? Yes. But that doesn't mean that they should always do what the players ask. It just means that they should always listen to the player. Sometimes players will complain about something, and players will come up with a fix for something, where the fix for the thing is going to create far more problems than what the thing actually created. So the thing may have a problem, and it may create some problems, but that thing, the fix that the players want for it, is actually going to create just a cascading effect of problems built on top of it. So oftentimes, it's important to listen to the players to isolate what the core problem is. And then as developers, you have to figure out, right, what is the optimal fix to sort of speak to this core problem? How do we fix the core problem without creating a shit ton of other problems on top of it? Thanks for the 20 bets, Mighty Random.
Players are not good to come up with solutions, but they are excellent to spot problems.
Exactly that, Mighty Random. Fucking exactly that. Players suck at coming up with solutions. It's not their job. That's why we're not developers. But you leave 1,000 players to play your game for an hour, and they'll come up with 4,000 problems with your game in that hour. Because you play it. You physically understand something that's wrong, something that's bugging you. So oftentimes, you know, if you're not in sync with your community, if you don't know what your community thinks and feels, you're going to go down that list and you're going to start adding things, solutions to the game that might create just a whole slew of new problems that you're going to have to deal with in a year or two. And then we're again going to get all these fuckers, these WoW shulls that go, wow, Blizzard listened to you, and look, clearly the player doesn't know what the fuck's going on. And it's like, well, look, no, the player doesn't have to know what's going on. All the player has to know is I'm not having fun. That's it. That's literally all a player has to know. I'm not having fun. Your job, because you're being paid for that, is to figure out why am I not having fun, and then what can we do to solve my problem. I'm not supposed to come up with these solutions. It's not my job. My job is simply to say, yeah, that sucks. I don't like doing it. And then you need to figure out why it sucks and how to fix it. Otherwise, when you have the players running the game, it could turn very ugly very quick. And that's sort of my only fear right now. But I don't think it has much to do with Microsoft. It could do in some roundabout way. It could have something to do with Microsoft. I'd be surprised though. The Microsoft deal is still quite a long way off. It's only going to be realized in 2023 if it passes governmental controls. So, you know, if all goes well, 2023 is when Microsoft finally takes over. I don't necessarily think that that's going to change much right now for Blizzard, at least. Right now, I think Blizzard is just sort of coaxing along, doing what they're doing because they need to get players back quick. That's sort of my take on it. A lot of players still playing WoW. I was doing stuff in the middle of the night, and the Covenants was full of people when it comes to players in WoW. Maybe they shouldn't listen much to the players at all. Jamalman, all right, good job. The numbers suggest that you're lying. And actually, I should state this other... It's not that you're lying. It's that you're literally not paying attention to anything in WoW. Like, the physical numbers suggest that Blizzard is down to, if not below 1 million, very close to 1 million players. That's all that's left. Now, you could say, wow, that's a lot of players. That's not a lot of players when you consider where WoW used to be. I'm running into my Covenant, and thanks to sharding and layering, I see 50 to 100 people in my Covenant. Oh my god, this game is so full. Look at all these people. How many shards are there with 50 people? Not that many, because there's not that many players. You might also be on a very populated realm that has 100,000 people on it, so you're lucky. But if you look at the server populations for most of the realms in World of Warcraft, they are dead and dying quick. In fact, there's far more realms now than 6 months ago that is barely surviving with the amount of players that they have left. So to make the argument that it's fine, the game is fine, there's still many players, is literally ignoring everything that is the truth in World of Warcraft just because you managed to see something. Congratulations, you managed to see something in a game that's literally set up to lie to you about what you're seeing. Because you're not seeing everyone, you're seeing only the people that's in your shard. So I don't know what point you're trying to make. Yeah, I heard the FTC is looking into the Microsoft buyout. I mean, I don't expect it to do anything, but that's just me. I don't know if they'll stop it. I don't think they will. I'd be very surprised if they stop it. The FTC may be looking into it for some irregularities to see if there wasn't some behind-the-scenes stuff that was going on that shouldn't be there. But I'd be very surprised if they actually block this sale 100%. Because based on at least what I've heard, inside the company, they are treating this like a done deal. They don't think that they're breaking any rules, any non-compete rules, or anything like that. Microsoft buying Activision gives Mike Ybarra motivation to dictate changes? Maybe, but I just think Mike Ybarra could actually be at the core of a lot of these changes because he's an actual player. He plays with other players. He streams. So Mike Ybarra would definitely be someone that has his finger on the pulse a little bit more. Oh, yeah, Cask. Sorry about that, dude. Really appreciate that. Thanks for the Prime sub, man. Really appreciate it. 38 months in a row, you bastard. Thank you. That is a long-ass fucking time, bro. I just posted a pic of me in a new thank you hoodie I got yesterday in general tab on Discord. Oh, shit. Let me go see. You say general tab, right? Let me see this. Oh, yeah. Looking fucking snazzy, bro. Looking snazzy. Look at that. Look at fucking that. Nice beard. Nice fucking hoodie. Yeah, the noise is a little bit too quiet. I think Alex is working on new notifications as well as new sort of everything for the stream, like a new overlay for the stream. So we'll make the noises stand out a little more. I'm not sure yet how. I'm not sure what sounds we're going to be using there. Yeah, we'll work on new badges as well. Like, we'll update everything, I promise. It's all in the planning phase. Saban Raven, how you doing? All right, we have to upload this video. I'm genuinely not sure how to fucking name this. Astrid, how you doing? Any more Fallen Rise today? Astrid, I've watched all of the Fallen Rise now. I've finished it. The last video should be up within the next week on the YouTube channel. The last reactions to Fallen Rise. So, yeah. But we finished it. We've watched the whole thing. It was such an interesting fucking look behind the scenes at what used to be and what is now. And for everyone, I'm very happy that you enjoy the hoodie, bro. Thank you very much for the support and the purchase. It is very much appreciated. All right, so what do I name this video, guys? You can't compare WoW to Final Fantasy. What do I name it? Why am I blank? This is what Alex wants, a title similar to this. But I'm coming up blank. 20 to 30 people in the Covenant at 3 in the night. Maybe Ravencrest is one of the largest. Ravencrest is literally one of the largest servers in WoW. So, yeah, alright. Hard to say when WoW do not release server data on how many people still play. Like, look, WoW doesn't have to release server data on who plays and who doesn't. Their API still shows you unique logins. Like, you can download the API and you can see unique logins for servers in a day. And that's how they calculate what server population should look like. We know that Ravencrest is one of the largest servers. I believe it's one. I actually believe it's one of the largest, if not the largest, Alliance server in at least EU. So Ravencrest is a massive server, at least. And I'm not saying that they're like. I'm not saying that. Like I said, lying, calling you a liar, was a strong accusation that I immediately pulled back. I'm saying you're literally using anecdotal evidence to fight actual evidence. You're saying, well, I saw a lot of people at 3 a.m, so fuck you. There must be a lot of people playing. What if those 30 people that you saw were literally the only 30 people online? Because thanks to sharding, you'll never see more than 50 people in a single area. Maybe 100, depending on the shard that they're using. So what if those 30 people were literally the only 30 people online at the time? So you're going around going, oh my god, this game's fine. 3 o'clock in the morning, 30 people? Bonus! But there's only 30 people. There's literally no one else online. All of the other shards are completely empty. That's possible, right? So, an argument, this is the problem with anecdotal evidence. Anecdotal evidence is literally worth as much as toilet paper once you've run it through your asshole. It means fuck all. It counts for nothing. Because it's anecdotal. It's based on what you saw. It's also based on your own biases. You want to think that the game is doing fine, so you'll find reasons to believe that the game is doing fine. The evidence, on the other hand, suggests that the game is not doing fine. All of the evidence suggests, including speaking to insiders at Blizzard Entertainment, that the game is not doing fine, that Blizzard is in quite a panic over their sub numbers, because it's not doing well, it's not looking good. So stop fighting it. Stop thinking you're not helping WoW. Just want to be very clear here, Jamalman. You might feel like you're this warrior fighting on the side of your company. First and foremost, that company is a billion-dollar company. What do you think will happen tomorrow when you are the one that needs someone by your side? Do you think anyone at Activision Blizzard is going to even know who the fuck you are? The answer is no. They couldn't care less about you. To them, you are a bank account. That's it. You are a bank account and you're worth whatever money you spend per month on WoW. That's it. The relationship that you have with Blizzard is 100% a transactional one. You have money, they want that money. They don't care about your well-being, they don't care about your mindset. They wouldn't give two fucks if you died tomorrow. They would care about the fact that they lost whatever money you were giving them tomorrow. End of story. That's the relationship that you have with Blizzard Entertainment. Their game should not come as your personal quest to defend. You're not helping Blizzard by defending their game. You help Blizzard by criticizing their game when it deserves criticism. Now, if you sat there and you told me, but Akelon, I have no problem with World of Warcraft. I think it's fine, it's perfect, I don't want it to change. That's a whole different story. That's a whole different story. It means that you and I have fundamental different ways of looking at video games. And the games that you enjoy is not the games that I would enjoy. And that's fine. I'm not going to tell you how to like your games or how not to like your games. It's not my fucking job. My job isn't to tell you what to like and what not to like. My job is to tell you what I like. And that's literally the end of the fucking discussion. But do not sit there and defend this company. I don't care for it. I don't care for it. This is a massive organization. They don't need you. If you want to defend them, go work for them. And then you can suck Bobby Kotick's dick as much as you want. As much as you want. And no one would question you because you are working there and it seems like that's the kind of office they run anyways. So you could really suck your dick. You could suck dick all the way up into the executive's offices if that's what you wanted to do. But for me personally, if you're not being paid by Blizzard Entertainment, don't defend them. Accept the fact that there are people like myself who have criticisms about World of Warcraft and that those criticisms are valid. Doesn't mean you have to agree with anything that I say. It just means that you have to accept the fact that, hey, there are some criticisms that we can lobby against Blizzard Entertainment, and not all criticism is bad. In fact, criticism is good because it helps companies figure out what they need to do better. Flinderoinkies, how you doing? Violet Green, how you doing? Shara, how you doing? If I missed anyone, welcome to the stream. Welcome back. Happy to have all of you here. It's Pep. How you doing, bro? Agriel, how you doing? Actually, it got a little boost in Players Not Month. Just anecdotal evidence, though. I mean, anecdotally, it's fine. From what I've been told, and this is from people that work at Blizzard Entertainment, from what I've been told, their sub numbers are very low. We're talking below 1 million in terms of real logins. So, definitely not doing great. They hoped that 9.15 would have brought more people into the game. It absolutely didn't, which is another thing that they were really shocked about. They really thought that they would bring more people in. So this is what I've been told from people that I've spoken to that work at Blizzard Entertainment. Were they lying? Probably. It's possible, right? So I'm not selling this as the gospel. I'm just saying this is what I've heard. Then if you look at Balula's video, if you look at videos that's been made by other people who do some investigative journalism on this shit, the numbers don't seem to lie. Mythic Plus is down so much. Rating is down so much. Game login seems to be down like a ton. So at the end of the day, I showed you guys last week. I showed you Social Blade, right? I showed you Social Blade, and I showed you all of the WoW content creators and how their channels are doing. You go to Solso Breezy, who's a very positive World of Warcraft content creator. He barely ever says anything negative about WoW. He's not gained any subs in January. You look at Taliesin, he's not gained any subs in January. Their views are down. Everything seems to be down. So, not saying they're bad content creators. Perhaps just the content that they're covering is losing viewers. It's losing people because people no longer give a fuck. People are moving on. My own videos, my WoW videos still do fine. They get 6,000 to 8,000 views. My Final Fantasy videos will, over the course of a month, go to 20,000 views, which WoW videos are not doing at all. So, you know, getting subs. You're talking about subs on Twitch. I'm talking about subs on YouTube. When were you not here for that? You do realize that subs on Twitch is almost guaranteed at some point when you have 1,000 viewers sitting there watching you. But okay, so I have a little bit more insight into this because I actually have ex-moderators from Taliesin who reached out to me in private. So I have a lot of information about how things are going there. Okay, that's fine. Ben Raging, how you doing, bro? Vote with a wallet. Maybe we'll see the game get better, but until then, there are better games to play. I agree with you. You people should vote with their wallets. It's how you get change. You walk away. Simple as that. Akko is farming the weebs. Yeah, I'm gonna turn my entire stream into a weeb bonanza. Just gonna have a bunch of weebs with waifu fucking body pillows and everything. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be amazing. I still, by the way, don't have a fucking title for this video, and we've been here for almost 20 minutes. So, how about you guys stop shaking them titties and help me with a title for said video so we can move on and upload the other video. I fucking hate you. Jesus. Well, what's the video about? It's the Pep. The video is literally about comparing World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy and how you can't really compare them. This is the title, or Alex wants a title that is similar to this. So this is sort of a title that works in this vein. As I wrote to you, that title is fine if you put a but in front of it. It will mean more if you show the thumbnail. Wait, so I go, but you can't compare WoW to Final Fantasy. Is that what you're saying, Alex? So this, but you can't compare WoW to Final Fantasy. Alright. Okay. Get this video for 0 Akko coin. Oh my god. Bro. I was watching a video last night about what's his fucking name? Oh my god. He used to Ice Poseidon and how he scammed his community out of $500,000. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Why are people so stupid? When a content creator releases a cryptocurrency, you do not buy into it. You just don't. Like, why are you buying into that fucking... Why? Why are you doing it? Well, really edgy and comparing FF to WoW was wrong. $500,000, yes. He came up with this idea of making a cryptocurrency that would be used as donations for streamers. And his community invested $500,000 into it, like people gave money for it, and then he just took all the money. And when CoffeeZilla actually approached him, phoned him and said, hey, bro, mind giving that money back, considering it's not your money? He was like, yeah, you know, I'm going to look out for me, and I don't think I'm going to do that. And CoffeeZilla is like, but bro, you realize that it's not your money. You realize that you're actually stealing from your community. And he's like, yeah, I wouldn't use stealing. You know, it's everyone's own responsibility, you know, if they want to support a cryptocurrency, it's their own responsibility, you know. And it's like, oh my god. This is why, and I can't stress it enough. If you want to get into crypto, please invest in cryptocurrencies that have actual technology behind it, that actually have been around for a long time and is trying to do something. So if you look at all of my cryptocurrency holdings, I'm in Ethereum. I have some Bitcoin, but not a lot. I don't really think Bitcoin is going to go anywhere because it's an outdated technology that really isn't doing much. I have a bunch of ADA, Cardano, and that's because Cardano as a company is actually working with governments in Africa to set up things like online voting. So basically voting through the blockchain, setting up blockchain identification so that people no longer need to go into offices to buy ID books or identification cards, but can actually identify themselves through the blockchain. These are companies that's working on actual real technologies using blockchain technology. And I think you're sort of safe to, let's say you're 60% safe to invest in those companies. It does not mean 100%. It's still the Wild West. You could still lose all of your money. But do not invest in things that is just absolute obvious shitcoins. Unless you just want to pump and dump, right? In which case, go for it. You have bigger balls than I do. I don't pump and dump, so I don't invest in shitcoins at all. I buy the coins that I believe the technologies work. I read the white papers to make sure that the technology is going to be something that I believe in.
I think his cryptocurrency might not even be a cryptocurrency. It's probably just a virtual currency without algorithms of decentralization. Because if you have that, you should not be able to take people's coin.
Well, the way he took the coin was through the funding wallet, which all cryptocurrencies have. They all have a liquidity wallet, where all the money from every single person that has ever bought the coin goes into this liquidity wallet so that you can get your money back, right? Now, for most, you are correct. For most, like Cardano, for example, their entire liquidity wallet is governed by every single person that owns Cardano. So if you're staking Cardano, you have a stake in their liquidity wallet, which means if someone wanted to drain the liquidity wallet, you could block that. You could literally step in and say, no, I don't think you will. It becomes much fucking harder when you have cryptocurrencies like his. So his was a fork on the Binance chain. So he used BEP, it's a BEP20 coin, but he forked it. Yeah, so he forked from the BEP20 coin, and then he made this fucking coin, CX coin or some shit like that. Is making donations to Akalon. I would prefer if you don't. If you want to donate to me, just give me regular dollars. I'll be happy. I wouldn't set up my own cryptocurrency. I don't know nearly enough, and on top of that, I don't have a problem that I think I could solve with cryptocurrency, so I wouldn't come up with a cryptocurrency of my own. I don't think I have the know-how or the knowledge to do it correctly, so I just wouldn't do it. Yeah, just regular old dollars would be fine. A couple of hundred here and there, you know. Keep it ticking. And what's the fucking description? Oh my god. Next from Blizzard, the WoW token is now cryptocurrency. Do you think Blizzard would get into NFTs, chat? Yeah, whatever the fuck you do, don't mail your donations. Mail does not arrive in South Africa. Just to be clear. Mail does not arrive in South Africa. I've had 2 people now sending me... Lies, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Very highly. I had 2 people that sent me packages, and neither of those packages have ever arrived. So, yeah, please don't fucking send anything to me. It doesn't arrive. Lore question. Can old gods be good from lore perspective? What class is better lore? Priests or shamans? Esprit, so I'll answer that in a minute. I just want to say... I can only hope that Blizzard doesn't get into the NFT market, because I think that would make them lose the last bit of goodwill that they had with their player base. I think that would mean the last bit is gone. Like, no one will trust Blizzard again if they do that. So I hope sincerely that Blizzard doesn't try to do that. Who knows? Who knows what Blizzard will do? They always surprise me, so, you know, it is possible. All right, now to your question, Anthony. So good and evil is very difficult things to define, and I hate when people ask me this. So we have to look at where old gods come from in order to understand. Okay, let me clarify this. Your question is there such a thing as a good old god? Are all old gods evil, or are all old gods good, or is there something like a good old god when all of the others are evil? The question is moot, because if you need to understand where old gods come from. Now, old gods is a direct result of H.P. Lovecraft's universe. If you've ever read anything within H.P. Lovecraft's universe, you would understand exactly where the old gods come from. You have an old god like N'Zoth, for example, that is almost pound for pound Cthulhu in the old god universe, yeah, or in the H.P. Lovecraft universe. So, in H.P. Lovecraft's universe, his outer gods are described as follows. They are outside the cycle of life and death, outside the cycle of time, and also outside the cycle of good and evil. Their morality does not Cthulhu. You're correct. Thank you for saying it. Cthulhu. They're not bound to our morality. Yeah, which is sort of the point that a lot of people miss in these stories. Gods are not bound to our morality. Morality, in its sort of fantastical view, comes from gods. So gods give mortals morality. And morality is sort of the rules by which mortals live their lives in order to stay within the graces of gods. Gods, on the other hand, are not bound by the same kind of morality that we as humans would be, because we're mere mortals. We need the sort of guidance of the gods in order to know what to do and what not to do. The gods do not need that guidance. They can do whatever the fuck they want, and because they're gods, whatever they do is right. It's sort of like looking at the Queen. The question is, can the Queen commit murder? The Queen of England. Can the Queen of England commit murder? The answer is no, by the way, if anyone was wondering. Because technically, if the Queen picked up a gun and shot someone, it would be considered, it would be considered execution by the throne. She may be sort of kept away, and Parliament could step in and dethrone her if they really wanted to. But technically speaking, if a queen kills someone or a king kills someone, it's not murder, it's just execution, considering they are the highest law in the land. If they decide to do it, they can just do it. Yeah, and many people would not be able to stop that. Do they do that? No, because our sense of morality have changed over time. But if you go back 1,000 years, the king could kill literally anyone with the flick of his wrist, and it would not be considered murder. So morality is also ever changing. Now, when you look at old gods, when you look at the old gods specifically, saying that they're good or evil is almost it's truly moot, because they don't view us as significant enough to take our feelings into consideration. So when they decide to destroy a village, they destroy the village because they have a bigger plan. We may look at said village and say, oh my god, that was so evil, there were people living there. But do you feel evil when you accidentally step on 1,000 ants that you didn't see? Of course not. Of course not. They're ants. Who gives a shit? This is what you are to them. Your morality really doesn't matter to them. Your morality really doesn't sort of compute with a being the size and the scope of an old god. So to ask the question, are old gods good or evil, is effectively to ask, is God good or evil? God is God. Good or evil comes from God. Now, in World of Warcraft, we have many gods. You know, we have the Titans, 3D printed, but still, you have the old gods, you have the demon gods, whoever they may be. You have the light, you know, the Naru, that can also be seen as gods in some way, shape, or form. So we have many different god-level entities in World of Warcraft, and all of them would have their own sets of morality. Neither good nor evil, just different. And that sort of defines what World of Warcraft has always been, historically at least. World of Warcraft has always been just whatever, you know? There is no good, no evil in World of Warcraft. There's just different viewpoints within World of Warcraft. So I think to ask that question is a terribly difficult question to ask. What do you mean, shoe, Cask? But they serve their own agendas, not following. What do you mean, Pictor? Cask, yeah, that's true. You do literally just slap them off and go fucking ants. If you even notice that you stepped on them, let's be real. Most of the time, you wouldn't even notice that you stepped on an ant. So yeah, the question, are old gods good or evil, is really not a question that I think anyone can answer honestly. Are the old gods the equivalent to Celestials in Marvel then? I'm on, how you doing? Or that's a far more difficult question than are they good or evil, actually, because I don't know. My answer used to be that they're gods, but now that we know that most of these gods that we used to have is just 3D printed, there's a bigger question insofar as, you know, are they even gods? They're 3D printed beings, so, you know, how godlike could they actually be? That, of course, is a question that no one can answer. I don't even think Steve Denuser knows, really. Because there's definitely... So we have confirmation now that there is such a realm as... Chroma, how you doing, bro? We know that there isn't just one Zereth Mortis. We know that there are multiple Zereth Mortises. Well, not Zereth Mortises. There's multiple Zereth realms. And every single one of these Zereth realms have their own sort of thing, yeah? Question is... I'm sorry. Question effectively is, to what extent, you know? To what extent are these beings gods, and to what extent are they simply keepers? Because it seems to me, based on how I'm reading the lore right now, the Titans, the same way the Titans made Titan keepers to exist on Azeroth and keep shit in line, the Titans were also simply created as keepers to keep the universe in line. So maybe they're not even, you know, gods. That would mean the old gods aren't really gods, because they were also just 3D printed to serve a purpose. So it makes it really difficult, I think. I think the current lore of World of Warcraft is really shitty in that regard, because it makes it almost impossible to understand anything within the lore. It makes it very difficult to trust the lore. As things currently stand, I think. Oh, I need to do... I find it strange that we, Hero of Azeroth, are going to travel to these places that you would think it's forbidden, difficult for mortals to ever reach and lose its mystery. The biggest mistake Blizzard ever made was to peek behind the curtain. That's the biggest mistake Blizzard ever made, was to peek behind the curtain. We, as players, should never have been able to peek behind the curtain. Once you know how death functions, death loses all of its value. All of the value of death is literally gone. As a result of knowing how to... Because you know, now that people die, you can just pop to the Shadowlands and go say hello. Right? You don't even have to really be sad, because it's all going to be okay. So that makes it really, really, really fucking bad. There's all this is cool, but how the fuck do we get here? True. So why does it matter if you're dead? Exactly. It's sort of... So, I put it in the same vein as... what's his name again? The guy who wrote Game of Thrones. I'm blanking on his name now. George R.R. Martin. Yeah? George R.R. Martin was famously quite against using magic in Game of Thrones. Like, he knew that magic had to be there, considering there's dragons in the story. There must be magic, considering dragons are magical creatures by design. So he knew that magic had to exist. But he wanted to use magic only when it made sense. So as little as possible. And his reasoning for using magic as little as possible was, as soon as magic becomes too big a part of a story, it can turn the story into a soap opera very quickly. One of my favorite stories in this vein would be Supernatural. Love Supernatural, but if you think about Supernatural in its entirety, it was a pretty silly story. It was a fun story to watch because two very good actors and a bunch of really good episodes, but it was a shitty story in general, because you knew whenever one of the brothers died, they would just be brought back through magic or some deal with Howl. You knew that nothing could ever really go wrong, considering that magic would usually be used to solve some of their biggest problems. This is something that George R.R. Martin wanted to avoid as much as possible. And in my opinion, this is similar to what happened in World of Warcraft. When you have a story on the level of World of Warcraft that is already magical and fantastical, you want to avoid giving players a peek behind the curtain as often as possible. You want players to see the results of things that live behind the curtain without ever drawing the curtain back. Because once the curtain is drawn back, you can never unring that bell. The bell's been rung, the die's been cast, the player now knows. You instead want to focus on the things that the player can see that isn't behind the curtain. And this gives players an idea of what goes on behind the scenes. So if we had a massive invasion from the Shadowlands, say for example Azeroth was the centerpiece of a massive Shadowlands invasion, and through the fighting and the sort of storyline of us saving Azeroth from the Shadowland invasion, we learnt about characters like Zuval and the Winter Queen and the war that is raging within the Shadowlands itself. But we never actually got to meet any of these characters. We just heard about these characters that is behind the veil. They're behind the curtain. That would have been a much more fun expansion because it introduces that sense of unknown. That's, oh my god, what are they talking about? What is Zuval? What does he look like even? But you never actually learn. Now that we know, it's sort of like, well, who gives a fuck, right? We already know. Wanna know how it works? When a long dead person gets raised as undead. I can tell you their explanation for it. I don't know if it's going to be satisfying, though. But I can tell you what Blizzard's explanation is for how that works. It's not satisfying, and you can't overthink it. So, if you use necromancy, so necromancy is actually, in most fantasy worlds, necromancy is considered forbidden. You're not actually allowed to use necromancy. And usually in fantasy worlds, necromancy will also come with a price. So if you use necromancy, you'll end up losing your own life bit by bit, or something bad is going to happen to you. Necromancy is generally considered to be a forbidden talent. Now, the way Blizzard describes it is you bring the character back, their soul is ripped from the Shadowlands, and all other characters effectively have what is called a mind wipe. So the characters within the Shadowlands don't really move on until such time that soul rejoins them, but they do move on. They just don't remember that character was there. So, like I said, you're not allowed to think about it. Once you start thinking about it, you go, wait a second, there's a lot of things that I have questions about here. So don't think about it too hard. That's how it works. I wish I could talk to Metzen. It would be amazing to speak to Metzen. Which class has better lore, priest or shaman? For that, I would absolutely have to say shaman. The elemental story is one that we don't know much about. We know that the elements ruled for a long time over Azeroth, the elemental lords at least, and much of the shaman story taps into that. Also, much of the shaman story taps into the Orcish history, you know? So there's definitely a lot of richness within the Orcish story as well as the shamanistic origins of its power. Whereas priests is more a light thing, and we really don't know much about the light. So the understanding of the priest, I would say shadow priests have a slight interesting story, because it was invented by the Forsaken, because they couldn't use the light, and so they invented this different form of magic that in recent days have become just the Void, which it never was. So the original story, before it was retconned, is that Shadow Priests, the magic for Shadow Priests came from within rather from without, whereas the magic for Light and Dusk came from without. So literally, Holy Priests would summon, basically become a conduit for the light. So the light from outside would flow through them and do things through them.
I think necromancy is just a terrible thing now. What if someone raises Pelagos? What if the Pelagos in an alternative universe where he is still alive goes to another, and use necromancy to raise the Pelagos in that world? Would the Arbiter be bugged again and the Shadowlands face a new terrible drought?
No, I think even with necromancy, if you tried to bring someone like Pelagos back, you probably wouldn't be able to. What was I saying again? By the way, thanks for the 100, dude. Really appreciate that, 66. What was I saying again? I can't remember what I was saying. Oh yeah, Holy Priest would basically use magic from without to turn it into whatever magic they wanted to use, whereas Shadow Priests, the Forsaken, learned how to use magic from within the soul and use that. So that's where Shadow Priests had their birth, but a lot of that have been retconned in recent years, and it's now just sort of a void extension of their magic, which is sort of sad because I preferred the original lore quite a bit more, actually. But, you know, everything gets retconned in World of Warcraft, so can't really complain. It is what it is. Tauren or control shamanism all evolved independently, right? Yes. It's my understanding, yes. To my understanding, it's not as if the orcs arrived on Azeroth and then... No. Yeah, no. It's not as if... I don't think the orcs arrived on Azeroth and then taught the Taurens how to do it. I think they all had a connection to the elements, and so they all had at least a primal version of elemental magic, which would become shamanistic magic. But I do think I read somewhere that the orcs were far more advanced, considering that shamanistic magic was sort of ingrained within orcs. So it was definitely far more advanced than that of the others. You know, it was considered very, very important to be a shaman in orcish culture. Esper, you're very welcome. Thanks for the question. Let's visit the elemental plane. We are, after all, the realm travelers at this point. I don't want to... No. We've seen enough from behind the curtain. Do we really need to see more behind the curtain? Let's just fucking leave the curtains alone for a while. If they have a dragon expansion, they could have the Dragon Balls to make a wish, like in Dragon Ball Z. You could probably do that. Here's my... I want to ask you guys. How content would you feel, or how content would you feel if Blizzard twisted the story in such a way that the whole of the Shadowlands is a lie? Like, we weren't really there. How content would you feel with that as a storyline? I'd be okay with it all being in his off vision. Ellis, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. I see most of you are okay with it. I have to be honest, I'm okay with it too. Nixie, by the way, how you doing? I don't know if I said hello to you, but Senshin, how you doing? Rykar, how you doing, bro? I'd love that, but I'd go a step further and want to wipe out the last 3 or 4 expansions. I don't know if you can wipe out the last 3 or 4 expansions, but you could absolutely... I mean, the story of N'Zoth is literally right there. The story of N'Zoth is literally right there. I just wish people would have known that I came up with that theory. Like, almost... probably 6 months ago at this point. But of course not. Of course not. I'm not going to get any points for that theory. Considering the fact that I've literally been DM'd in the last week by multiple people going, oh my god, did you see Balila's new video? He shows you that the old gods are still alive. And I'm like, I did that 6 months ago. Like, motherfucker, did I do that 6 months ago? So it's really annoying when fucking people DM me shit like that. And I'm like, oh my god, bro. Do you not watch any of my videos? Like, why am I making videos? Was it a year ago, Alex? I can't even remember. I know it's long ago. That I actually made the video saying that the old gods are still alive. Not all of them, but N'Zoth almost definitely. I don't mind that he gets more views and that he gets the clout. That's not what bothers me. It's just a little piece of me dies whenever someone DMs me. And like, oh, by the way, did you see this? A good example of this is people DMing me going, dude, did you see Balila's video that shows that Zuvul is actually Anshe? And I'm like, wait, what do you mean? I have a video about that literally the day Folk and Fairy Tales came out. Even before Folk and Fairy Tales came out. I have a video where I go, by the way, Zuvul is Anshe. Based on the history and based on how they describe Anshe, they're the same character. They must be the same character. It literally is the story of Zuvul this. And people just go, yeah, did you see that video? Like, I don't have to. I made it. It's fine. I'm not saying, by the way, that Balila is stealing my content. Not at all. Balila has a bunch of very talented writers, and if I could come up with it, I have a feeling they could have come up with it as well. I'm not going to sit you for a second and think it's stolen content. It just kills me when people fucking ask me, did you see it? And I'm like, oh, I made one too. Fuck. Like, I made one too. Jesus. Yeah, Apocalypse is a different theory than I do. But I don't think you can steal other like, it would be hard to steal another content creator's content. Like, it's just, there's so many ways that you can speculate on something, and then eventually everyone is going to speculate about the same shit. That's just facts. So then I'll DM you in a minute. Okay, so what are you going to tell me this time, Saven? There's a winter storm? You lucky fuck. Today is not that hot, though. Today is fine. I don't mind today. I would love if this was an N'Zoth illusion. Ballas. I would love that. Because it would mean that we actually didn't get to see behind the curtain. Which is, like, literally my dream. If Blizzard could unring this bell, I would be so fucking happy. Because what I saw behind this curtain sucked. And I wish I never saw behind the curtain. Rach, okay, was talking about her melting when 35C yesterday. Oh, right, Unforgiven. Yeah, yesterday was pretty hot. I'd say yesterday was pretty hot. Although today is quite nice. Today, it's cloudy outside, the wind is blowing, so it's quite a nice day. Today, at least. I'm almost done, guys. Almost fucking done. And then we can, well, I can probably go check if that other video is ready while we wait for this one's checks to finish. "2C. I fucking wish it was 2C or... Oh my god, still processing the HD version. Are you serious right now? Oh my god. YouTube can be so fucking slow. Look at this. It's still processing the HD version. Like, some days YouTube is just crazy slow. Especially on days where I just need them to not be slow. Which was as high as 2CR. I hate all of you fuckers. Like, fuck all of you with your nice cold winter weather that's in the minuses, and you're probably sitting there with nice cozy fucking winter clothing on, just looking out the window, seeing the snow and feeling all comfortable. I hate all of you. Screw all of you. Agriel, how you doing? I have another video that I have to react to today. I can't. I can't. I promised someone else that I would watch a video today. It's about criminal psychology. So, you know, that's sort of something that I'm interested in. So we'll see what that is about. Naomi, how you doing? I'm in a cup of cocoa with my window open and a blanket. I fucking loathe you, Alex. Fuck you. Tennessee, and in the middle of winter. You can go marry Winter Queen and I will attend your wedding. 6-6, I will not marry the Winter Queen. I wish I could live in a place that just had constant snow, dude. Constant snow and cold. Love for a bit of hot weather. Tennessee and rainy. A shit year in Ireland. So Cape Town is very similar. Rykar, very similar to that. Cape Town, apparently, we're also in wintertime. It's also like 8 degrees, 10 degrees Celsius with a lot of wind and a fuck ton of rain. So I'm really looking forward to that. I don't think I do. I know I do. I think you guys that live in winter temperatures, like you have actual winter with snow and shit, just take it for granted quite heavily. I really think you guys take for granted just how privileged you are to live in a place that has actual winter. But the current writing team not wanting to deal with the old writer's story. Bale's very, very possible. Obviously very possible. For real? Do you think about where Azeroth tells Elune to never leave Anshe's side because his wound will not heal? That has implications. I have thought about that. Yes. Saven. Absolutely. And yeah, I do wonder. Like when I made the video about Anshe, I said, what if Zuval's dark turn? What if the turn that Zuval took was actually because Elune left his side? What if that is when Zuval went down this dark path and changed who he used to be? Considering the fact that he used to be the Arbiter. In other words, people must have trusted him. I just farted. This means Steve Denuser has a new story idea. Must be shit. I think it's really difficult to explain because we know so little about Elune, but there's definitely a world in which I can see Elune leaving Zuval, driving him mad, driving him to effectively leave. All right, that's done now. So we have that video ready to go. And then... Oh, Alex, how far is the Shoal Show? Do we need to get that one up as well? Alright, the checks are finally fucking done. Wow, that took so much longer. What do you mean it's cancelled? Not the Shoal Show, Lovecraft, excuse me. How far is Lovecraft? Stop being fucking cute with me, Alex. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I call the Lovecraft episodes Shoal Show now, like, how many months that I've done that? Because both left, that means they are the same person. That logic. It's hard to argue with that logic, but I'm gonna try and just say no. That's not true. You think the Primus is a dick or has a dick? I suppose both is true. I just think the whole Shadowlands is a bit of a joke, considering the fact that These are god-level creatures, but they need us to do things. Like, what the fuck? Nixie, thank you so much for the 5 community subs. Really appreciate that. Can we get some hearts in chat for Nixie? Comrade, thank you so much for redistributing said wealth. I will use it wisely, I promise. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How did he even end in Shadowlands and became Arbiter? I think he was just put there, to be fucking honest. I think he was literally just... He was made the Arbiter most likely because when they first made them, he was honorable. It's sort of like, I think Blizzard is going for a very similar story to the story of Sargeras. Because the story of Sargeras is basically the same thing, right? Very trustworthy, honorable, loyal, and then went bad. So I'm thinking this is sort of similar. Well, you ever said if Final Fantasy XIV ever does an expansion on the Afterlife? Depends on how they do it. I won't be able to say until I see it, so it would depend on how they do it. But from what I can see, at least, Old Man Crust. Did you just subscribe? Because it says you just subscribed, but I can't see that you just subscribed. Crash the Fool as well. Is this just delayed at the minute? Nixie, is this part of your gifted subs? That I'm just seeing a very big delay on it now? No. Not at all. So I'm seeing delays. Old Man Crash, thanks for the sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Crash the Fool, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Something's weird. Something's fucking broken. Shit's not working. Anyways, Nixie, I really appreciate it. What do you mean I'm weird? How am I weird? There we go. Nixie did gift the sub. It is broken. Yeah, okay, so it seems like everything's lagging. But is there even an afterlife in Final Fantasy? I don't think so. There's an ocean of ether, but at no point do they describe it as an afterlife. Your soul just returns to the ocean of ether, and then maybe at some point makes its way back to Eorzea when the time is right. Overall of the channel. I don't think this is you, Alex. Soulish Brain through MSQ Akalon. Alright, so I'm not allowed to know yet. Good to know. Good to know. Not allowed to know yet, chat. The Final Fantasy storyline once again nipped my curiosity in the bud. Where's this Lovecraft episode, Alex, that you talk about? Oh, here we go. Alright, I've got it. I'm downloading it now. It's not me, but I'm gonna make alerts different in how they trigger, so we can quickly pinpoint where. I'm looking forward to seeing what the new overall is gonna look like. No, Alice, if it's a big spoiler, I really don't want to know. I would like to figure it out as I go. I don't want massive spoilers. Speaking of Lovecraft, when do you and Alpaca do them now? We do them... We try to do them every Monday, but this week we couldn't do it on Monday, so we did it on Tuesday. But it's never later than Tuesday. And so the upload is usually... We try to do the upload on Wednesday. I'm literally going to upload the new Lovecraft episode now. Hello, Life Puppet. How you doing, bro? You know, the whole time I have been thinking, even though Zuval was speaking about death, with 9.2, we do get finally confirmed after a long debate on who took down the Arbiter. Basically, Zuval was referring the whole time about Argus. Argus, the Unmaker, bringer of death. The actual one who is coming for the World Soul. Yeah. I prefer not to think about the fact that it was Argus who took down the Arbiter, because the timeline doesn't line up. It doesn't make sense. I still don't quite understand how Argus made his way to the Shadowlands, considering Argus is a Titan, which would mean that if he dies, he would make his way back to his own Zeroth realm in order to be reborn. So how did Argus end up in the Shadowlands? It makes no fucking sense. So yeah. It may also prove that... Well, in essence, it does prove that Sargerasons have all worked together. Still no idea why they work together. But he's the Death Titan, Felsmoke, but he wasn't. He became the Unmaker, right? It was literally Sargeras that turned him into the Unmaker, but he wasn't necessarily the Death Titan. It's also possible. What kind of coffee do I drink? Normal fucking coffee. Okay. Like 100% normal powdered coffee. I'm not a coffee snob at all. Like, not at all. So this is what my coffee looks like when I drink it. I don't know if you can see. Can you see that? Probably a bit dark. And I can't really tilt it anymore. But yeah, it's just coffee and milk, no sugar. Just normal powdered coffee. I have no reason to drink very expensive coffee. It all tastes good as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, no bugs as well. I just say my coffee black. I fucking hate black coffee. It tastes miserable. Just a little bit of milk. A touch of milk. That makes it good. Look, don't get me wrong. I like going to Starbucks and getting myself a nice cappuccino. Which is basically all I drink at Starbucks, because all the other things have added sugars and crap, and I hate sweet coffee. So I don't mind when I'm drinking a good cup of coffee, but I find that this coffee is just as good. It tastes just as nice. It's Jacobs. You guys must know what Jacobs coffee is. You make cappuccino. No, I don't like drinking that much milk either. So let me see if I can show you guys. Whoa, network error. What the fuck are you talking about? Did the stream just drop? Or is the stream good? Because I just had a fucking network error on my side. Right. That was weird. That was very weird. But anyway, so this is the coffee that I drink. Jacobs, this one specifically. Jacobs Gold. I love this. It's good coffee, tastes fucking good. I don't see any reason to have more expensive coffee than this. Don't think we have it here in Denmark. This is good coffee, dude. It's got a nice little punch to it. Like it's very strong, but also very smooth, which is perfect. It's like Fulgurs, and it's freaking gross. 700 what? I don't like warm hot drinks except for hot chocolate cocoa. I don't care. Hot drinks are good even in summer. Hot drinks are perfect. I drink Cafe Noor. I don't know how to pronounce that word. What the hell? Oh, for the love of fuck. I just logged out of YouTube like a fucking knobend. All right, here we go. It keeps failing. YouTube. Fucking hell. Why? For what are you talking about? Just download the fucking video for the love of shit. All right, here we go. Again, trying to download it. No R, black and French. Why not just say black then? Why do you want to use French? Hot chocolate, and also put some pieces of chocolate bar in it. Nixie, look at me. I don't think I can afford to drink hot chocolate with pieces of chocolate in it. I don't think that would go down well. Whoa, it's Closure. Thank you for the raid, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome. Everyone from Closure. Can we say welcome, degenerates? Or are you guys going to be fucking morons? And just treat these people with absolute disrespect. Come on, say hello. How you guys doing? Very happy to have you here. My fellow South African, but how you doing, bro? Whereabouts in South Africa are you, man? Nessie, how you doing? Ross, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat, dude. Ghost Duck, how you doing, bro? Pretoria. I just moved from Pretoria to Cape Town. Been in Pretoria. I was in Pretoria for about 2 years. Prior to that, I was in Polokwane. I just moved to Cape Town. When did I move to Cape Town? 3 months ago? 2 months ago. Beginning of December. So 2 months ago. You think that's a hot topic, Alex? Ghostluck, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that, bro. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Yes, we can fucking ask them. So, are you guys coffee drinkers or tea drinkers? Jumbo Jambo, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Coffee, please, sir. Hey, there we go. People that know what the fuck is up. It's only bitch boys that drink tea. Everyone else drinks coffee because they know it's good for them. It's a hot topic. Cold coffee sucks. I wouldn't say that. Like, you absolutely get, like, frozen coffee that is fucking amazing. You can buy little plastic bottles of, like, iced coffee here in the stores. It's quite nice. It's not amazing, but it's quite nice. Frozen coffee, when done right, hits different. Yeah. I mean, it's not a good morning drink. Let's be real. You don't wake up in the morning and feel, hey, I could use a frozen cup of coffee. Yeah. Or a nice iced coffee. But after you've had your hot coffee, an iced coffee goes well. It goes down nice. Yeah, but that's meant for being cold. Hot coffee turned cold is the worst. I wouldn't say that. Woolies has this iced coffee in a can that gets me ready to deplete some keys. Jesus. I think I've had Woolies' coffee before. Although I don't shop at Woolies often. 33C and 85 humidity here. I'd much rather have an iced coffee right now. Jumbo Jambo, where are you from? That must be a South African thing. Durban makes sense. Yes. I would say, like, Cape Town is just as fucking miserable in terms of heat. Woolies scans your credit score at the door. Shit's pricey. Yeah. Plus, the food isn't that much better, in my opinion. I go to Woolies, and people always rave about the quality of the food. It's so much tastier and so much better. And I'm just like, bro, it tastes exactly the same as the food that I buy at Pick n Pay. It doesn't taste much better to me. It's more expensive, so you sort of convince yourself. You're like, yeah, this is so fucking tasty. Yeah, Woolworths. Go suck. I love more a hot cocoa now because it's winter. Yeah, I don't. Why do you say hot cocoa? How do you make hot cocoa? Let me quickly just find this out. When you guys say hot cocoa, is that because you take cocoa and throw it into boiling water? the fuck is phoning me there? Boiling milk? I know that cocoa is cocoa powder. I'm trying to figure out why you're making it that way. Gotta go for a run, trying to shed some kgs. Take it easy, guys. Love you all. It's Closure. Thanks for the raid, dude. Really appreciate it. Enjoy your run. I hope it will be good. Let me just answer this quickly, guys. Hello? Yeah, fuck knows who that was. Anyways. No, I've had hot chocolate, but hot chocolate is not made with cocoa powder. You physically fucking buy a container that says hot chocolate on it. And it's got like a bunch of shit in it. Or you can just go and buy cocoa powder, which is nasty as fuck. Now you need to change your passwords on your phone? Why the fuck would I need to change my passwords on my phone? This was a lot of fucking calls as well. They really wanted to talk to me. Lol. Was it that time? We loved Woolies here in the UK? Oh shit. Wait, Woolies is closed in the UK? How did that happen? Yeah, yes, I make it with cocoa powder and milk or cream warmed up. Hot cocoa and hot chocolate are the same thing in the States? But clearly not, because Flinderhoinkies actually makes it with cocoa powder. Hot cider over hot chocolate? Wait, isn't cider like a beer? Wow, that sucks for you guys. That really sucks for you guys. Woolies is going strong in South Africa. Like they make a lot of money, but they only serve the rich. So on average, when you go to Woolies to buy like a month worth of shopping, on average you're paying anywhere from 15 to 30% more, depending on what you buy. So Woolies is like, that's where the rich shop. All their shit is organic and fucking what's the other word? Free roam or some bullshit like that. It's all done. It's the high class stuff. I guess it's similar to, I think in the UK you guys have, is it Sainsbury's? That's also, I think, no. Something green, Marks and Green or some shit like that. But I know you guys have like there's a Waitrose, that's the one. Waitrose. It's similar to your Waitrose. Where it's like, it's meant to be the highest quality stuff. Yeah. Oh, UK. Yeah. Woolies here is like very expensive. Yeah, ours don't sell electronics at all. Their economy is different. Yeah, our Woolies definitely doesn't sell any electronics. They sell food and clothing and linen and stuff like that. So, and sort of bathware. It's basically like a housewife's paradise. If you want to like just, I guess sort of classify it. All of their advertisements and everything as well caters to the housewife. Sounds like Whole Foods, where the pretentious shop. Yeah, you are pretty pretentious when you go there, and it tastes exactly the same, which is what pisses me off about people who go free. Oh, I only eat organic and free roam, or what do you call that? What's free roam called again? Is it free roam? No, it's something else. Shows you how much I pay attention. Free range, that's the one. Tastes the same to me. At least with my chickens, I know that they didn't eat shit because their food was fucking controlled. It came from the farmer. He told them what to eat and they were just eating it. Your chicken is sitting there eating cow poop and crap. So I don't know whose food is better. But yeah, it tastes exactly the same to me. Foul Smoke, okay, is massive in Cape Town. There's like okay garage shops, okay supermarkets, okay superstores. It's massive here. In Pretoria, you barely ever see a fucking okay. And in Cape Town, it's okay everywhere. Can't believe how different UK and ZA are. It's crazy. Braced up for the last bit mixed in. What I like, the grocery stores are open till late night. In South Africa, not so much. I don't think we have a single shop that's open 24 hours a day. What really fucks me up, the same people that shop at Whole Foods and eat organic are screaming at hunters who harvest their own food and how exactly where it came from. Yeah, but that's because they're morons. Ghost UK, I would say that South Africa is an amazing place to visit. If you come from anywhere in the world, you would absolutely adore South Africa. Living here, not so much. It's okay, but it's not the greatest place to live. As a place, it's beautiful to tour, much harder to live in. Yeah, we literally just had a power outage for 2.5 hours, and I have another one tonight. If you have the money to compensate for the inconvenience of SA, then it's a fine place to live, aka you gotta be rich. Well, I wouldn't even say you have to be rich. You just have to. So, if you're middle class in the rest of the world, you're basically rich in South Africa. If you earn, let's say you earn £2,000 a month or $2,500 a month, you'd probably live very comfortably in South Africa, like really comfortably. Oh yeah, you have load shedding? Yes, we have load shedding right now. You need enough money to be able to put up solar panels and maybe drill for a borehole or a well. I don't know what you guys call it in the rest of the world. But if you can sort of get yourself off the government, so if you can set it up in such a way that you're not reliant on the government for anything, you're fine. South Africa is beautiful. It's got everything that you could possibly need from a first world country. You just have to kind of do your own thing. Like the last real frontier, though, in a way. Exactly. I was talking to my chat the other day, Ghost, about this specifically. In South Africa, so South Africans learned very early on, almost 10 years ago, most South Africans realized that you cannot rely on the government for anything because the government is most likely not going to be able to provide anything. And when the government tries to provide something, it almost always turns to shit. Like, doesn't matter what it is, they will fuck it up. Through corruption, we had COVID like the rest of the world, yeah? Billions of rands were stolen through corruption that was supposed to go for food for the needy. Like, they caught ANC councillors, so people that work for the ruling party, stealing, these people are paid, right? They get salaries. They were stealing the food parcels that were supposed to go to the unemployed. The people who were literally stealing food parcels from the unemployed. They have food at home. They have money. They get paid a fuck ton. Being a politician in South Africa is like on easy street. You're getting so much money. You're really rich. And yet they stole from people just because why not? So in South Africa, you sort of have to learn from very early on, you're on your own. And then you figure out how to live on your own without the government becoming involved. So you get private security to guard your house. You take care of your own electricity, your own water. If you can afford it, you take care of your own food. So you maybe rent a piece of land and start growing some of your own shit, or do it in your back garden if you have a big enough back garden. Get some cattle on a piece of land somewhere. You can even there's like a lot of farmers now in South Africa that work online, so you can actually sign up directly with the farmer in South Africa, and then they'll deliver the meat straight to your door. So you cut out the middleman entirely. So there's like a whole bunch of ways in which people in South Africa have just learned the government cannot be relied upon for anything. So you either do it yourself or you figure out how not to do it. Like, if you can't figure out how to do it yourself, you have to learn how to live without it. The reason I kind of like that is, and I'm not, okay, so I want to be clear. I don't really have an opinion on this entire debate. I'm just going to give you guys the facts, how it is in South Africa right now, and you can sort of make up your own minds, yeah? So everyone in the world, every government in the world have shut down, locked down, and kept their countries under constant lock and key, yeah? Due to the COVID thing. And about a year ago, countries started putting pressure on people to vaccinate, yeah? You have countries in the world that keep people in isolation whenever they test positive for COVID and all the rest of it. My government was just forced about a week ago, not even a week, a couple of days ago, the cabinet was forced to basically change the law to say that if you test positive for COVID, but you are asymptomatic, you no longer need to isolate. Why did they have to do that? Because no one was paying attention, no one cared. Vast majority of South Africans don't even go for testing. They get sick, they go to their doctor, get treated, and go home. They don't really get tested. After everything, so my government tried to make vaccines mandatory. The Constitutional Court said, nope, you won't be able to do that. So then they sort of tried to put pressure on businesses to make vaccines mandatory. And now, after 8 months of basically threatening the public, trying to get the public to get vaccines, only 28% of my entire country have had the vaccine. 28%. South Africa has one of the lowest vaccination rates in the world. Our death rates are among the lowest in the world as well, and our hospitalization rates are among the lowest in the world as well. So it's sort of thanks to the government being untrustworthy. So thanks to the government, thanks to people not being able to rely on the government, people also don't trust the government. So whether or not you believe COVID is a massive deal, I'm not making any judgments. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. So you can make your own opinions. Like, you can literally form your own opinions on that. I don't really care. But because my government can't be trusted, even if COVID was a really big deal and it killed everyone, so let's say it had a 50% death rate, people would still not trust the government. So that's sort of one of the biggest downsides of having a government that doesn't do their job. Because people get to this point where they just cannot trust the government, because the government have proven themselves over and over again not to be trustworthy. So that's where we are in South Africa, at least. Posted a link in content suggestions that looked interesting. I'll check it out in a minute. Nico Spider. Same here, to be honest, my guy. I don't care. I think everyone should do what makes them feel safe. If you feel safe having the vaccine, I will drive you to get your vaccine. If you feel unsafe and you feel like you don't want to have it, let's have a beer. Let's hang out. I don't really care. It doesn't fucking bother me. Everyone should do what makes them feel safe. We already know that the vaccine doesn't stop you from getting COVID or giving COVID to people, so at this point, the vaccine really is a personal choice. It's like you take it because you want to not get very ill. And that, I commend that. That's good. Am I vaxxed? No. No, I have not received the vaccine. I'll do it after 5 years. If after 5 years none of you guys die from the vaccine, I'll take it. So you guys are basically the lab rats. I'll wait. I have no problem with it, by the way. When I think I have to drive to go get the vaccine, I'm like, fuck it. I never leave my house. Why would I do this? It's not like I'm going to be able to give it to anyone. I literally stay at home and I play video games. So unless you can catch COVID through the computer, I think I'm fine. I don't think I need to. I would agree with you. As someone who took 4 shots already, vax or not, it's your choice. I don't like people who try to force it on other people, because I feel like you have to, you can't force a medical procedure onto any human being. Now, it would have been different, in my opinion, if COVID had a massive death rate. So, say, for example, 20% of all people that got COVID died. That would have been a different story, because now we are actually dealing with a disease that can kill millions upon millions upon millions of people. That's not the truth with COVID. It doesn't kill that many people. It doesn't even hospitalize that many people. So the fact of the matter is, and you have a vaccine that at least even the CDC have now admitted, Fauci have now admitted, the vaccine doesn't stop you from getting or giving COVID to anyone. So at that point, I believe the vaccine becomes a personal choice. You choose to get the vaccine because you want to keep yourself safe. No problem. I don't judge that at all. If you choose not to get it and you want to take your chances, then hey, you maybe think you have the good genes, so go for it. I'm not going to stand in your way. Everyone must survive this on their own terms. My understanding is the vaccine substantially prevents COVID from mutating. Kyle NYC, that would not necessarily hold up to the science, though. Because if you just know anything about basic biology, the vaccine would actually speed up mutations rather than slow it down. Viruses wish to mutate, so as soon as you come up with a way for it to basically to block it, it is going to try and look for a way to mutate over it, if you will. If vaccines stopped you from getting ill at all, then yes, it may have blocked. It may have. There may be some evidence that it would stop mutations, sort of like natural immunity does. If you naturally are immune, the chances are you're not going to get ill at all. In which case, it really can't mutate because your body kills it before it can do anything. But if you still get ill, and you do still get ill, there's people that still end up in hospital even with the vaccine. That virus is mutating. Like, it doesn't matter whether you're vaccinated or not, it is mutating because it's active. Your body is struggling to kill it off. And the longer it's active, the longer it mutates. So it could be... It could be... There could be a bunch of things, right? I watched a virologist actually speak about this, and he was a little bit worried that we were introducing a vaccine in the middle of a pandemic, because that's not really how you do it. Usually with a vaccine, you want to wait until there's a bit of a lull in the pandemic, so it sort of dies off a little, and that's when you want to introduce the vaccine to as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. Because if you do it at the height of a pandemic, the chances are, they call it genetic leaping. So what happens is the virus leaps the vaccine, which then turns the vaccine completely useless. Because the virus just mutated over what the vaccine could provide. And that could be dangerous. But like I said, I'm not a doctor. I don't have a fucking clue what I'm talking about. You should take your own advice, or listen to your doctors, listen to anyone that you think is more educated on this topic than what I am, because the fact of the matter is I'm a fat cunt sitting in my bedroom playing video games. If you think I have a doctorate, you have a much, much higher opinion of me than what any of my professors at uni had of me. I do not have a doctorate. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Control can't present an actual case of someone getting COVID twice, legitimately. I had COVID twice, I think 3 times, but it was all the different variants. The first time was Hal. The second time was kind of Hal. But actually, the second time, I think what made it Hal wasn't the disease, but the medication that I took made me very fucking ill. Blue Fairy, how you doing? You claim you actually play games? Well, I kind of play games. Yeah, I know I had it twice. That I know for a fact. But like I said, the second time I was fine. Like I was only ill for like a day, and then I took medication for it, and then the next day I felt really fucking shite, but not. It was a weird feeling. It really made me feel fucking crap. And as soon as I stopped the medication, 2 days later I was fine. So whatever the fuck that medication was really knocking me on my ass. So yeah, it's very weird. I mean, like I said, everyone must do what they do, and everyone must believe what they believe. I'm not here to tell you what to do. You shouldn't listen to me for any life advice. If you are watching this stream and hoping that you're going to get some kind of advice to live your life by, you're in the wrong place. My job is to sit here, drink coffee, and entertain you fuckers. Your job is to figure out how you wish to live your life. That's not my job. If it was my job, I would be charging you by the hour. Instead, I'm uploading videos while we're talking crap. That's the life advice. But I live my life of Accolades brilliance. Too true. Too true. I think in the next few years, the whole mandatory vaccine will go away. What do you think, Akko? I think the world is sort of gearing up to let go of this. I'll get too deep into this, so I'm going to stop here. Fuck of it, basically. Ghost UK, I can appreciate that. Akko should be giving beard advice. Just grow it. There's no advice needed for beards. Just grow it. Azazel, how are you feeling? The funny thing is, I haven't had any breakfast or lunch yet either. Me neither. Although I never have breakfast or lunch. How's FF going? I haven't gotten caught up on your vids yet. FF is not going. I have become the new king of stalling. We were playing FF last night, and we were doing the Hildebrand stuff, and I think we did like 4 quests in the entire 3 hours that we were playing. Because chat kept distracting me. So this isn't even my fault. This is 100% the fault of chat. Like, you need to blame chat for all of it. Because I am playing, but then chat says things. And then we start talking about things. And then I forget to play. And before you know it, an hour is gone and we've reacted. What did we react to last night? A 200-year-old apple tart being made. So yeah, it's all chat. It's because of chat that I don't get to play video games. I can't even call myself a gaming streamer because anyone who comes to this fucking chat will realize that, oh, he just talks crap. Wait to see your thoughts on Stormblood. Foul Smoke, years and years away, my friend. Years and years away. A lot of content already on that subject. Alex, what subject is that? Wait, let me quickly see what Rykar asked. Would you ever do a video about the pros and cons of doing a WoW 2? Oh, Rykar, I've done videos like that before. Mainly just discussion videos, though. I've never actually sat down and did a proper, like, deep dive into the pros and cons. But the pros and cons can effectively, in my opinion, be summed up as follows. The pros is that you get to have a brand new start in a brand new universe, or even if you were to use the exact same universe, you get to have all of that history of mistakes that you had made, and you can learn not to do that from the mistakes that you have already made, right? So you sort of get a clean slate with the added bonus of having the history and knowing what to do and what not to do. The cons is that it would be the same team that have brought us Shadowlands that would make WoW 2. And that, in my opinion, is a massive con. There's a couple of other cons as well. For example, you have to deal with how you're going to deal... How are you going to treat players that have been playing this game since Classic? What about their mounts? What about their pets? What about their achievements? Do you allow those to come over? Because then it's not really a clean slate. If you remove them, you're going to piss off a lot of people. There's a cost-reward structure that you have to keep in mind. A lot of people may still be playing World of Warcraft because of everything that they've collected up until this point. If you remove everything that they have collected up until this point and bring like a brand new WoW that they have to start over with, a lot of people may actually go, wait, that cost is way too high. I think I'll quit now. So you do run into quite a few issues when you start thinking about the possibility of a WoW 2. So Jumbo Jambo, the reason I disagree with you on the Deliverance, and you say that a lot of the Deliverance can be cut down, the reason I can't agree with that with Final Fantasy XIV is exactly how they delivered the story in Final Fantasy XIV, and exactly why World of Warcraft's delivery of the story frustrates me so much. When you pay attention to the dialogue in World of Warcraft, what do you see, chat? Like, what stands out to you when you look at the dialogue within World of Warcraft? Say you read those paragraphs that they give on a quest. Go read any quest in World of Warcraft right now. Yeah? And think about this. You could replace the person that is giving you this paragraph with any other person, and it would still make 100% sense. There's literally no character to the paragraphs that you're given. All dialogue in World of Warcraft can basically be delivered by any character in the game, and it would still be fine. Because most of the dialogue in World of Warcraft is not, in fact, dialogue. It's fluff. It's just sort of meant to paint a picture very loosely. Whereas in Final Fantasy, if you read the dialogue, it is literal dialogue. It's literally characters speaking to you and telling you what is good and what isn't. Yeah, Mascot, that's a brilliant way of saying it. Thanks for the first time chat. Because that's actually perfect. It lacks point of view. Dialogue in World of Warcraft has 0 point of view. It's not told from the viewpoint of any specific character. It's just sort of thrown out and sort of blown into the universe. Psychro, thank you so much for the Prime Sub. Did really appreciate that. 4 months in a row, you motherfucker. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Final Fantasy, the story is told as if you are part of it. They're actually speaking to your character. And I like that, because that's what RP is all about. In Witcher 3, characters aren't just mouthing off for 5 minutes and then you go on to do a quest. The characters are actually speaking to you. You are Geralt of Rivia. Ascension, you beautiful, beautiful motherfucker, comrade. Thank you so much for that redistribution of wealth. I promise to use it wisely. We used it on coke and hookers. What can we use the money on now? I'm not going to spend your money wisely, Ascension. I am going to waste it, considering you just gave it to me. Easy come, easy go. What am I spending your money on now? What do I buy that I don't need? I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Coffee and cocoa. Buy a watch with this money because 2 p.m. is long gone. Cassiel, we'll react to it now. I'm uploading videos. Like, that's literally what's taking so long. Take issue with fucking YouTube. I'm still waiting for YouTube to fucking check this video. Inflatable woman. Wait a second, Blue Fairy. If I have the money, why would I not just buy a normal woman? Inflatable woman is for men who don't have money for real women. You don't see billionaires walking around with inflatable chicks. It's usually college kids because they can't afford to take out a real goal, so they get themselves a blow up one. They stay quiet when they're inflatable. I could sort of just you don't always want a girl to be quiet. There are times when a girl not being quiet is preferable. Like, for example, when you're making the fucky. If the girl is absolutely quiet, it means you're not making the fucky correctly. So you should not always want the quiet from the girl. Waifu pillow from Ophelia? I will 100% get a waifu pillow from Ophelia. Lol, when you're making the fucky. Trust me, watch Only Fools and Horses, the episode Danger, UXD. You will piss your pants laughing. Bro, I love Only Fools and Horses. The inflatable, if she makes you mad, you can pop her and not worry about catching a charge. Well, just don't get a girl that makes you angry, forehead. Oh yeah, Foul Smoke. I've actually seen some of those sex robots in Asia. I would be worried, though, sticking your dick inside a robot. So much could go wrong. And if you've ever played Cyberpunk, you will know exactly what I'm talking about. There is a quest in Cyberpunk where the dude got a mechanical dick, yeah? Like, the dude got himself a nice little mechanical dick because he wanted to, I guess, last all night. And then while he was with this prostitute, it, malfunctioned. So it was literally burning his cock. Like his cock was on fire thanks to this. So I would say there's some dangers to using things like a robot girlfriend that an inflatable girlfriend wouldn't give you. Especially when they become self-aware and are mad for all the time people were using them as fuck toys. Do you think they'd be mad, though? I think they'd be mad. That's one way to get sparks going. Don't know if that's the right way to get sparks going, though. Like, I think there's limitations. How many of you would get a robot dick if you could? Like, if that was a thing, they could give you a robot dick that feels like the real thing. Chobits. What the fuck's Chobits? What are we talking about? We're talking about getting robot dicks. Call me Inspector Gadget. The one good thing about a robot dick, I think the one good thing about it is you can actually do the helicopter if you have a robot dick. Like, you could actually do the helicopter and do it fucking flawlessly. We females already have access to robot dicks? I fucking hate you. I want a pull string on mine, though. What do you mean a pull string? I have the real thing. Why would I need mechanical? To make it bigger? More girth? Take your pick. There's a lot of reasons why people might want to get a robot penis. Like a lawnmower to get it started. Oh my god, I can see that as being the future, right? You just get a robot penis and then you can put it on vibrate or pulsate or whatever the fuck, different patterns. Yeah. Get the new and improved Penis 3000. Now with all sorts of rotating things. Yeah, it's a wild ride, guys. It's a fucking wild ride. Wikipedia, Chobits, you people aren't weeb enough to play Final Fantasy XIV? So what would make us weeb enough? Who needs virtual reality if you can have that? Virtual reality is still something I would love. It would still be cool as shit. This video is just never gonna fucking upload. It's never going to finish its checks. This is insane. YouTube, we were literally sitting there talking. Why are these checks taking so fucking long? Cat ears to be a wee back home? I do not even own cat ears. Go into the Matrix is the next step. AR, that's the next step. Everyone knows that AR is the next step. I'll just upload this. It's not like I'm playing any fucking, like... There's no ads on these videos anyway, so who cares? If YouTube wants to not monetize it, it's not monetized. So it's all good. It's all good. All right. Here we go. I think that's fine. Did you know you can play Final Fantasy 14 on an Oculus headset? It looks amazing. You see, I wouldn't want to play VR MMOs. Cask, I've not seen articles about it, but I actually saw... I watched an interview where they were speaking to Gabe Newell, the guy from Steam, who actually said that their focus... So they asked him, why is it that Steam is focusing so heavily on VR? And he said, well, they're not actually focusing that heavily on VR. They're actually far more focused on AR. VR is just sort of the accompanying technology. So from VR, when they can get VR perfect, they'll be able to quickly transition into AR. But that's sort of where they're at right now. They're working on AR. Because AR, in his opinion, is the future. Officially groped by a group of men in Meta VR. Said she had to tear the headset off and is traumatized. I mean, it's pretty simple. Just take it off. Why do you have to tear it off? It's quite heavy. You just literally go, poop, and it's off. Well, was it sticking to her face? Was this like Attack of the Clones or some shit? Like the robot was actually coming for her? Isn't that the dream, though? To become the orc you created and go out into the world? So AR would be insane. AR would be insane, but the sad thing is, AR is not something we can do yet. Although Gabe suggests that we're going to have AR within the next decade. If you listen to Gabe Newell, he genuinely believes that we will have AR within the next decade, if not sooner. All right, let me just quickly post this on Discord for everyone that wishes to watch it. Actually, I'll post it later on Discord. Also, AR makes me worry about the whole Sword Art Online scenario in the real world. You plug and play and get to choose your avatar that you like to be in. So, according to... I'm just going to give you guys sort of according to Gabe Newell, there's only one thing that they're still struggling with when it comes to AR. Drillman, how you doing, bro? And that's cold. Most of the other senses and sensations, they've already figured out how it works. Because all it is really is sort of mapping how those things happen in the brain. So when you feel heat, what pathways exactly is triggered within the brain, and where does it start, where does it end? Because all you need to do with AR is figure out how to trigger that exact pathway, and that's what it would be. The one thing that they're struggling with is cold, because as it turns out, cold also works. To feel cold, your immune system is also involved in that. So it's not just a pathway that's triggered in the brain and you feel cold. The immune system needs to be involved, otherwise you won't feel cold. And so they're sort of struggling with that, like figuring out how do you get the immune system to react so that you can feel that cold. But other than that, he seems to believe that AR is just around the fucking corner. Now, the question is, can you imagine running around in Eorzea in full AR? Or Azeroth in full AR? To get to a Ready Player One state? Rykar, I think that's going to take a while. I think to get to like a Ready Player One scenario, that might take a very, very long time. We're probably, in that regard, we're probably talking about a good 3-4 decades, maybe. But we may actually be able to do it, like, we'll be able to get into ARR, I think, sort of quickly. At least, it would be similar to VR. Think about the first games that launched on VR. It was basically, you know, drumming games and sort of games that you could play with a sword where you're just hitting things that's coming at you. It was very sort of niche, basic, almost similar to what we used to have when consoles first came out, where you basically had two little lines and a ball that would, a dot actually, that would go between it and you can move it up and down. Those were the first games. So VR started in a similar fashion with those types of on the level. And nowadays, you get to play things like Half-Life Alyx, which is incredibly fucking involved and sort of interesting, yeah? So it's going to be the same. Pong, that's the one, Jamal, thanks, yes. So it's going to be, I think, similar to that. The first AR games is probably going to be very sort of easy. My question is just, what do we do with consequences that we can't foresee? So, for example, if you have full AR, so full immersive AR, where the brain is effectively tricked into everything, what happens when you die in the game? I'm not saying you're going to die IRL, but what happens if you die in the game? Is that going to leave some kind of traumatic event behind? Is it going to be possible for you to suffer things like PTSD because of something that happened in the game? Because remember, you are basically telling the game that you are in the game. You're feeling the game. You're part of the game. So that could be very dangerous, right? Javelman, yeah. Like AR and horror games, yeah? Where it's fucking real. You're actually feeling it. You're actually sensing it. You could smell it. Is that trauma? Will your brain be able to figure out that trauma is not real? Or is it going to be to the point where, because if you want to have 100% real experience, the brain will have to be tricked for real. And that could be very fucking dangerous. Zucha, thanks for the Prime sub. Really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is very much appreciated. So let me just quickly upload this for YouTube channel members as well. That way we can get into reaction content, because I can already see Cassiel getting annoyed at how long it's taking us to get to the reaction content. Alright, there we go. You don't want to be part of the Matrix? It's the criminal mind thing? What criminal mind thing? I moved all my stuff, so I'm free between 2 and 4, and now when I have to leave, you are, of course, ready. Where do you have to go, Cassio? That's just grim. We've a penchant for weaponizing everything. Wait, what do you guys think we're going to be able to fucking weaponize here? Did you ever see Surrogates that I suggested a couple of years ago? I tried to watch it. I got bored. Alex, I really did try to watch it, but then I got bored. I want to know what we're weaponizing. Because apparently we're weaponizing something, and I'm not sure what that is. AR torture. Oh, you can guarantee. I will take it so far as to say I guarantee that is what will happen. AR torture will literally be the first AR. The military will basically get that technology once the military have had their hands on it for a while. Why would the military not want to do it? It's the easiest way for them. They get to torture you without actually getting their hands dirty. Yeah, military will fucking jump at it. Because they're all a bunch of bastards. Yeah, Alex, you have to give Cassiel a tribute in the video. Because we're taking too long to react to the video. She did ask already... When did you ask, Cassiel? I think she asked, it was on Saturday or some shit like that. Friday, actually, she asked if we could react to this video on stream. And it's it's Wednesday. So almost a week. This is why you never rely on me for anything. This is why you never rely on me for anything. You should know that I suck at this shit. Sounds like me. I'm always behind a week. What if you just wait on reacting so she can see it live? Alright, Cassiel, when are you going to be back? Store them underground? Remember Demolition Man in the scene where sex was only conducted through some VR AR helmet? Wait, really? Sex was... I've never... What kind of movies do you guys fucking watch? I've never seen that movie. Is the start... Let me just quickly ask. Is the start of Demolition Man a handyman coming in to fix a broken washing machine? Because in that... Maybe that's why I haven't seen the film. Because I don't actually watch porn movies and remember their names. You'll be back at 7 p.m. Danish time. If I'm still live, Cassiel, I'll respond to... I'll react to the video then. So you can see it live. Otherwise, first thing tomorrow. So before we do any just chatting shit, we'll instantly react to your video, and then we can move on. You are live? You can't say I am live. It depends how I feel by 7 p.m. Danish time. Maybe I'm tired. And you don't want to see me react to something when I'm tired. That's going to be me just sitting here going... You haven't watched Demolition Man, the Sylvester Stallone film? Loved that film as a child? I don't think I have, no. But it checks out. You get fined if you use swear words in the movie Demolition Man. The only movie that I can remember that's from Sylvester Stallone is obviously Rocky. Because who didn't watch Rocky? Quick question, chat. What's your favorite Rocky movie? I'm like, how can none of the Rocky movies be your favorite? They were fucking brilliant. 1. All right. Rocky 2. Number 3 was Mr. T, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah? The one with the boxer, so all of them. No, number 4 was the Russian guy. Ivan Drago. I will break you. I still remember that. That was so fucking cool. with Rocky movie is the one he was on time. So none of them, in other words. Mr. T is dope, but Mr. T is not Ivan Drago. I will break you. That was such a cool fucking scene, dude. The only restaurant that survived the restaurant wars is Taco Bell. So my favorite is number 4. My favorite Rocky film is number 4. Second favorite would probably be number 2. I didn't like number 1 that much. It was a little boring for me. And I don't like the new ones. Rocky 5, for example, was really stupid. Did not enjoy it. The Creed ones, I'm not a huge fan of the Creed ones either. But number 4 was really good. Number 3 was okay, but just not as good as number 4. All right, so what is in content suggestions? What do we have? What do we have? What do we have? What are you guys suggesting we watch? Do we have any content suggestions, or have you guys moved on? Whoa! Nico Spider. I found this after we watched the Fallen Rise of Final Fantasy XIV video. Thought it was worth a watch. But that is a 2-hour fucking video. That is a 2-hour video. That is a long boy. Don't react to that, please. We should react to that. Alex will lose his shit. Just react to sex scene in Demon Man. I can't react to sex scenes on Twitch. What are you talking about? Asmund just did a vid? What vid? I'm not seeing an Asmongold video. Potato dude, how you doing, brother? I'm not. Asmongold ends WoW versus Final Fantasy War. Game is dead. Oh. Shall we react to Asmongold looking at WoW trains? Cassiel, but we've already said we'll wait for you to get back. I already said I'll wait for you to get back. You don't have to watch from your phone. You don't have to rush. I'll wait for you to get back. And then I'll watch it. Traitor. Jesus fucking Christ. Chat, are you gonna let her speak to me this way? Are you gonna let her speak to me this way? I fucking hate my chat. You guys are all the enemy, really. All of you.
What is...
I fucking hate all of you. Let's tone this down a bit. Let's get the music down. Alright, here we go. Alright, so Asmongold ends WoW versus Final Fantasy War. Which game is dead? Google Trends. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be interesting.
What is this? Like, is this... Bro, like, retail is dying. Oh god, people are gonna fucking love this video. Holy shit, this is gonna be so good. I'm gonna spend 3 hours.
What am I looking at? What is he talking about?
We are gonna analyze some trends. I guess we're just gonna look at US first. For the past,
I would say worldwide is probably a better comparison if you're gonna look at anything, right?
I don't know, probably ever since I said that I was going to start playing Final Fantasy XIV,
how you doing,
there
bro?
has been a massive amount of people who have been trying to determine for sure which game is dead. What game am I going to spend 8 hours a day on for the next 10 years, and at the end of it, not...
So let me just quickly highlight something to chat here. Before we even get into this, let me just quickly change this. All right. I just quickly want to highlight something to chat here. So this is Google Trends. In other words, this is how many times do people Google something? How many times do people actually type into Google Final Fantasy XIV and World of Warcraft or anything that is related to that, at least insofar as the algorithm can track stuff that is related to that. I would say that this is probably one of the worst ways to figure out what the trend is for something, because very often, if a game, for example, have no controversy whatsoever, there's really no reason to Google the game in any way, shape, or form, there is a very good chance that it's going to be down, right? Because there's nothing to Google there. You are sort of, I mean, why would you Google a game when you're already playing it? It's already fun. That would make no sense. So in many ways, it's not necessarily the greatest comparison. World of Warcraft have had the thing with to buy it to board. The problem with that is a lot of people use Steam to buy games like Final Fantasy XIV. So you're buying it through Steam. Steam literally gives you a link to the website, which means you basically foregone the whole Google thing. You didn't do the Google thing at all, right? And so you're not always going to get any game that is currently sort of trapped in a bubble of controversy is always going to rank higher. Like, always. Right now, everyone is Googling World of Warcraft because they're constantly in the fucking news. There's constantly something wrong, right, with that whole thing. So it's sort of weird because you want to get a YouTube, a shit talk people who still play. I disagree, because many people use Google to search for hints and tips for missions in WoW and Final Fantasy XIV Mascot, but that's not the only reason why people use it. So I can tell you right now that there's a lot of people Googling World of Warcraft right now because of the Microsoft buyout, because of the lawsuits, and you can actually track those things when you look at spikes month to month. You'll see that whenever big news comes out around a game, good or bad, it will spike in terms of search. Yeah. Tips and tricks is, I think you underestimate how many people actually search for tips and tricks. It's not that many. Most people just struggle through it, or most people are so stupid that they don't even know they're doing it wrong. So they don't ever Google for, Blizzard actually, released, this was years ago, but they actually released statistics on this, where, for example, forums, game forums, only about 30% of an entire game's population will be on the forums of that game ever, in its entire existence, will be on the forums. And of the 30% of players who actually visit the forums, only 5% of those players will actually type in the forums. The other people just sort of go there to see if there's something. So most people just play a game. They don't even search for it. They don't give a fuck, so it doesn't matter. So I would say that it's not necessarily the best comparison, it's the best we have. So I understand why this comparison is being made.
Not feel like a loser. Well, guess what? I got news for you. It's neither. So look, guys, I'm going to go ahead and compare some Google Trends with some of these different MMOs, and I'm actually going to look to see, and also I want to say this right now, that Google Trends is but one metric that you can use to analyze and evaluate which game is popular and which game is not popular. So we're going to look at Steam charts as well, and we'll look at a few other...
I think Steam charts would be a pretty good one, considering a lot of people will be using it. Trends is definitely not polling data, because I can tell you I Google World of Warcraft every single day and I'm not playing it. I'm Googling it for news, for content, for the stream.
Other games for Steam charts, and a number of other games just to, in general, get a better idea of how many people are playing these different games and which ones are popular. So we're going to look at number one at just the very two obvious biggest MMOs right now, Final Fantasy XIV and World of Warcraft. So this actually kind of caught me by surprise.
There was a yellow one that I don't know what he typed into the yellow one, but there was a yellow one that was higher than both Final Fantasy and World of Warcraft. And I want to know what the fuck was that yellow one.
And I'm actually mainly surprised. I am and I'm not. But I've been seeing World of Warcraft. Basically, World of Warcraft as long as the developers don't set the game on fire for a few months, people's expectations generally goes up. It's basically like if you
True.
haven't ruined the game in the past 4 months or so, well then things are looking pretty good. So that hasn't happened for a while.
I 100% agree with Asmongold here. It's basically what I've said about my government for the longest fucking time. My country does really well as long as my president keeps his mouth shut. The rand starts to recover, starts doing really well against other currencies. The economy starts going up. Everything starts going well. And then my president opens his mouth. Like, he decides he wants to speak to the country. And then everything fucking goes to shit. Every single time. Jamalman, to your point, there's 3 times more people watching World of Warcraft. That's to be expected. Final Fantasy in general is not really the kind of game that will ever do well on Twitch. Consider that most people that play Final Fantasy play for the story. People do things like crafting. People do things like very few people do ultimates. A lot of people will do glam and stuff like that. So Final Fantasy is not a game that most people watch when it comes to Twitch. And also, what you have to remember is World of Warcraft has been popular for a very, very long time on Twitch. And there is a ton of people that watch streamers play World of Warcraft, even though they no longer play. Go to any of Asmongold's streams, go look at when he plays World of Warcraft, you'll see that there's a ton of people in his chat that is watching him play WoW, but they haven't played WoW in months. Because it's their streamer. They're going to watch their streamer play video games. We were playing Phasmophobia on Friday, and we had 80 people watching. Do you think Phasmophobia is still an interesting game to watch? No. But there's people they're like, well, I watch Akalon, so if Akalon's going to play Phasmophobia, I guess I'm watching Phasmophobia. That's just how it is, you know? So I wouldn't look at the numbers that World of Warcraft is pulling and saying, yeah, that proves the health of the game.
And we're seeing the game actually grow and get a little bit bigger. And this is a good thing, and obviously there's a lot of people that are happy about it. Now, there are some people that are going to point to this kind of graph or something like that, and they're going to say, wow, I knew Final Fantasy was just a dead weeb game.
The thing is, there's always going to be people that is so fucking high on copium that, yes, they are going to look at these trends and they're going to go, gotcha. See, my game is still on top. I would go so far as to say maybe 30-40% of WoW being on top is just because of all this controversy. I don't think it's like that because it's that high. The other thing that I just want to throw out there for anyone that is sort of wondering, World of Warcraft is a game that's sort of built around third-party tools. If you don't go to third-party sites in order to figure out what the fuck you're actually doing in WoW, it's almost impossible to play WoW. Final Fantasy, almost everything that you need is literally explained in the game. So you don't have to Google, how do I gear in Final Fantasy? It's right there. It's not hard. The gear is literally as simple as it can get. So you don't have to do half of the Googling that you would need to do in WoW. So I do think that is also probably some impact on it.
That nobody cared about, and that everybody that thought it was good was wrong, and they didn't know what they were talking about at all, and they're stupid, and there you go. But the truth is it's a little bit more complicated than that. And I'm going to go ahead and talk about why and what the different reasons for this are. So this is going to be the main, and we're going to look at Albion Online. We're going to look at New World. We're going to look at...
Why would you look at Albion Online?
OSRS,
Isn't that like dead
Elder
game?
Scrolls Online, all the different games on Google Trends and Steam charts, etc. But what we're really going to do here is we're going to talk about why the numbers mean what they do. And the main reason, BDO, yep, there's another one. Lost Ark, yep, there you go. There's plenty more of them that we're going to look at. So anyway, the first thing here, as you guys can see.
Andy, if you go to Google Trends ever and you type in, say, for example, World of Warcraft, that actually gives you a, right at the bottom of, so if you scroll down here, it gives you like a bunch of keywords that you can also use alongside World of Warcraft. And those are also keywords that's included in the World of Warcraft search. So it basically gives you like anything that's half related to World of Warcraft will also be included in it, because people used World of Warcraft in conjunction with something else to also search for the thing. So yeah, you could just use World of Warcraft and you'd probably still get at least as close to the real results as possible.
Is that World of Warcraft was just chugging and plugging and going along, and it's like, look at this, especially like, let's go ahead and add a little bit more context to this. Let's go ahead and look at the past 5 years, and also keep in mind this is the United States. So Final Fantasy at this point last year was just, it was at a 4, right? It's at a fucking 4. So I know that there are going to be some people.
That gap has closed significantly. If you look at the past 5 years and you look at where it was versus where it is now, look at how far WoW has fallen and look at how high Final Fantasy has risen.
Well, they're going to see this current Final Fantasy graph and they're going to think, wow, we really tried, guys, but we couldn't do it. No, that's not true at all. The fact is that it takes a long time for a game like this to catch on, especially in MMO, especially in a space where people are so...
I still get people, just to be clear. I mean, how long have myself and other streamers been basically shilling Final Fantasy XIV? And yes, I use the word advisedly. It's been 4-5 months now that we've basically been almost all in on this Final Fantasy XIV thing. You know, I still get literally weekly people that go, hey man, I've been thinking about playing Final Fantasy XIV, but I'm not sure. Do you think I should? Still, one would think that after 5 months, everyone who wanted to play Final Fantasy XIV would have given it a go. But I still get weekly people who go, so I'm thinking about it. Do you think I should give it a go? How should I go? What do you think? You know?
Invested in other games. And if you look at what I always tell people is like, this is especially true with streaming. This is a mentality that you have to have, like with YouTube videos as well. And I'm sure you can look at my YouTube videos, Asmongold. I'm just going to pull this up real quick. Some YouTube videos I have do amazing. You know, this is like 500,000 views in a day.
Yeah.
Another almost 500,000 views in a day just in 2 videos right there. And there are other videos that I have that don't necessarily do as well. And that's the way things go. Like for this one right here, only 82,000 people wanted to watch me rank and talk about how great my own content was. But if you look at some of these other videos, they are very, very popular. So it depends on what they really are. And it also depends on, in general, you know, a lot of things.
Well,
and some of those things are out of your control. The reason why I'm saying this here is because you're going to have videos that don't do too well. You're going to have streams.
Potato Dude, you have an incredibly juicy point there. And so correct. MMOs is a massive time investment. I think anyone who denies that is not paying attention. It doesn't matter how friendly the game is made for people with lives. Even something like Final Fantasy XIV, getting in and out of an MMO is a massive decision, because you're getting out of an MMO that is, you know, has sort of been part of your life. You've collected stuff, you own stuff, it's yours. You know the game, you have friends there. Now you're getting into another game that you know is going to take up a lot of your time. It's maybe gonna come. There's Preach. When Preach quit World of Warcraft, he actually refused to play Final Fantasy, I think, for almost a month after that, because he didn't want to sign up for another MMO. I remember Preach actually making this video, being like, I'm not playing Final Fantasy 8 because I don't want, if I like it, it's going to take up my life again like WoW did. And I don't want that. I just came out of this relationship. Everyone knows what it's like when you just come out of a long-distance relationship. You don't want to rush into another one, yeah? You don't want to rush into another relationship. You just came out of one. That's what it is when you leave an MMO for another one. Usually you want to take a break. You want to sort of play a couple of other games that doesn't require that much time, and then maybe you'll go. So I do think over time, if WoW doesn't 100% get their act together and start working again, I think over time we will see those lines cross. Like, there is going to be a point where Final Fantasy is going to take over from World of Warcraft as the most searched on Google, at least.
That are the proverbial L. And you have to roll with the punches.
Yeah.
And
maybe.
you have to keep focused because you can't look at a day-to-day. Because day-to-day is going to go up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, and it's going to always go that way. But what you really want to look at is long-term trends. And the long-term trend is even whenever Final Fantasy isn't doing well, it's doing better than it was. And that's a good thing.
Yep.
So anyway, stop, ignore chat, search FFXIV. Sure, FFXIV. Let's see. Is there anything else in the world that could be FFXIV? As far as I know, type WoW, FF14. Like, WoW is just, it's like you can't really type WoW and, like, what does that really even mean?
WoW.
Like,
WoW
of
is
course,
like...
WoW is going to be ahead.
WoW is not just WoW, let's be real. WoW can be a lot of things. I think typing WoW would be a problem. But look at the graph there. If you do type in FFX14, then that line has already crossed the Rubicon, if you will.
Like, I don't know. Like, WoW shows... Like, if you look, like, right here, obviously the trends are relatively the same whenever you think about it. But WoW is actually higher. It's at its absolute highest whenever I actually stopped playing it. And then after that, it just went down. And then now as I started streaming it on my second channel, it started going back up.
Well, Asmongold is the trendsetter, I believe. When Asmongold talks about something, you can see it going up in trends. When Asmongold plays something, you can see it going up in trends. He is one of the largest content creators on the planet, so it kind of makes sense.
I don't know how this happens. It's weird,
Ariane,
right?
how you doing, bro? Thank you very much. Really appreciate that.
Is because these are curated search results that are all kind of like a bundle of different search terms that are all put together. Like WoW, Warcraft, World of Warcraft, Azeroth, things.
Yeah, I definitely think you should focus on the online game because that does include everything that we got with that game. So if someone searched Blizzard WoW, that would fall into this World of Warcraft category. Whereas the search term FFXIV and the search term WoW could mean a bunch of things, right? It could literally be anything that someone is searching, and that would be the search term.
Things like that. So these are like it's like a massive kind of amalgamation of search terms that Google Trends has identified all really mean the same general thing. Okay, let's see here. FF14. Okay. So that one's not doing too good. Let's see. We could try Warcraft instead. So FF14 is about the same thing. Let's try Warcraft. Wow, nobody gives a fuck about that. So that's even worse than Final Fantasy 14. God.
Yeah, but this is where we get into this sort of... so if you look at most Final Fantasy players, most of them won't say FF14. They'll say it, but when they type it, they don't type the 1-4 as the letter, right? Or as the word. They'll type FFXIV. And Warcraft is the same. You're not going to Google Warcraft if you want World of Warcraft news, because Warcraft is going to throw out the RTS stuff. So to sort of do a search term of Warcraft, I don't think is ever really going to give you anything. And let's be real. Warcraft, the game, is fucking dead.
Damn. And this is only the United States as well. Yeah, Catgirl Final Fantasy 14. No, it doesn't register that high.
You can't do Catgirl because there are people who don't even play Final Fantasy that would probably search Catgirl. And then you just type in Rule 34 and that train is at 100 all the time from the day that it launched.
This is also right here, only in the United States here. So if you look here, this is whenever I started playing Final Fantasy 14. This right here is whenever Endwalker came out. And let's see. I think this is probably about whenever they announced the cross-faction stuff. I'll assume WoW will probably keep going up. WoW is the green one here. So let's see here. My chart looks completely different when I compare it. Oh, yeah. And that's probably because you might be in another country. So right now, we're going to look at worldwide. And that's going to give us a much better idea of where each one is, okay? June was TBC.
Worldwide, I think, is the best.
Oh, yeah. Of course. This was TBC. Right. I totally fucking forgot about this. Yeah. Oh, wait 1 second. June was TBC. Yeah, I guess it went up quite a bit. February 14th. What the fuck happened then? Oh, of course World of Warcraft would be searched very high. That's during Valentine's Day. So let's go over to worldwide.
People
Okay.
search for Valentine's
so
Day?
right now, this is the worldwide search
not know
terms
that.
for Final Fantasy XIV versus World of Warcraft. And we're also going to go back to, just for the sake of, I think it's cleaner and better to make each one to just use the online game. Because again, these are the...
I would agree
These
with
are
this.
the
Remove the
categories
search
that
terms.
Google has curated. So yes, these are the umbrellas, the conglomerates. There you go. Much better words than I was using. So as you can see here, WoW is growing, and Final Fantasy is also slightly growing a little bit, but with the blue line here. But other than that, I think that you see a lot of people coming back to WoW. As you can see, obviously worldwide, WoW has been a massive.
The issue with this is, so I've done Google Trends before, and the issue that I have with World of Warcraft's Google Trends, so we could actually do this ourselves, right? So let's go trends. I don't even want to, like, I don't even care about comparing stuff. Online game. All right, here we go. So all I want to do is I want to do worldwide. And then past, let's go past 5 years. Yeah. And if you look at the past 5 years, you can see a downward trend. Like, it will spike. And that's sort of the only thing that I think is important in all of this, is looking at the past 5 years. Yeah. And you see how it spikes, obviously, whenever there's new expansions announced or anything like that. But so in 2019, you had a massive spike, but it keeps trending down over time. And that's what bothers me, is that over time, this keeps going down, which is not great. Because if you look at, we started at 45, we end now at 23. It goes up and down, but it's not a game. This is not the kind of trend that you see from a game that is bringing in new people. This is the sort of trend that you see from a game that is recycling people. So let's go and we say 2004 to present. So now we're going literally across the board. It launches at 11, yeah? In 2004, it launches at 11. And you can see here, this is the sort of thing that you would want to see from a game that is bringing in new players. It's constantly going to new highs, right? And when it dips, it doesn't dip quite as low as the previous lows. And it keeps going. And then year is sort of where we see the final 2008. And from here, it just trends downwards. It's as if it never actually gets back to this high time, if you could put it this way. So from 2005 to about 2010 was when WoW experienced its, can we say, glory years. And since then, it's been on this steady decline where it just never actually gets back to where it was before. It just never actually climbs back up. And we're at 5 now, which means we're lower now than what it launched at. So when WoW first launched in January 2004, it was higher in terms of search volume than what it is today in January 2022. And that's the worrying trend for me. That's the thing that bothers me most about WoW, is this is the sort of thing that you see from a game that is it's sort of managing its decline as much as possible. It's just never going back to those previous highs. Those previous highs just seem to never come again. Even though it gets some highs, it doesn't get those same highs. And you don't see overall growth year on year. Every year, you see a downward spiral. So let's start the year here. That's January 2013. Yeah. And then let's go to the end of it. January 2014, it's lower than what January 2013 was. And every single year, you get the exact same thing. The year starts higher than what the year ends. That's the worrying trend, as far as I can tell. Now, there could be a number of other reasons for it. Let's just be... let's not be facetious, because it could also just be that most people no longer rely on, web searching. Most people rely on YouTube. So let's do a YouTube search. Let's see how it's done in YouTube. So for YouTube, it's from 2008 to present. And this is, as you can see, again, the trend holds. Because when you look at web search, that's what you get. When you look at YouTube search, that's what you get. It doesn't look like the kind of game. So again, here you have this sort of spike, and it seems like things are starting to go well again. There's a bit of growth here that seems good. And then it falls off, and it just steadily manages to sort of not fall off too quickly. That's what people usually mean when they say manage the decline. They're stopping it from falling off entirely, but it's not being stopped 100%. Seems weird to me that in 2004 people would Google the game more than now. The amount of people having computers and using internet in that way. So Sadius, Andy, from what I understand, this is normalized. So this does take into account the amount of users that had Google at the time versus the amount of users that have it now, and they normalized for the percentages of that. So they do normalize the results. It's not as if they're just going, well, 5,000 people searched for it in 2004 and 50 million people searched for it in 2022, right? So they are normalizing the results also based on the amount of people, users they had at the time. Google Trends would have to do that because there's a lot of companies that rely on Google Trend data. So it would actually be properly crunched to make sure that it is accurate. But yeah, I just think this is definitely a worrying trend. We can add Final Fantasy 14 in this as well, just to see. I'm sure Asmongold is going to do it anyways. Wow, there we go. I'm sure Asmongold is going to do this anyways, but just to sort of show you. So it launches here at less than 1 almost, just over 1. And then this is from 2008, so obviously this would have been like non-existent. So there it starts. You see the small climbs goes back to 1. You have a small climb to 5, 2, 1, 2, 1. Small climb. And in the last few months, you see a slight uptick. Very slight, but you do see a slight uptick. So it's more like a steady thing for Final Fantasy 14. Sort of keeping it steady, if you will. In terms of graphs. It's just sad that Final Fantasy never had that heyday that World of Warcraft had, Considering the amount of effort that Yoshi P put into the game, you do sort of feel, even if you hate Final Fantasy, you have to feel, to some extent, you have to want to at least see him get a bit of success, considering the amount of effort that they put into it.
Massively popular game for a really, really long time, and I think it kind of goes without saying that's the case. But if you look at a few different places in the world here, you see like WoW at 38%, and also if you compare, of course...
Jamalman, I don't think you're making the point that you think you're making, though. Is your point trying to defend World of Warcraft for falling off? So you're saying, well, all games do that, dude. What are you saying? Yes, all dead games do that. Because EverQuest is, for all intents and purposes, dead. No one speaks about EverQuest anymore as if it matters. So you are correct. If you're gonna have, if we admit that World of Warcraft is in its dying phase, then yes, it's doing exactly what you would expect from a dying game. I'm not ready to admit that yet. I think Blizzard can absolutely turn World of Warcraft around. It all depends on how serious they are in turning it around, or if they're just going to ride out the storm. What's their mindset? Is their mindset, we want to fix the game and we want to make the game better? Or is the mindset, we just want to see how much money we can make before it dies? Because that's going to determine what the future for WoW is, and if it's going to look like EverQuest.
Japan is going to have Final Fantasy at 26% and WoW at 38%. Now, I would actually have expected a little bit more, and especially for Final Fantasy. Absolutely. WoW is a general term, to be honest. Do you guys want to remove WoW? Because I feel like it's a general term, too. Do you want to remove WoW? Okay, yeah, because like I added it in.
Is it a worrying trend? No, I don't think so, Velisaro. Like I said from the very start, the problem with trends like this is all negative things will almost always trend upwards, no matter what you do. If you have a controversy, it's going to trend upwards. If you have something negative happen to you, there's going to be an upward trend. Why? Because people are now actively going to Google, why are people so angry? You can imagine that there's a lot of people who hear other people bitching and moaning about WoW, and now they're going, but why are people bitching and moaning? Let me go Google World of Warcraft. Let me see why are people so angry at this game, right? Whereas if people were literally just going, oh my god, World of Warcraft is such a good game, not many people are going to Google World of Warcraft to see why it's such a good game, right? Because good news is never news. No one cares if the puppy was saved. Everyone cares if 200 puppies died. That's just human nature.
In just to see, but I feel like it is a general term. You're right about that. Let's go ahead and remove that term, and I think this will give us a better indicator. Yeah, there we go. And I think it'll keep it cleaner, too. So in Japan, look at that. Change that. Completely different fucking thing. Japan's 99% Final Fantasy for me. Yeah, so in Japan, 63% of people prefer Final Fantasy. And that's where it's the most popular, and in Singapore and South Korea, nearby areas with, you know, relatively similar culture. I think that's what would make sense. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God, people are going to love this video. Oh, God, people are going to fucking love this video. Holy shit.
Because people are stupid.
So I'm going to spend 3 hours in bed tomorrow reading comments. You could... like, how many times, how many different things do you want me to have to search over and go over? I'm not even sure. Lost Ark versus WoW? Look, we can't even get through this one. We've got to focus on this one first, and then we can move on, okay, guys? Just put Final Fantasy 14. It's the most common term. Okay, you fucking happy? Or are you fucking happy?
No,
like, we've got...
The reason I don't think you can put Final Fantasy 14 is this Final Fantasy 14 online game would almost definitely include the search term, and they normalize for all of the other search terms used as well. So I don't necessarily think that using this search term is helpful. Because there could be other things. We don't know if there's going to be other things. There could be other things that is called FF14, right? Freedom Fuckers 14 could be a very popular band somewhere in the world. You never know. Yeah, and their abbreviation is FF14, and there's people that love that band and they're downloading their songs all the time and searching FF14 to see. So I'm not entirely sure if the search term FF14 is grabbing Final Fantasy 14 as well. I think Final Fantasy 14 would grab FF14. I don't know if anyways, who the fuck knows, right?
Okay, I just want to make sure that nobody thinks that this is a rigged election, all right? I don't want to have to go back, recount the ballots, and 3 years later, 3 years from now, people still think the shit's rigged. I don't want to do that. So I just want to make sure, yeah, stop the count. Can we please fucking agree that this is authentic? Can we get everybody to agree that this is an authentic representation?
Yeah, of course.
Dead people are voting. Dogs are voting. No, the Russians... The Russians... yeah, I mean, the Russians really don't give a fuck about Final Fantasy. Like, yeah, I mean, that actually is kind of true. Yeah, I mean, that actually is what the data represents. So I'm colluding with Russia here. Is this really what's going on?
That makes sense.
Yashlada
I
versus
think he is
Sylvanas.
colluding. Oh my god.
Type it in chat. I don't know how to spell it. Just type it in chat. I don't want to talk about it. Just type it in chat. No, man, no. No, like that's not like no. Massachusetts. Wait, oh
The
no,
fuck?
it's worldwide. Let's look at worldwide. Oh fuck. You know what? I think actually there's no way it's this. I don't. There's no way it's this low. No shot. It's that low. I will not.
No, it is. Everyone is angry about Sylvanas. What are you talking about? Of course, Sylvanas is going to be higher. People are angry about what he's done to Sylvanas. So, of course, people are going to search it more. No one's angry at Y'shtola. If you want to get the true Y'shtola values, you have to say Rule 34, Y'shtola. That's going to give you the actual values.
Accept this. I think the only reason why it's this low is because of the apostrophe. It's because of the apostrophe, and that's what it is. Take off the hyphen. Okay. Yeah, this is rigged. Yeah, this website sucks. Search Tifa, please. Okay.
Jesus.
And you
All right,
know exactly
Tifa is
why.
fucking-
And you know exactly fucking why. There it is. Oh my god. Wow.
Oh,
Jesus, she has a great personality. It's because of her fighting skills. Yeah, that's clearly what it is. Is this...
Do I know who Tifa is? Get that the higher numbers are because people are mad? True. Who? She's not in 14. Oh, you guys showed me a video about Tifa. She is hot. I can see why people are actually looking at her.
Is this fair? Can we... I wanna move on and actually talk about it, but I can't talk about it because every time I try to talk about it, people are like, wait up, hold a minute, hold up, wait a minute, this is rigged, like, all right, do WoW, this is fair.
It's not
okay.
rigged.
So
I've explained this so many fucking
FF14
times.
is fair, but WoW is not fair. Asian countries don't spell our name the same way? Oh, well then, yeah, that makes perfect sense then. Scroll down in trends page, it shows you
What do
all
you
the
mean
search
Asian
results
country?
under-
What do you mean Asian countries? How do Asian countries spell Final Fantasy 14? Do they have a different spelling for it? Yeah, but Japanese letters should still translate to the English search, no? Oh, the Y'shtola thing. So their name for Y'shtola is different. All right, that makes sense.
those search terms. Let's see here. Related queries. Endwalker, Final Fantasy Endwalker, Final Fantasy Sage, Season of Mastery. WoW. Oh my god.
We're on
It's above
9.2.
WoW 2.0? What is this? Like, is this... Bro, like, retail is dying. It's dead. Wait, look at this. Season of Mastery. WoW TBC Armory. WoW Classic Season of Mastery. WoW
Oof.
Logs TBC. Buy WoW TBC Gold. Okay, WoW Patch 9.15. That makes sense. WoW Patch 9.1 release date. Yeah. WoW TBC BIS. World of Warcraft. Sorry, Warcraft Logs TBC. WoW TBC Classic. WoW TBC Gold. WoW TBC Tailoring Guide.
Here are the
WoW
real numbers. Tifa is 18 times as popular as Sylvanas, and Sylvanas is about 3.75 times more popular than Y'shtola. Andy, but we've already learned that Y'shtola is spelled differently in Asia. So they don't actually, the Asian countries wouldn't write Y'shtola the way that we write it. So maybe Google includes that. Although it does look like it does. If you look at related queries down here, it does throw in your FF14 Endwalker and then whatever the fuck that is, FF14. Then whatever the fuck those musical notes are, FF14. So it does seem like it does, right? And why would they write Sylvanas the same way? I don't actually know, but I think it's because Sylvanas would most likely be written the same way there. Considering that so for Final Fantasy XIV, a lot of things are changed in the English version of the game because of how they set it up. Whereas the Western game would, I don't think Blizzard would change the writing of their characters, considering that if you look at the, who was it? It was the Chinese, the woman who plays Sylvanas in China, who actually wrote a tweet that said something about they ruined Sylvanas, and she wrote it literally the same way. Too distracted from work and falling behind. I'm hopping off for now. Blue Fairy, take care of yourself. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it.
TBC Classic release date. WoW TBC server population. WoW.
It looks like musical notes. You can't fucking tell me that that does not look like musical notes. Are you saying the bottom things there don't look exactly like Mozart could play the living fuck out of it? Because he absolutely can. I feel sorry for everyone that can read this. I mean, no offense, but your language is musical notes. That's it. I'm done. That's it.
TBC Enchanting Guide.
Cripsbun, how you doing, bro?
WoW, probably a fucking private server. WoW 9.1 patch notes. WoW TBC. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, but by
To be fair, though, if you look at the related queries for what makes up World of Warcraft, it's sort of problematic that the vast majority of it is TBC. Now, for Blizzard as a company, that doesn't actually matter. That doesn't actually matter. Because for Blizzard as a company, whether you're playing TBC or whether you're playing retail, money is money. You still have to sub to play TBC. So Blizzard wouldn't actually care. But for the health of retail, considering the fact that the related queries, the top 10 related queries, only 2 of them is retail related. The rest is all TBC related and classic related. That is problematic. That is very problematic.
searching by Rising. Okay, top searches. WoW, Warcraft, TBC, WoW Classic, World of Warcraft. I mean, still, TBC is really up there, definitely. I don't know how many people, it's impossible to say. Endwalker versus, okay, that's a good one. Let's look at Endwalker versus Shadowlands. Is that fair? Do you guys want to see Endwalker versus Shadowlands? Okay.
Yeah, I think that would
Endwalker.
probably be
Shadowlands.
decent. No?
There we go. Yeah, because here's the thing with WoW, okay? This is what a lot of people don't understand about World of Warcraft.
I don't know if you could.
Okay? Is that
Yeah, you could probably do it.
there are a lot of people out there who they don't play WoW. They just complain about it on the internet. Like, look how popular these fucking videos are. Like, I've got videos about WoW that have got more views than WoW might have active subscribers. Think about it.
True.
So that's probably what a lot of it is right there.
But I already explained this. I mean, look, anyone that is confused by this should really go take a class on humanity, because things that are going well isn't news. No one fucking sits there. No group of friends sits and gossips about the relationship between their friends that is absolutely perfect. Can you imagine? You're at a tea with your friends and your girlfriend turns to you, your boyfriend and whoever, and they go, oh my God, did you hear? Chris literally just treated Amelie perfectly. He was the perfect gentleman last night. He sat with her while she had cramps. He was just absolutely perfect. No one fucking talks about that. You'd be like, why are you whispering this? This isn't news. Get the fuck away from me. Bring me something more juicy than that. But if your friend goes, oh my God, did you hear? Chris is cheating on Amelie? That's news. Everyone cares. Everyone sits closer. Tell us more. What the fuck's going on here exactly? That's news. No one gives a shit about the good stuff that happens in the world. We care about the bad stuff. So it is absolutely possible for World of Warcraft to really trend because people are angry, because people are talking about their anger. And more often than not, I think there's a lot of people that's looking for a feed to that anger. So they feel angry. They want to know why other people feel angry so that they don't feel like they're alone. Something like that.
There's people that check in and they keep up with World of Warcraft, but they're not necessarily playing it. That's the truth. That's what's happened. So if you look right here, here's Endwalker. This is probably about about whenever it happened, and you have to compare the peaks. To be honest, there you go. That's the peaks. I mean, it's red and blue. Okay, guys. Like, I mean, do we really have to get down this simple? Yeah, there you go. So right here, obviously, let's go ahead and talk about this a little bit more. So obviously, World of Warcraft Shadowlands. This is whenever Shadowlands got popular. And also Endwalker. People were talking about both of the games, probably because just of all the drama between the two of them. That's kind of what
How many online
sense.
or for WoW?
Has just pretty much
And FF14
like
Reddit? I have not checked it. If someone can give me those numbers, I'd love to see it.
here in October, this was pretty much the worst time for Shadowlands right here. This is where there was no hope in sight. There was nothing good that was going to happen. It was all bad. Everything was bad. 6 months after Shadowlands, exactly. So then here you have right here, obviously this is the release date of Endwalker. Endwalker comes out. Guess what?
Spikes.
It's fucking popular. Everybody loves Endwalker. People are talking about Endwalker. People are going ape.
Remember, around this mark, people are searching for stuff. They want to know, how do I do this? How do I do that? How do I do this? How do I do that? But I feel like it's also important to understand the way in which Final Fantasy content works. In Final Fantasy, at least it is my understanding from my own play of ARR, and then also Heavensward, the patches in Final Fantasy for specific things isn't that heavy. So when a new sort of extreme tier or something launches, it will be one boss, and that's it. Yeah. But every patch you do get stuff. So there's like if you put all of it, if you take the aggregate of everything that you get within a single expansion, it's a shit ton of things, but it's more spaced out. So you get a lot more small things per patch than what you would get with World of Warcraft, where every single one of their point patches, like the 0.1 patch, 0.2 patch, all of their main patches are massive patches, right? This is where a new raid, new dungeon, new this, new that, new class reworks, and all that shit launches. And then the 0.5 patches are obviously just sort of fixes. That doesn't really matter. Ralston, link it to me on Discord. Sorry, I should have told you. Link it to me on Discord, please. Just removing that ban for you. Oh, there you go. A shout out to Ascension for the gifted sub. Thank you, brother. What's your sakes? How you doing, brother?
Shit about Endwalker. People are popping off. Add TBC for a nice comparison. Sure.
Online game term is scruff. I only have video game terms, and it looks totally different, and it's so for many. So I would say he's using wrong term. So try that, Akko. Quizix, so yeah, I mean, so you're saying online game term is the wrong one. We should use the video game term. I mean, to be fair, I'm literally just getting online game. I'm not getting a video game term. So I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure how. Would I type in WoW? So you still just get online game. Has twice as many online users right now, but more than 3 times less total members. WoW also uses MMO Champion more, and it's not peak hours. Why do we care about Google metrics? It's interesting to talk about. The thing is, most people look at this and they think this means something. We should be able to derive some deeper meaning from this. And the truth is, you shouldn't. You shouldn't be looking at this and thinking there's some kind of deeper meaning to it, because there isn't. It's interesting to talk about, it's interesting to look at, but it outside of marketing, it really means nothing. If you want to market something right now and you want to market something to World of Warcraft people, you could absolutely use Google Trends right now to market stuff to World of Warcraft, because a lot of people are searching for World of Warcraft stuff. But for us to figure out what the actual alpha of the game is, Google Trends means nothing.
Let me finish this right here. And obviously the interest in Endwalker has trailed off as more people have finished the content, and they're basically waiting for more content. Meanwhile, people in WoW are still farming their Korthia dailies, hoping that they'll get the magic mount and the magic box. It's a reskin. So that's basically where we're at.
Yeah.
We've got cross-faction announced. We've got, people looking forward to the next expansion.
I don't know how you can
There's a
find
lot of
this not
reasons why
interesting.
you're going to have people talking about WoW and excited about it right now because, you've got an expansion on the horizon. You've got the company shakeup. Obviously, there's a lot of people that are excited about WoW. Now, we're going to go ahead and add in Burning Crusade, okay? Okay.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. How is this possible? I don't even understand. Yeah, there's the release of Shadowlands right there. The release of TBC. And here's the release of Endwalker. And obviously Black Temple has made a lot more people interested in the Burning Crusade. TBC
Why
hype,
is TBC so high?
Unironically, TBC is the most hyped game. Holy shit. That's nuts. The member berries are strong. Oh my god. More hype for BT than Endwalker? Yeah, and more hype for fucking BT than fucking Shadowlands right now either. Oh my god.
It's a good game. It used to be a good game. It's not a good game anymore. By no metric is TBC still a good game. It used to be a good game. When it first came out, it was very good. I loved playing it. I wouldn't go back and play it again. You got to think about what's the ratio of content consumed by non-players versus people actually creating that content playing the game. Oh, yeah. I mean, I've had a couple of Final Fantasy people reach out to me saying that World of Warcraft content creators have really shaken up the landscape of Final Fantasy content. Because I think World of Warcraft content creators are far more active on almost every single thing. Far more active on the smallest little thing being covered versus I'd say sort of the general Final Fantasy content creator. And I think for that, I think Final Fantasy players aren't necessarily as active searching for stuff or looking for stuff on YouTube than what World of Warcraft people are. World of Warcraft players are incredibly in tune with Reddit, YouTube, sort of websites and stuff like that, because much of the game requires you to go online and figure that shit out.
Doesn't feel like it though? Yeah, it doesn't feel like it at all. This is so... I didn't expect this at all. This is unbelievable. This is crazy. Bro, like, fucking Burning Crusade is massive on Google Trends.
Yep.
This is insane. You get so many viewers playing TBC EZ? No shot, man. The last time I played TBC was my lowest viewership month that I had had in 6 months. Yeah.
TBC is another good example of a game that's fun to play, but again, wouldn't necessarily be fun to watch.
So I don't even know that, man. I don't know. Well, let's...
I think to get video game, you have to type in Endwalker. So if I go Final... Oh my god, what am I typing? What the fuck? Nope. Fantasy. Final Fantasy 14. I can do search term. I can do whatever the fuck that means. And then we have online game. So I don't have the video game title. I have online game, and then whatever the hell that is. So yeah, it might just be different countries with different things, right? So because I'm searching from South Africa, maybe it throws out online game for me versus if you're searching from another country, it will throw out video game because it's just sort of set differently. So yeah, my country, there is no online game. There is video game. I also actually, this is something that I did not keep in mind. How many Final Fantasy 14 people on console do you think is actively searching for Final Fantasy content on Google and stuff like that? Because it has to be less. I'm not saying that they don't search, but it has to be less because there's a barrier there, right? On PC, you want to search something on Google, you literally open the browser and search the thing on Google. It's easy. On console, you want to search something, you either have to get out of the game, go into the browser on your console, type in some on a weird keyboard that you have to sort of scroll in order to get to the latest one, or you have to get up and you have to go to your computer to search it, or get your phone out, search for the thing, and then do it. So it just feels like there's more of a barrier to entry in searching. So it might not be a massive difference, but you may actually see fewer people playing on console that will actually search things on Google for the game versus people who are playing on PC. Will probably just search much easier because there's no real barrier to entry there.
Let's go back over and let's just compare the online games, the World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy, and everything like that. Bro, like, Sweden fucking loves. They absolutely, no, they just love WoW in general. Holy shit.
Yeah, the Swedes seem to only play WoW.
Into the mix, and let's see what people are talking about. Hey, I've got a good idea. Let's go ahead and look at New World. Let's look at New World. I think that's a great idea. New World, supermarket company. It's actually not even a search term on Google. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Come on,
that's a bit
piece
sad.
of shit.
New World, is it what?
So right now we have obviously this is how New World was doing. So New World chugging right along. People are excited about the game.
Yeah, but
everybody's happy about it.
New World is
Man,
again a
dude,
search
I can't
term.
wait
It could
to
be a
chop
bunch
some
of different
trees.
things,
this
right?
Is going to be litty on a stack. And then right here, as you guys can see, this is whenever New World had its beta. And the beta came out. Everybody was talking about New World.
True.
Everybody wanted to see New World.
Yeah, I can already see. I'm just reading his chat, like very quickly, just reading some of the people writing in chat. And it is so clear to me how few people actually think about video games holistically and also include human nature holistically. So when he just brought up that World of Warcraft is very popular in Sweden, that's sort of a self-professed prophecy, right? It's a self-fulfilling prophecy because it's harder to leave a game when you have a bunch of friends that you're playing with. And it's also easier to be part of a game when you have a bunch of friends that you're going to be playing with. So the rate at which people are going to leave a game and join a new game is almost always going to be very fucking low when it comes to MMOs because it's such a commitment to get into it. Doomscream, how you doing, bro? D-Zack, how you doing, brother?
World was the game to see. It was the game. It was the ultimate and greatest game.
I said when beta came out, I tried beta, and I said that New World sucks. And everyone was like, no, bro, they're going to change it. They're going to make it better. Don't worry about it. It's going to be a great game. I was fucking right when I said it's going to suck.
Game of all time. And then it went back down. And so then right here we had, obviously, this is a little bit of hype right here for New World. It's right about to come out. People are excited. Maybe I did a few videos about it, etc. And right here you see this is the release of New World right here. September 26th to October 2nd. It came out
and now it's just a meme. Everyone just searches for the memes.
Fucking high. It blew everything else out of the water. Everybody was like, holy shit. New World. Wow. That's crazy. New World is so good. And then people...
New World failed, and I realized we're talking about a whole bunch of different things during this video. New World failed for one simple reason. It tried to reinvent the wheel when reinvention of the wheel wasn't necessary. Making an MMO doesn't require that you try to do something that is completely out of the box and just bonkers. It doesn't require that. It doesn't require you to reinvent or break the system. You can operate within the system and get it to work just fine. It just feels like they were so focused on trying to make this real exploration game that is just going to drive people on this adventure. And they focused not at all on the story, really, because I played the game twice. Twice to max level, one during beta and once during its launch. And both times, I'm still not entirely sure what the fucking story is for the game. Because you basically have like a story for the first 10 levels, and then the story just kind of ends. It's just like, oh, now go out and kill players. And it's like, oh, no story? So, what happened here? Why am I here? Is there any sort of quest I can do to maybe get some backstory, some lore? Maybe? No, just go kill a bunch of people. Don't worry about it. You don't need to know. Say, oh, okay, this is a beautiful world, but I would love to know what the fuck is going on here. Because that's why I want to play video games, right? So yeah, I don't know. From the beginning while I was playing it, I was just like, this is not going to work. They want to do this Dark Soul-esque sort of combat style, but their monsters aren't anywhere near interesting enough. Like, the NPCs in the game is just not interesting enough to drive a Dark Soul-esque kind of combat style. Because almost all of your NPCs have exactly the same attack animations, exactly the same attack combos that they use. So you learn one, you learn them all.
People were like, hold up, wait a minute. But, like...
Datefly, you're asking me what are my thoughts on Ashes of Creation? Thin line. It can go both ways for me when it comes to Ashes of Creation. On the one side, I think Ashes of Creation is doing enough things differently that it might just work, but I do not believe that Ashes of Creation is going to be a killer game. I don't believe that people who... If there's people, and I've heard people who go, Ashes of Creation is the next big game. It's like, no, it's not. It's not. Ashes of Creation is going to do well. It's probably going to have a good million people or so playing, but that's it. It's not going to be a 10 million game, a 10 million player game. It's not going to be the MMO of all time. It's too niche. The things that they're trying to build into the game is going to appeal to a very small group of players. And Perpetrator just said it there. The literal head of the studio, of Intrepid Studios, Steven, made that very clear. They're not expecting a game that's going to be played by millions upon millions upon millions of players. They know that this is going to be played by very few people, and very few people are going to enjoy it. But to them, that's fine. They're making a game that they want to play. He likes that hardcore element in video games, and that's what he wants to play. So I don't think, outside of a very niche audience, Ashes of Creation has any chance of ever truly becoming a killer of anything.
People were hitting 60.
Doomscream, there's a massive difference between World of Warcraft and Ashes of Creation. World of Warcraft was almost always going to attract millions of players because it lowered the barrier to entry for MMO players significantly. Prior to World of Warcraft, the only MMOs on the market were very hardcore games that had stuff like de-leveling, games that had stuff where you can lose your gear when you get killed, hardcore PvP games with very little focus on PvE. Yeah? Then came WoW. And WoW lowered that bar significantly. So WoW basically came in and it said, wait, we want to be more of a sort of casual friendly game. Not completely casual. It still had some of those elements that you had in games like EverQuest and games like Dark Age of Camelot, Lineage 2, Ultima Online. It still had some of those things, but it no longer had all of those things, right? It was far more linear and easy to understand than any of those previous games. So it was always going to do well, because all of the millions of people that were really struggling to keep up in EverQuest and struggling to keep up in Dark Age of Camelot would find their way in World of Warcraft quite a bit easier. Ashes of Creation isn't trying to be an easier game to get into. In fact, it's going the opposite way. Ashes of Creation is trying to bring back the days of your EverQuests and your Lineage 2s and your Ultima Onlines. It's trying to bring back these games that is incredibly player driven and where it's hardcore as fuck and you just have to keep up with it. And I feel like just looking at the landscape. Now, I could be wrong. There is a world in which I could be wrong. But looking at the landscape that we have today, most people don't have the time for a game like Ashes of Creation. To play a game like Ashes of Creation at a very high level, you need 6, 7, 8 hours a day that you have to be able to grind and farm and keep up with the game. How many people do you know that have 6 to 8 hours a day to play video games? Most people don't. Most people have 3, maybe 4 hours a night. In fact, if you look at the vast majority of studies that's been done, they put heavy gamers at 10 hours a week. They consider people who are heavy gamers to play at least 10 hours a week, right? Now, those are rookie numbers for someone like myself and for some of you. Those are rookie numbers. 10 hours a day, 10 hours a week is what I do in a day. Yeah, that's easy life. But for most people, that's a lot of hours. And 10 hours a week in a game like Ashes of Creation, you're basically not going to do anything. You're going to explore, you're maybe going to enjoy yourself a little, but you're never going to be able to get to end game in that game. So it's just always going to be niche. It was designed for that.
They were starting to, have to realize they had to pay for dungeon runs. They died, and their gear and their inventory took durability damage. They had to farm Azoth, and then they had to farm more Azoth. And then they were like, you know what? I'm going to level up a crafting profession. Why not? And then they realized they had...
Ormy, what do you mean? Golden age of WoW numbers in order to call yourself successful. What do you mean? Oh, you mean sort of 12 million players in order to be successful. True. With the advent of cash shops and sort of the landscape change that games have undergone, you can be a very highly successful game with 1 million people. You'll make money. You will make money. You have a $15 a month intake just from the sub alone. That's $15 million a month, by the way. That's a lot of fucking money. And then let's imagine that there's at least 100,000 of those people that's spending $5 to $10 a month on the cash shop as well. That's a pretty penny. That's not bad money, considering the fact that you want Intrepid Studios isn't the largest fucking studio out there. They only recently hired another 68 people, which I think puts their total at something like 200 or 250 developers, maybe lower than that even. That's a good chunk of change, considering that if you want to be a billionaire, then yes, maybe 1 million players is enough. But if you just want to make good money and sort of build on that, that's plenty.
To make 7,000 pairs of gloves. And then they stopped logging on. And then they didn't log on again.
Potato Dude, very true.
And then they added the gypsum patch. Things were pretty good. Everything's decent. All right. It's not too bad. And then people realized it's pretty much the same thing. And now New World is pretty steady. Let's look at YouTube searches. There we go. New World and World of Warcraft are neck and neck. And right here, New World, bro.
So this makes my point perfectly. Do you think the people that are searching New World on YouTube are searching it because they're actually playing it? Or do you think there's a bunch of people searching it to sort of watch meme videos about how bad New World is? The answer is obviously there's a bunch of people searching New World on YouTube because they want to see how fucking bad it is. Because it's bad. And there's so many content creators that is jumping on that, making videos about how bad it is. So, yeah, just because you're high in the trains does not always mean a good thing for you.
New World is good for your YouTube channel.
Or they might see if it's been improved. Yeah, that's also possible. It is also possible. They want to see if it's actually improved. Because maybe they want to go back. It doesn't mean that they're actively playing, but maybe they're thinking about going back.
You know what I think is really funny about this? Is like, let's go ahead and look at the Steam charts for New World and see how many people are actually even playing it. Steam charts. So, 67,000 people playing New World. So, what does this tell me? This tells me that people are probably watching New World content so much because they want to know what's going to happen next. Yeah, they want to know what's going to happen next. And again, the thing
That's not... All-time peak is 913,000. 34,000 people were playing an hour ago. That's not bad numbers. It's not great numbers, but it's not miserable numbers. I mean, if you look at some of a game with no sub, very true. That's not, like I said, not great numbers. But if you think about the bad luck that game have had and how bad it is, it's kind of interesting that it still has this, this amount of players. I would have expected it to be far lower.
New World, like we're gonna compare New World with let's say Final Fantasy or something like that.
No, it's obviously not brilliant. That is true. I'm obviously not saying like this is just brilliant. They're doing so well for themselves. Amazon should absolutely not give them a pat on the back, right? They shouldn't be going there, oh my God, we're doing so well. But it's better than expected. Let me put it that way. Much better than what I thought it would have looked like.
That so Final Fantasy obviously got a huge boost right there with Endwalker, and it's just gone down. Now, obviously, there are not only 17,000 people playing Final Fantasy because they're...
Based on my own stream and my own experience, the vast majority of people don't play through Steam. In fact, most people, when they learned that I play through Steam, was like, oh my God, dude, you should have bought the game just straight from the website. So I don't know why people are so opposed to playing Final Fantasy on Steam, but I've not had any real issues playing it through Steam. It's fine. It does the job. It gets me into the game.
Most people don't use the Steam charts. So you can use the trajectory to somewhat discern a pattern, but you cannot use the number. Like the number is indicative of a trend, but the number itself is inaccurate.
Just for funsies, I want to see something. All right. All right. Look at this. Now, you can't tell me that this isn't incredibly interesting. A game that is... A game that is launched, I think, 5 years ago now. So 5 years ago, this game launched, yeah? And it's still... It's basically the same amount of players as New World, 36,704. Peaks, 36. And all-time peak is 103,000. We go to the 1 year mark. Very steady. How is this game keeping all of these fucking players? It is an absolute amazing game. But this is sort of how you know that a game is phenomenal. And here you can see every single person that watched the new Witcher series. Like the Witcher Season 2 launches and BAM! 78,000 people plays Witcher 3. That is just sort of fucking funny. Triss is not baseball. Everyone else is Jennifer. I'm guessing it's new users too, since you don't miss out on anything if you buy it later. To be fair, a game that is 5 years old is still getting 36,000 fucking players. 24-hour peak is 36,700 players. That is considerable. It's what? Almost 40,000. Almost 40,000 players on average in the last 30 days. January 36, 25, 15, 13, 19, 18, 19, 17, 20, 21. It's doing pretty well, in terms of average players, peak players. So peak players, you have 70, 78, 62, 31, 33, 30, 44. It's quite baffling. This is how you know what a good game looks like. So whenever I tell you guys the engagement metrics are shit and doesn't need to be in a video game to actually make a video game fun, this is what I'm talking about. Because there's no engagement metrics in this game. None whatsoever. It's a single player game that can literally be finished. takes a while to finish. It's not something that you can finish in a day. Well, you could if you speed run it, but if you're actually playing it, it's going to take you a while to finish. But it's a game that can literally just be finished. And yet you still have 5 years after the launch of the game, you still have almost 40,000 people playing it every month. Probably more every month. You don't need anything else. You want to look at Skyrim. Which one? This is why I think Skyrim is the biggest scam in the world, dude. You type in Skyrim and just look at all the fucking Skyrims that you have to go through in order to figure out which one you want to fucking see. So it has 24,000 people playing, 27,000 peak, and 69,000 all time. It's obviously not including consoles, which is where I think most people play Skyrim. Yeah. But it's still a great game. Witcher 3 also, to be fair, doesn't include consoles. It's only the Steam charts that were. But again, I'm not going to take anything away from Skyrim. Skyrim is still a very good game. It was made very well. Mods make it even better. And again, more proof that engagement is not what brings people back into games. If you make a good game, they're going to keep playing it. You don't need engagement design.
Accurate. Does that make
Skyrim
sense?
is also probably,
what
5 years old at this point?
And it doesn't matter if there's 17,000 or 117,000. Why you choose New World as word, it's wrong. 100% it's wrong. So you guys think that New World, like there's others...
That's actually fucking far more impressive. So I'm not a Skyrim fan, just to be clear. I've never even finished Skyrim. So that's why I wouldn't know when it launched, but that's even more impressive. Considering the fact that 10 years, 12 years almost after its launch, it still has 24,000 players. That's fucking impressive. I don't care who you are. That's impressive.
Search terms with New World that are being included into this that aren't the game. New World, you want to try MMO? Sure, let's see if I can find it. New World Order. Okay, that's
New World
good.
Order.
MMO? Oh, God, thank you, guys.
There we go.
Thank you
Online
so much.
game.
We found it. Yeah, that's about right. Okay.
That looks better.
So here we go. New World still more popular on YouTube than Final
looks
Fantasy.
like today on Steam.
However, yeah, this seems...
It's just a click away. Fallout 4. 17,000 players. It's not bad. 18,000 peak, 471,000 peak. But again, you have to realize that this is this doesn't include, because it is my understanding that PlayStation downloads is actually far higher than PC and console downloads for Bethesda games. At least that's my understanding. I could be wrong, but my understanding is that the PlayStation downloads is far higher. There's far more people playing Bethesda games on PlayStation than what there are for either Xbox or PC. So you guys want Fallout New Vegas? That's not how you type it, but anyways. Yeah, no. Not quite as popular as Fallout 4. I think the age on this thing really does show. Fallout 3. The age there would show even more, no? Game of the Year edition. Only 578 people playing this right now.
It's a little bit more right. And let's look at
Minecraft.
Searches, okay?
Get
so this
fucked,
is just on
dude.
YouTube.
Okay, Minecraft, obviously. Wait, is Minecraft on Steam? It is, right? But obviously, Minecraft is like the most played game of all time. You do have Minecraft Dungeons, but I think that failed. But from what it's my understanding that Minecraft is the most played game of all time. It's like it's insane the amount of people that play Minecraft. So I don't exactly. I watched the video when was it? I think yesterday, the day before, but they actually showed it. Like Minecraft is fucking stupid.
And on fuck ass. So New World has actually gone below Final Fantasy.
I love when you're so annoyed that you just say words that make no sense. Fuck ass. I love that.
Final Fantasy reigns supreme. And it has once again
shit.
defeated New World. There it is. Congratulations, Final Fantasy Andes. You have defeated New World. Elder Scrolls Online? Yeah, we're going to look at Elder Scrolls on.
Yeah, League of Legends is... League of Legends, before Minecraft, I believe, was considered to be the largest game on the planet. Because they have like 100 million concurrent logins, I think, a day or some shit like that. So League of Legends is huge. And Minecraft fucking blows it out of the water. It's kind of weird that Minecraft, after all these years, still just, like, smashes shit. I played Minecraft once. I was not, like, the biggest fan of it.
Online in just a minute, okay? So let's go over and let's actually look at Elder Scrolls Online right now. Okay, they just had a new release, so you're going to expect a lot of people that... Actually, you know what? A lot of people. Let's look at Elder Scrolls Online, and then we're going to look at Lost Ark. Okay, guys? Elder Scrolls Online. The Elder Scrolls Online. So Elder Scrolls Online has been not too great, but it has actually gone up. Elder Scrolls Online, this is with the announcement of their video. So obviously Elder Scrolls Online just announced an expansion, so it would make sense that Elder Scrolls is going up. And as you can see right there,
but it's again
Elder Scrolls
steady
is
as
actually doing
shit.
quite well, and this is on.
I mean, look at that. They've managed to keep it quite steady throughout all of its time. You know, it has its peaks and its valleys. What's actually more interesting to me about Elder Scrolls Online is there's no massive jumps. Do you guys see that? Unlike, I need to see a better comparison because he's only on 12 months there. So let's do, for fuck's sake, the Elder Scrolls. The Elder Scrolls Online. Here we go. The Elder Scrolls Online. Give me let's just see the last 5 years. Fuck it. Not gonna watch it. Don't need more than that. Google search interest doesn't equal positive engagement. No, obviously not, Enricus, as we've already explained multiple times. All right, so you have Elder Scrolls here at the bottom, but something that's interesting to me is look at WoW, yeah? So look at WoW, and it has these massive peaks, massive valleys, massive peaks, massive valleys. It's sort of, it goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down. It's very sort of riding that wave. But then when you look at both Final Fantasy and Elder Scrolls Online, it doesn't seem to have the same massive peak, massive down. For the most part, it has its peaks, don't get me wrong, but not as huge as WoW. Which, if I am to posit a guess, now, it's probably going to piss some people off, but if I were to posit a guess as to why this happens, World of Warcraft launches with a brand new expansion. There's a crap ton of things for people to do right at the beginning. They do it, they get done, they leave. So it drops again. Whereas with both Final Fantasy and with ESO, it's more a case of there's almost always something to do. So you don't get these giant spikes of people coming in and then these massive falls of people leaving. Instead, it's just sort of like people stay. So people don't really go, people don't really leave, they just sort of stay. They're just always there, sort of searching stuff because they're doing something now. And so it's not this massive sort of spike and down, spike and down, spike and down. That's a guess, right? I'm not saying that's true. This is literally trends. So it's not actually telling us how many people are playing the game. It's just trends. So this could also just be that Final Fantasy and ESO players always Google stuff. Doesn't matter whether they're playing or not, they're just always Googling the names. That could also be a factor.
Web searches worldwide. Okay, can you include Guild Wars 2 as well? Yeah, we're going to look at Guild Wars 2. The next one that we're going to look at, however, is actually going to be Lost Ark. A lot of people have been talking about this game. A lot of people want to see it compared.
Yeah, Lost Ark
we're
is going to be
right
interesting.
now. So let's take a look
It's
at
almost
Lost Ark.
Lost Ark is almost unfair to compare against any of the other games here. Whether it's high or low doesn't really matter, but it's a game that hasn't launched yet that has created a lot of hype. So I'm almost guessing that it's going to be quite high just because it hasn't launched yet and a lot of people are looking forward to trying it out.
Lost Ark. Online game. Don't even think about fucking me. There we go. So Lost Ark right here. This is October and November.
I expected higher.
I think it would kind of make sense. This is about,
Interesting.
yes, this is whenever they did the beta. This is the beta for Lost Ark right here. And Lost Ark is actually growing quite a bit. It's gotten much more popular over time. And it's actually more popular now than it was even during the beta, whenever the game was available to play.
I feel like
people
looking at these charts, except for a few outliers, if you look at every single one of these lines, almost all of them, regardless of the game, go sort of down at the same time and sort of up at the same time with maybe a couple of months lag in between. So one might take a month or two to go up later than the others, but they seem to follow a similar, we don't care so much about Googling video games. Now we care about Googling video games. Now we don't care so much about Googling video games. It seems similar with a couple of outliers.
were able to watch it. So Lost Ark is actually doing incredibly well. And
yeah,
if you
I'd
look,
say.
I'm sure, let's see here, interest for Final Lost Ark is probably Korea, right? Bro, look at that shit.
Yep.
Like South Korea, bro, they fucking love that game. Like that is their game. That's what they do. That is what they fucking do over there.
If you look at this chart, especially here on the end, you have WoW currently on an upward trend. You have Lost Ark currently on an upward trend. You have Elder Scrolls Online currently on an upward trend. You have Final Fantasy 14 currently on an upwards trend, and then you have New World just down. Like, there's no upward trend for New World. It's just down. It's just going down. It did not catch the hype for the rest of these games.
RuneScape. Let's take New World off the table here, and let's go ahead and use RuneScape instead. And actually, yeah, here
They are checking Lost Ark right now. There's Lost Ark, the purple one.
Is showing 42% WoW. New World at 18, Final Fantasy at 14, Elder Scrolls for the United States is at 25%. Imagine that, 5%. Lost Ark 1%. That is
Seems
a little bit
about
weird.
right.
I don't know how that happens. Yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me either. Yeah, there you go. Your graphs are so fucked
Mascot,
up.
very
Asmon.
true.
I feel like they're kind of fucked up too, if you want my honest opinion. Because how could Lost Ark be so low? Because here in the United States, right here, look at this.
People are looking at this wrong because it's not player numbers. It doesn't account for player numbers. It doesn't account for daily logins or anything like that. It literally accounts for people searching these terms and searching these games. Now, all you're looking at here is web searches, which isn't necessarily optimal, considering the fact that a lot of people wouldn't be searching the web. A lot of people would be searching YouTube. So you would need the YouTube search in order to see the other half of it. But then I still feel like you wouldn't even be getting the other half of it, because there's a lot of places where people would go to Reddit, for example. And in Reddit, they might type in Black Mage Guide. They didn't type in Black Mage Reddit. They went to Reddit. In the search bar for Reddit, they went Black Mage Guide. Google's not going to catch that. That's on Reddit. You're not searching that on Google. You're searching that physically on Reddit. So you're basically not actually getting... You're never going to get the full picture, because different games are going to have different ways for people to find information. Very different ways. Well, I do that, Old Man Crest. Every single thing that I want to know, I go to Reddit and I type in the thing that I want to know because Reddit knows. Always. I search Reddit. Before I search Google, I search Reddit. That's just because Reddit, I just trust Reddit more. You have games like World of Warcraft, for example, where most people that want guides in World of Warcraft isn't going to type into Google Warlock Guide or Affliction Warlock Guide. Why the fuck would you do that? There's a Discord that belongs to Warlocks where you'll find the guides for Warlocks. There's a Paladin Discord. There's a Discord for everything. So people aren't going to go to Google for these things. They're just going to find it, wherever they are. So I don't necessarily... It's like people think, oh my god, Lost Ark is so low. That sucks. Well, it might be that low because a lot of people are following the Lost Ark subreddit. So they're not actually typing into Google Lost Ark. They get all of their news about Lost Ark straight from the subreddit. So if you need a guide, I doubt you even know about the Discords. I would be hard-pressed to find anyone that doesn't know about the Discords, but it is possible.
Lost Ark at 7%. Only 7% of people are looking at Lost Ark. Well, you see that? No Western release? Yeah, I think so. Let's look at YouTube search. This is YouTube search. Lost Ark obviously is just getting massive for YouTube.
Yep.
It's on the same level as World of Warcraft right now because everybody is looking up Lost Ark videos. I think it's very weird how only 2% of the people in the United States are actually looking at Lost Ark videos. That seems so fucking wrong. It seems so...
The game hasn't launched yet. And what a lot of people don't keep in mind, all of us, myself included, all of us in this channel right now, literally all of us on the whole of Twitch is but a very small number of people overall in the world. Most people in the world aren't clued in on all of the news, even most of the news that goes on within the gaming industry. Games launch every single day where the vast majority of fucking people have no clue that it's launched. I guarantee you right now there are MMO players that wouldn't even know what Lost Ark is if you ask them. It will only start to register with them once Lost Ark launches. Then maybe a friend will tell them, oh my god, I discovered this new game that I'm playing now. It's Lost Ark. It's so fucking amazing. You have to go check it out. Most people don't live their lives on the internet, so they have no idea what's going on. So it makes sense that people in the US there's probably so many people in the US that don't even know what Lost Ark is, let alone, Google it or YouTube it. You're not going to YouTube something that you don't fucking know, right? If you don't know there's such a thing as Lost Ark, you're not going to go YouTube for it.
So fucking wrong. But yeah, that's where things are looking right now for YouTube searches. Yeah, there you go. And anyway, let's go ahead and we're going to move on to the next game. And the next game that we're going to look at is going to be RuneScape. So RuneScape,
fucking
online
RuneScape.
Game. Old school RuneScape and RuneScape. I don't know how each one is going to be. Holy shit. Wait, that's WoW. For a second, wow.
Jesus.
Okay, RuneScape's only 9%. I think old school RuneScape. Let's do OS.
Why is old school RuneScape going to be higher?
RuneScape is much higher. So RuneScape is higher
slightly
than
higher.
Elder Scrolls and also Final Fantasy. It's on YouTube. Yeah, this is on YouTube as well. So let's go ahead and look at web searches right here. As you guys can see,
there's still fuckers that play old school RuneScape
is
like
just
hardcore.
Popping the fuck off. People love RuneScape. There's a lot of
never
people
even played
playing
it.
RuneScape, and there always has been. There's many people. It's been popular
never
for
played it.
What, decades?
Is there anyone
now.
here that's played old school RuneScape? Because I've never touched it. Is it worth? That's what he did all day at work. Is it worth trying out at least? I have, but it's not my thing. From what I've seen, so I've watched Pyromancer play it in the past, and from what I've seen, it's one of those hardcore grind games. You're just basically doing the same fucking thing over and over and over again trying to max some shit out. And if that is the case, then I have no interest in playing it. I play with my fiance every now and then, but yeah, it's okay. It's just really hardcore grinding. It was a good intro to MMORPGs. It's too outdated to enjoy these days. Yeah, so not my type of game.
It makes sense that RuneScape is just continuously actually growing and getting more popular. Now, I think one thing that's really interesting with all of these graphs, this is something that I think for sure, isn't it crazy how every MMO is going up? A lot of people are searching and looking for more MMOs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually, that's good. Like, this is a good thing. No matter what what game you play or anything like that.
So people love to say that the MMO genre is dead. Like that, a lot of people use this as an explanation for why WoW is doing so badly. People would say, "Well, MMOs is just dead. No one really cares about MMOs anymore." And the truth is, that's just the most wrong argument ever. Because whenever a new MMO gets announced, the hype is fucking off the charts. When Ashes of Creation was announced, people were losing their shit. Videos on YouTube were getting millions of views talking about Ashes of Creation. It's not that MMOs are dead. It's that most MMO players have learned that most MMOs are scams. So, you know, a new game launches, we try it out, we realize, wow, this was a scam, and then we go back to playing games that we don't really want to play. We would love to play an MMO, but there's no real good MMOs out there for people to play. You know, outside of a couple of like World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy, ESO, Star Wars: The Old Republic, although that's, I think, very niche. Outside of those, Guild Wars 2, there's like hundreds of MMOs that are complete and utter scam. It's just scammers upon scammers. So most MMO gamers have just sort of learned that there's no point in holding out hope for good MMOs. If you don't enjoy one of the top 5, there is no MMOs.
Yeah, this is certainly a good thing. Abso-fucking-lutely, man. FFXIV. So it's going to show the same stuff. It's going to show, like, Final Fantasy 14, probably going to show the same thing. There you go.
I don't see why
slightly more, slightly less, depending on which search term you use. But in general, this is what the trends are. And Genshin Impact. Okay, we'll try Genshin Impact. That could
Jumbo
be fun.
Troop.
Let's look at Genshin Impact.
Is that an MMO?
Okay. You fucking kidding me? I might have to start playing it now. This is what we've got to do. We've got to play Genshin Impact, guys. This is it. We fought a good fight, but it's over now.
How's that?
And we have to recognize.
Isn't that like an extremely cartoony game? Why are so many people fucking searching shit on Genshin Impact? It's a gacha MMO? What the fuck is what's gacha? Waifu Simulator. What's gacha? Gacha wallet. All right. Okay, that makes sense. So it's one of those pay-to-win, heavily influenced. All right. No, I get it. It's also on mobile? Makes sense. Yes. Okay.
Recognize that the Tectone was right all along. 2D really is greater than 3D. How is this possible? Oh my god. Wow, I guess people do have phones after all. Black Desert Online. Let's see where it is. Yep, that's about right. Black Desert Online, it's just not super popular.
Yeah.
And it's also not really that big of a surprise. I think, yeah, obviously Final Fantasy 14 in Japan is just fucking massive.
Jesus.
And old school RuneScape is very big as well. I feel like these Lost Ark numbers are wrong. Like, I really just, I cannot accept
10K?
that
Really?
Black Desert Online has
Maria the
7
Pigeon, how you doing?
times the amount of...
I wonder why MMO creators are just not inviting some of the MMO players and ask questions to them. Like, have an RP, PvE, and PvP player in one room, ask questions that, what would you like from an MMO, and build their games accordingly. So there's actually a lot of developers that do that. They don't get people into a room because you no longer need to. With the advent of YouTube and the advent of Twitch, you don't actually need to get players into a room. Once your game is ready, you start doing the alpha and the beta, you allow people to stream the game on Twitch, those streamers are going to tell you 100% unfiltered what they think of the game, right? As a streamer, if I get into a place in the game where I just feel like this is shite, I'm going to say, wow, this is shit. This fucking sucks. I can't believe they're making me do this. And if you're a developer that's active and you're actually paying attention to the streamers, you're going to get all the feedback that you need right there. I know there are game developers that actually part of their daily routine is to watch streams of their game as people are playing it to figure out what they need to change, what they need to do better, because you get unfiltered thoughts from streamers. I feel like the problem with getting players into a room and asking them questions is almost always going to be not everyone will know how to express what they want. Because we're not game developers, we're players. So we'd be able to say, oh yeah, I want to do this, this, and this. But in terms of a game developer speak, that's not necessarily going to be very helpful. So I'm not sure you're going to get all the help. At the end of the day, I always say, make the game that you wish to play. And then hope that there are other people that want to play it as well. And if there isn't, figure out why they don't want to play it and make the changes accordingly.
Of online presence and searches actively than Lost Ark that's about to come out in like a few days. But who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows? Maybe it's been released and that's why. It's hard to say. And PoE, I'm not going to go through every game. I just wanted to go through MMOs. But hey.
I would say, though, and I know that's not popular to say because there's a lot of developers that would probably disagree with me here, but I actually think that your casual audience matters far more than your hardcore audience. And I know for most game developers, that's not the metric that they follow, because casual audience is far less likely to buy things from the store. Your hardcore audience is usually the ones that's dropping money on the store. But I think if you can keep the casual audience happy, you're almost guaranteed to have a very healthy hardcore audience as well. Because the hardcore isn't always going to do hardcore content. Sometimes they want to do casual content. And if there's no casual players to do casual content with, the hardcore player isn't going to stick around for too long because there's no one to play with. Whereas if you have healthy casual content and you have thousands upon thousands of players or millions of players enjoying that casual content, it's going to develop into a hardcore audience as well.
Hey, if you guys want anything to make you depressed, let's go ahead
Shadow's
and search
very
this.
true. Candy Crush.
Fuck.
Lol.
Oh, wow. Wait, it's not even that high. There's no shot. No shot it's not that high. No shot. Okay, let's do Minecraft. Minecraft is a better example. Yeah, because it's a...
Oof.
It's just...
Oof. People wanted to know how popular Minecraft is? Minecraft literally pushed all of those other games right down on top of one another and just popped off. We're at the top here, bastards. Jesus.
It's just not fair, man. It's just not fucking fair. Just not fucking fair, man. You believe that? Wow. Look.
You could look on YouTube as well. Take any gaming video that you want to take and then take a Minecraft gaming video and be surprised at Minecraft videos that to this day get like 10 million views in the first day. Minecraft content creators are making bank on YouTube. You make a 20-minute Minecraft video and 10 million views one day. Boom. Just like that.
Look at this.
When am I making Minecraft server?
Look at Ashley.
We had a Minecraft server. I played one night and I stopped. I didn't have that much fun in it. Like, we tried to build... So, I guess we were a bit over ambitious. But we tried to build a massive castle in the sky. And that took a long time. It took like almost 4 hours to get the groundwork laid for the castle. Like, literally just to get the ground that we're going to build on. It took like a fucking long time. And then I just got bored. And I moved on. But I'd be interested if people want to play some Minecraft. I'd be interested to set something up.
Creation, there's not really much hype around Ashes of Creation because the content's not out right now. We'll have to wait for some actual content to come out, and then we'll have a better idea of what to expect with Ashes. So yeah, I wouldn't really look at that.
People don't actually realize this, but Minecraft is basically an MMO with just a massive amount of building that you can do. But there's like dungeons, and I believe people spoke about like raid-esque kind of things in the game. It's not actually dungeons. You sort of travel to the underworld, and then you kill a bunch of stuff for resources that will then allow you to build better things. So it's sort of like I guess a lot of people love it because of the freedom that it provides. You can basically do just about anything you fucking want to do in that game. Like anything you want to do, you can do in Minecraft.
Right now. Japan, though? Oh, yeah, Japan, obviously. You know, it's the one place where Final Fantasy reigns supreme. Check League of Legends. Sure, I'll check that. Holy shit!
Yeah, of course.
Bro, what? No shot. Really?
Why are you surprised, Asmon? Why are you surprised? League of Legends have more players than all of those MMOs combined. Why are you surprised? Especially considering the fact that every single League player in the world has Google open right next to him whenever he goes into a game. They literally typing in champion name bold. Like that's literally every single YouTube, like every single League of Legends player. Sun Goddess, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. 13 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How you doing, Goddess? Probably just reacting like that. Yeah, I don't know how you can be surprised by that. League of Legends is huge, so of course it's going to crush the others. I'm far more surprised that League of Legends isn't closer to Minecraft.
Okay, what about YouTube search? It's just like, I'm so fucking sick. I'm so sick of this shit. So sick of this fucking shit. Oh my god, man. It's just not fair. Time for Minecraft speedruns? Oh man, I'm gonna have to message Slat and see if he can get me into the Dream SMP, man. Fuck. Oh.
Wait, let's do it ourselves because I don't know if he's gonna do it. So we'll do it quickly. Fucking hell. It's to remove this, yeah, and then we go Minecraft. Oh, by the way, Maria the Pigeon, thanks for the Prime sub. Really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm here to stay. Please keep up the amazing streams and videos coming. Maria the Pigeon, it is an absolute pleasure. Why am I doing search term? Why am I not doing game? Well, I'm not typing correctly. That's why. Minecraft video game. You guys wanted to see Roblox, right? Roblox is getting its ass handed to it. What do you want to see? What do you want to see? Roblox is getting its ass handed to it. It ain't touching this. So yeah, I wouldn't start talking shit to Minecraft players if you're a Roblox player. Not as far apart as I thought. GTA 5. Oh my fuck. Of course GTA 5 isn't going to be as high. I'd be well surprised if GTA 5 is even on this list. Yeah. If in case you're wondering, the bottom line here is supposed to be black. That yellow thing you see there, that's GTA 5. That's the search term. So let's do the video game. Whoa. Whoa. What? GTA 5 is this popular? What the fuck? How? Wow. How is that even, like, what the fuck? League of Legends, yeah? Oh, for fuck's sake. League of Legends online game. How in the hell is League of Legends? Oh, this is YouTube search. I don't think it would have as much of a YouTube search. What the actual fuck? Past 12 months? How is League of Legends... Roblox has overtaken Minecraft in the last few months. What am I seeing? Why? You can't tell me these ain't mostly kids, right? Right? I'd be surprised it might be more than just kids. You wanted to see what game? Fortnite. Oh, we're just going down the rabbit hole now. Fortnite Battle Royale. It's doing well, guys. It's doing well. But Fortnite isn't a game. The game isn't in here. It's called literally Fortnite Battle Royale. That's the game. If I'm just gonna do Fortnite, that's gonna be the search term, and I don't know if that's gonna be fair. Well, here we have Fortnite online game, so let's see. Sort of slots nicely in between Grand Theft Auto and League of Legends. But what the fuck is up with Roblox and Minecraft? Loomdog, thanks for the 100 bits, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you. The original Fortnite was so good. I still hate Epic for leaving it in the dust for the Battle Royale. I never played the original. Roblox is a lot of stupid children play that. Roblox is free to play. Minecraft isn't. You have to purchase Minecraft, or at least you have to pay for the servers. Right? That's very strange. I'm surprised that League of Legends is this far down, though. I expected League to be higher, gonna be honest with you.
Oh no. Does this mean I'm gonna get canceled every week if I do that? That is crazy. Check MMO population data? Why would I check MMO population data? What the fuck do they know? It's just a bullshit website. Let's go ahead and pull up this website real quick, okay?
What
Most
website?
popular MMOs. So, let's see. Current.
What? Let me just quickly go back there. I just want to.
Let's go ahead and pull up this website real quick.
Bun Buns, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. League peaked because of the Netflix show. Yeah, but even in its peak, like, look at this. Even in its peak, it's still like below Grand Theft Auto. So even in its peak, it's still not getting anywhere near the amount of web searching. Now, like I said, it could just be. So, for example, if you're a League of Legends player, you're almost guaranteed to have something like this. I think it's Mobile Fire. You're almost guaranteed to have a website like this bookmarked. Yeah. Either this or I believe up.org is another one that you can use, or op.org is another one that you can use. But you'll have a website like this almost guaranteed open on your computer, bookmarked somewhere. Because this is where you're going to search for any champion that you want to play and get the build, and also be able to see how you should play against whatever matchup you have. Maybe the build changes, or whatever the case might be. Yeah, so it's almost guaranteed that you're going to have one of these sites. So you're probably not going to use something like Google really that often. Yeah. Yeah, u.gg or op.gg. Those are going to be the thing. You're going to have that because why would you need to Google everything? So that might be the only reason that explains why League of Legends is sort of this low. It's because there's not really much. If you look at all of these other games, you look at Grand Theft Auto, Roblox, Minecraft, even Fortnite, you might look for strategies, you might look for people playing it, you might do a whole bunch of things. Whereas with League of Legends, you're not going to search, web search specifically, you're not going to search really Google for it, you know? Have a look at this. MMO population. We were just talking about this. How do they get to those numbers, though? I want to know. Because it has Path of Exile at 2.17 million. It has Final Fantasy at 1.7 million. And it has World of Warcraft at 1.1 million. So I know that you can look. I know that you can take the APIs for World of Warcraft, right? For example, this is how sites like what's that, Warcraft logs and stuff like that operate. They use the API for World of Warcraft, and that's how they can see how many people are raiding, how many people are doing Mythic Plus, stuff like that. You could also scrub the armory to see how often people log in and how often people log out. But none of these games. So, for example, I know for a fact Final Fantasy XIV doesn't share their actual sub numbers. I know for a fact World of Warcraft doesn't share its actual sub numbers. I don't think Destiny does either. Lost Ark may or may not, considering it hasn't launched in the West yet. This number is going to be obviously much higher. I refuse to believe that World of Warcraft Classic, or is Classic, do they do Classic as part of like TBC and everything is just Classic? I genuinely question these numbers. I don't think that these numbers are in any way, shape, or form they're not going to be fully accurate. Let me put it that way. They're not going to be fully accurate. Because for World of Warcraft, for example, the only way that you can be counted by the algorithm or by any sort of algorithm that people would write is if you logged into the game and you actually did something that would achieve something. So you added an achievement to your character, or you did a dungeon, or you did a raid, or you did an actual thing. Maybe then it would count you as active. Not sure for Final Fantasy XIV. There's probably an easier way to do it. I'm sure if I clicked on the game, they would actually tell me how they get the numbers that they're getting. The World of Warcraft number lines up, so maybe they are closer than what you might think, right? These Final Fantasy numbers are from Lucky Bancho queries to the Lodestone website, so they're actually taking who queries the Lodestone website, and that gives them a sort of an idea. The World of Warcraft numbers lines up with what most people are saying and most of the rumors, so maybe they do have it.
Quick, okay?
They are sort of putting it as so they have World of Warcraft and World of Warcraft Classic, unless of course TBC isn't on here because they don't actually know how to split it. Maybe that could be a thing.
Popular MMOs. So, let's see. Where's current subscribers? Most played, active players. So Path of Exile was actually number 1.
Does free trial in Final Fantasy show up in the Lodestone count? I'm not sure if it would. I'm not entirely sure how the Lodestone count would operate, but most likely not. Most likely not. The same way I don't think free player or trial players for WoW would count either, because you are a trial player, so you wouldn't you wouldn't be counted as one of the players. I don't think.
Of Exile is number 1. Warframe, number 8 right here. Look at WildStar. Where is WildStar?
WildStar doesn't exist anymore. What the fuck are people asking for?
Online. Yeah, it's literally...
The chat just debate, Asmon. Like, hey, look at a game that no longer exists. Let's see how many players there is for this game that literally no longer has servers that you can actually log into.
Closed. Let's see. Most played, most growth, Mortal Online, Lost Ark. I think all of this kind of makes sense. EverQuest is growing as well. Can you imagine that? The site is dog shit. Yeah. I wouldn't take this site seriously at all, okay, guys? I would not take it one...
people love to throw out words like, "Oh, this is fucking dog shit." Genio, take care of yourself. See you tomorrow, bro. It's a game. It's a tool that can be used in conjunction with other tools in order to figure out at least the health of your game. So while it's definitely not correct, it's not going to be 100% correct. It's going to differ. Its accuracy is going to differ from game to game. So for some games, it could be far more accurate. For other games, it could be far less accurate. Really depends on the accuracy rating and the information that the game itself makes public and how well they hide the information, right? Afano Force, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But to say it's dog shit, it's like, well, it's a tool. It's not actually meant to be like the only tool. It's just one of the tools that you can use in order to decide or at least to gauge the success of something.
1 bit, seriously. Yeah, most played MMO games. Estimated 3 million daily players. So what do you guys want to bet that Minecraft has more people playing it than Final Fantasy?
This is obviously bullshit. We just saw, we just fucking saw it. Are you telling me that Final Fantasy have more players than Minecraft, considering where Minecraft is? I would say that if their list here sort of counted Minecraft as players per second, maybe Minecraft has 2.9 million players per second. But if you wanted to do it daily, it's probably fucking far higher than that.
See, like if you had to guess what game is bigger,
Shop Guy, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome
bigger
to the
than
channel.
Final Fantasy? Yeah. So this is exactly what I mean. And it's not even close.
True,
like,
Deathline.
Minecraft probably has more active daily players just in the United States than all of these other fucking games have.
If I'm not mistaken, you can actually set up your own server for Minecraft as well, which would then allow you to basically bypass all of this. So if you set up your own server, you wouldn't be counted. You and whoever else plays on the server that you're on. So Minecraft would be very difficult to calculate exactly how many people play.
In the entire world. It's not even remotely close.
True. I don't want the next video to play. Don't play the next video. It's fine. It's fine. I love you, Angry Joe, but I don't want to react to you right now. The thing about Minecraft is that people won't get tired of it, unlike Final Fantasy XIV, RuneScape, WoW, etc. I don't necessarily know if people's going to get tired of those games. They keep changing often enough that I don't think... if you want, we can react to Angry Joe. This is top 10 worst games of 2021. And it launched yesterday or the day before yesterday. But I need to go pee first. Before we do anything else, I need to go pee. So, yeah. That needs to happen before I can do anything else. Because I'm going to piss my pants if I don't go now. I don't think he's going to have WoW on that list. Anyways, I'll be back right now, guys. All right, here we go. To cartoon stream? Fuck you. Just a quick break. Just a quick break. Just use the auto clean function. No, that would not work. Holy shit, mascot! Thank you for the $50, dude. Really appreciate that. Very happy to have you here, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Did you wash your dick? Yeah, this morning. I washed my hands though. But I don't think I need to wash my dick every time I go for a piss. That would be weird. I mean, I do, but I think it's funny. You think what's funny? Oh wow, you wash your hands? Who does that? I do that. I always wash my hands after I go to the bathroom. A good fun thing to know, I play Minecraft a lot of the time when watching you on the second monitor. Hey, I appreciate that. Mascot, by the way, just again want to say $50. Very cool. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You should make use, next time you donate, make use of the voice. She sounds funny when she speaks. Drink soap and it's cleaned every time you piss? Sure. That sounds like good health advice. Everyone should do what Snow Weasel is saying. Fan of Force, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Hey, Akko, been a huge fan of your WoW Furies for a while now. And I think I found something that might be interesting to you. A few days ago, while scouting on a GM server, I went up to the crystal on top of the seat of Pantheon back from Legion to see if there is something interesting in it, because it's unreachable to players. There is something actually. It's a somewhat feminine moon-like face with craters even, and with a short haircut, but it was very hard to completely see. A feminine moon. I found a better version in the Halls of Stone. It's pretty distinguishable. Send me a link on Discord with if you took a screenshot of it. I'd love to see the screenshot of it, because that could be cool. It could be a hidden Easter egg, but it could also be if you found it on the GM server and it's sort of a place that most players wouldn't be able to see, then it's entirely possible that it could be stuff that they were sort of working on or having fun with, and they just sort of left it in the files because they knew the players wouldn't be able to see it. No player would be able to get there, so they just sort of left it there and forgot about it. So there's actually Razer gave me this VOD, which I'm not sure if it's been deleted or if it's still on. But this is apparently the Q&A from Nova community about the banning of boosting. They did a Q&A talking about it. I don't know if you guys want to see it. If you don't want me to react to it live, I can always I don't think I want to watch the whole thing anyways. It's because I'm pretty sure it's going to be a whole lot of nothing. But we'll watch a bit of it. We'll see how much we can skip. Because I think a lot of it is just going to be like, what are you guys going to do next? How are you going to go from here? And it's just going to be a lot of fucking PR speak, probably. Oh my god. All right. Skip a lot of this shit.
Oh my
do
god,
whatever
we can be busy now, guys.
Oh yeah.
Can be whatever you want.
Oh man, I'm going to play Dota.
You know,
The
This is
fireplace
one-
in the background. Let's make it cozy.
Yeah, I'm trying.
you know, it was super fun.
All right.
this. I'm not gonna
Just
lie.
make a fireplace like
The
this.
day, The days that we all spend here together. Shit talk.
Guys, look, 10 miles in the Twitch.
What
That's
are you
him, man.
doing with the ongoing runs? Because I'm getting
Stop them.
DM. Yeah.
Stop
tell,
them.
tell them to stop them.
It's time to stop.
Refund every boost.
Everything gets refunded.
Do you think this is... I mean, obviously, this is a sad time for all boosters. How do you guys feel in chat about this? Are you happy or sad for these boosting communities that is now basically out of work? Fuck 'em.
Holy shit! Well, look at all the viewers.
Holy Christ.
Hello, guys.
First time we're gonna see so many viewers.
This is gonna be great. You know what? We should reach out to maybe have a talk with Asmongold.
No, thank you.
Fuck no. What the fuck are we
Not
gonna go
interested.
public?
Let's go.
Why wouldn't you want to have a talk with Asmongold? He's like literally the one guy that could amplify whatever message you have. And then there's immediately some of them going, fuck no, no thanks.
But to get
Not
roasted,
interested in the
you go
slightest.
there. You go there, Evis.
Not a chance. You'd not. Never. No.
That would be quite good, actually.
I don't think Asmongold would roast them. I think if they truly, moved, like if they truly did talk to Asmongold, I don't think he would roast them. Like, I think Asmongold would have legitimate questions for them because I can tell you from my side, I don't like the boosting communities at all, and I would love to sit down. So I had someone from the boosting community reach out to me. I'm not going to name names or anything, but they reached out to me yesterday. Basically told me that they're very high up in one of these boosting communities and they'd be happy to talk to me. And I was like, hey, if you're willing to come onto the stream, I'd be happy to have you. And they're like, no, I'm not coming on the stream. People know my voice. I don't want to be on the stream. And I was like, well, I didn't even reply after that because I'm not going to talk to someone offline. If you want to talk to me, you talk to me on stream. Otherwise, there's no point in talking. But they basically feel like people are taking them for person, right? And like people are blaming them for a lot of things, and they don't actually. It was like they're making it sound like it's more about community for them. Like that's what matters. It's more about community, and sort of that's the only thing that's important. And I don't. So here's the thing: for these for these communities, these boosting communities, to say that hey, it was all about the community, it was all about friendship, that's obvious fucking bullshit. I don't doubt that to some extent there was an element of community. I don't doubt that to some extent you made some friends while you were doing this. But fuck you if you're telling me this was all about community and friendship. Fuck you, you're a liar. That's not true. This was obviously about money. You were making money. And don't tell me that you were doing this just for the gold. Again, go fuck yourself. No one puts this amount of effort and organization into something that you don't get real money for. I call bullshit immediately. You wouldn't do it. No human would. You are getting something out of this. I don't care how it is. Maybe it's through your sponsorships. Maybe it's through selling gold. I don't care what it is, but you are making money. If you're not making money, you wouldn't be doing this. You wouldn't be going through half the amount of shit in order to get this done. So of course this was to do with money. Don't pretend otherwise. Be honest, be open, up front. Be honest. Say, yeah, guys, we want to make money. No one's going to judge you. We knew that this was about money. No one's going to judge you. I judge the fact that you're not honest about that. I fucking hate when people are like that.
I'm not interested in this.
Oh, wait, look at the fucking...
Just to get roasted, man. It's.
You guys are scum of the earth. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
You will see how it gets now when you don't have nice guys in the communities, right?
You should probably.
Did he really just say that? Did he seriously just say that? You'll see how it is now when you don't have nice guys in the community. So these guys were doing us a favor? We were helping you. We were keeping the bad people at bay. Like, what are you saying? Like, fuck my life, dude. This is literally that fucking the two Nazis standing on the wall going, "Are we the bad guys?" Fucking hell.
We consider closing down current tickets.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I had to delete this bot too.
You just delete the channel where they created the tickets.
What's the ticket? It's ticket 2.
Yeah, but we have some open tickets. We should talk with them first.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna remove the premium shit. So.
Oh yeah.
Perfect.
I'm just feeling what happened. Like, am I at work?
Are you on
Nova's dead.
Blizzard
Also
Podcast?
streaming.
Units GG.
Yep.
Lol, but I thought like I have a lot of DMs about that, but I thought it was like a joke.
No, that's real.
I just send you the.
Oh, she's only now finding out it's dead. Oh shit. Sad days. She was working so hard to get in on the payroll.
Webhead post, but basically, from Blizzard, they won't allow, they will prohibit any organizations that offer boosts, etc. If you do it as a standalone or maybe as a guild, you won't get any punishment. But if you do it as an organization, as Nova was, yeah, you're fucked.
Yeah, basically it's like this. The
And
thing about transferring vaults.
We can't do nothing. Like, oh fuck.
No, man. The thing is though, like we're not gonna go into like being a shady community. Like if you want to start continuous community now, you have to be shady, right? Like we always said that we wanted to be clean. So if people want to continue, they will do it without us. The moment they will allow us to go back in again, like with their consent, we will do it. But until then, we will keep the Discord in the background.
We will keep the Discord in the background. Sure. So I'm not saying that this isn't I'm not saying that this is 100% true. Maybe they really are gonna go legit and just not do this at all anymore. But there is a massive difference between what people say in public and what people do in private. There is a huge difference between those two things. Publicly, I am sitting here on Twitter, on Twitch, and I am saying, yeah, guys, we said from the beginning, we're going to be a clean organization. We are dead now. Privately, I'm typing to all of my friends on Discord going, right, guys, let's figure out how to go shady. So in private, I am figuring out how exactly do I keep this show going. Publicly, I am saying, no, I'm going to do... Do you think the Mafia would go on national television and go, yeah, we're still going to kill people. We're just going to figure out how to do it scaly-like? Of course not. They're going to, well, you know what? Killing people and making them sleep with the fishes is now against the law, so we're just not going to do it anymore. We're going to go legit. Of course, that's what they're saying public. It doesn't mean that that is what they're doing in private. Making guild Discord for boosting? Yeah, they're gonna find a different way.
And for people who want to maybe look in the future, I mean, it might take a month or so. We will start up again, if they allow it, right?
Palia wants to come here.
Yeah, invite them. But we all knew this from the start. If Blizzard decide to stop it, it's fine. It was a fun ride, right? Nobody is complaining. It's a bit sharp, you know?
So here's how I would set it up in a way that you can still continue the racket without breaking TOS. You get your entire organization to spread out across every single server in World of Warcraft. You get guilds set up on every single one of those servers with a Discord for every single one of those guilds. Those guilds all respond to a single Discord that is run still by the exact same community as all of the ones that it had prior. The only difference is now that every single one of those guilds in every single one of those communities on every single server in World of Warcraft, or you just target the main servers in World of Warcraft. You don't target all of them, just the main ones, because those are where most of your customers are going to lie anyways. You target those, you have a guild set up with characters for each one of those, and the jig continues as it has always continued. You're still boosting, you're still making money. You're not going to be able to make as much money as Nova and those guys did. Because in the past, Nova would actually they would outsource their boosting. So they would go to different guilds and different players to boost other players. Now Nova is sort of going to have to get more people on the payroll and sort of do it in-house. But you can absolutely still do it by outsourcing, by just making it easier. Because now you have your guild. You just go to the top guilds in every realm and you go like, hey, we have players that want to be boosted. I'm sure you guys want some gold. So how about we help each other out? You're still going to be able to get the same amount of work, the same amount of money that you did before. Just, you know, the structure of the organization is going to look slightly different.
Well, I'm about to
It's just a shot, like,
for
I don't know.
Of course it is. Why not?
3 years of hard work, guys, almost 3 years. Come on, it's just for us it's more relieving, you know. It was fun that we managed to create something. This cool.
Fuck, but we were like growing now in the streaming and a lot of things. We were making donations and fuck my.
Ayun, we have.
I'm about to cry.
We have 5 minutes.
You wouldn't be. No one said you should stop streaming. No, at no point did Blizzard say you can no longer stream. You guys are still allowed to stream. You're still allowed to get donations from people. No one said that you can't fucking stream anymore. Why would you want to cry about this? I don't understand.
I feel you.
Remember,
I got promoted and
we are going
we're
to
running.
stay. We are going to stay friend. We are going to stay here.
I just recruited 3
This is cringe, dude.
It's all because of you, you
Do
piece
you
of
want to
shit.
talk about the recruitment efforts I've been putting in the past couple of days? I'm gonna throw up.
No,
I
I don't have to
think,
set
uh,
up all your
time.
new guilds.
I
I
mean-
can just ignore them.
No,
It's
no,
true.
don't ignore my guild, man.
Look how
What,
it's gonna be so
what do you
calm.
want? What do you want to do this with this later?
Let me tell you this. They wouldn't be so worried, and this is sort of, they wouldn't be so worried and they wouldn't be so melodramatic about the whole thing if they weren't making bank on this. If you were only doing this for the gold and Blizzard banned it, you would be like, nah, you know, so what? So yeah, I don't have as much gold, but I already have billions upon billions upon billions of gold, so who gives a shit? You know, I have more gold than I could ever use in the game. I'm sure it's fine. The fact that this is sort of a big thing for you suggests that this is more than just, you know, randomness. This is more than just gold. You are definitely losing something. It might not be direct RMT. Let's just be clear. It might not be direct RMT. It could actually be sponsorships, because a lot of these massive organizations now have sponsors that actually pay them or sponsor things to them because they want to be part of the organization. So it could absolutely be that as well. But to say that this is like, you wouldn't have this reaction if it was only a sort of like side gig and you were not really making any money on it.
Understand? I need
I
to
mean-
talk with them now.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing we can do. There's 1 month that's.
It's about
you
the
know,
community.
We keep the 1 month. We
Yeah,
keep
sure.
the. I think we keep the stream going until the month is over, and then we just move on, right?
Ayun, we're live on Twitch, by the way, right now.
That's fine. I mean, we talk freely. It's fine.
I think that this is the second time I cry. In the fucking.
Oh, don't cry,
Oh,
dear.
fuck. That's
Guys,
like
again,
my
guys.
my teamworks are
Well-
just checking me through the window. Like I told them, like an emergency, and so. Oh fuck, man.
Yeah, but it's not like we are gonna just get destroyed. Like we are
No,
here.
we're
it's
not
fine.
going anywhere.
Yeah,
you
we're
know?
Yeah.
here.
We're all like I'm currently drafting a post right now that's basically saying that, you know, we are the boosting side of the community is stopping, at least for now, but the community is still here, and you know we can do with that.
We can
whatever
just
we
keep
wish.
it.
So,
Yeah, I mean, it's important to
there's
say,
no
like,
reason to close it.
it's important to note that you have to know this in the mention though. Like,
If the community is still going, the boosting isn't fucking stopping. Of course it isn't. Why would you stop boosting? You still have your community. You can just no longer advertise. You're now just gonna like find a new way to go. Like, actually, I think I know exactly what their plan is. They're now gonna advertise things like Nova as a community for gamers. Like, that's all they're gonna do, because it's not against TOS to advertise Discords and communities. So you're just going to advertise it as a community. The boosting is going to be, you know, sort of hush-hush. But the community is real. There's going to be a community, and the community is going to be pushed.
if we are allowed to go back into boosting by Blizzard, we will do it, right? But we also proud of ourselves that we always follow TOS. So as long as TOS is like now, we will not boost. We will hopefully we will be back in a month, but if not, it's fine. We move on, you know.
Back in a month. Hopefully we'll be back in a month. Do they think that this was a slight oversight from Blizzard? Are they seriously thinking like this is a slight oversight? Like Blizzard accidentally changed their TOS to exclude communities like Nova from being able to boost. The hopium on that is real.
People are talking about doing guilds on every server. Could you address that?
No, we are not going to do that.
Yeah,
Stan, people are asking for last giveaway.
I mean, we will probably no. On real though, like we will probably do some more giveaways. We probably do a couple more streams before we completely shut down the stream because we have Promise displayed our sponsor at least a month, right? So we will do with them. We will continue at least for the stream for a little bit.
Wait, Stan, we can continue streaming like. We have content, we have viewers.
No, but we don't have this income anymore.
Yeah. Yes.
What? What did he just say?
Jesus.
We will probably no. On real though, like we will probably do some more giveaways. We probably do a couple more streams before we completely shut down the stream because we have Promise displayed our sponsor at least a month, right? So we will do with them. We will continue at least for the stream for a little bit.
Wait, Stan, we can continue streaming like. We have content, we have viewers.
No, but we don't have this income anymore.
Yeah. Yes, we don't. We don't need to make giveaways.
What income is he talking about? We don't need to make giveaways? If you're streaming, you're gonna have sponsors lining up. Look, if you're streaming for like 500-600 people a night, you're gonna have sponsors lining up. Guaranteed. I don't know if you guys saw Mr. GM. Mr. GM has like anywhere from 100 to 200 viewers a night. And he just had an entire sit-stand desk donated to him. Just sponsored. Here you go. We just want you. That income, it's not. I don't know what to make of it, but that does not seem. I think he's talking about a different kind of income here, because I'm not entirely sure what he's talking about when he says we don't have income anymore. Because you could absolutely still have content. You're a community. Make fucking content. It shouldn't be hard.
No, but like people watching our stream can giveaways. Yeah.
We're paying for our stream. Probably,
exactly. That was the power of the stream. We could use gold to get viewers. I mean, that's how it works, right?
We could use gold to get viewers.
So this is the highest viewers we have ever had.
Well, Stan, with the money we get from the stream, we can use it for giveaways.
No, we're not gonna do that because all the money coming from stream, I always donate. I mean, like we didn't do this for profit. We're not gonna stop.
I would like to see some proof of that. Where's your 2K WoW gold? Suck my dick and I'll give it to you. I don't believe him. The money we made from streams, we always donated. To whom? Why? I didn't do this for profit. Fuck you, bro. Of course you did it for profit. What are you talking about? You didn't do it for profit. So you took time out of your busy life, to stream, get some money from the stream, and then go, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just give it away. Bollocks. Bollocks, you gave it away.
Okay, I can do some on my own.
No. I mean,
returning the mails already. Guys, the banks are not banned. Why? I mean, are we alive?
Yeah, we're alive.
Let me post another
Why are you returning your mails? This is
Because they
scam.
fucking want to
We
go for the
don't
sales.
do it. If For your record, I mean, holy shit, man! Look how many just returned.
I mean, if you are nobody's banned.
I
You're
just
not
returned
banned.
mine because the raid was like meant to be
Horde
now.
Nova and Kazakh is online.
People
We-
are returning
we are
the
not
gold
banned.
to refund their clients for later upcoming raids that we have cancelled.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, none of us are banned. Like this, the new TOS on Blizzard, it's not an instant ban, guys. It's a
If we
warning and then
continue,
suspension
we will
and
get
ban.
banned.
Yeah, so we are choosing to end it early because we don't want to be a part of something that's against TOS. That's why we're stopping now. Obelisk, I mean, it's
The
fine.
one
If
going to go
they
solo
want to ban
stream?
us up-
Yeah, they basically, when he said I can go solo, they did sort of go, no. You don't have to, or some shit like that. This is such a scamas, dude. Something is so wrong about the way they speak.
It is. We have not done anything against the TOS. The fact that TOS changes today, there's some leeway. Stop banning people even if they talk shit. Come on, let them talk shit.
Sylvanas is still advertising. They
Well,
don't
I
know.
need to get back to work.
Okay,
We'll see you
fine.
later.
Oh yeah, you. Watch the token prices implode now by the minute.
Yeah, but
Yeah, guys, they helped us. The token prices, they were keeping the token prices high. Watch the token prices. Yeah, you guys fucking asked for this. You fucking asked for this. It's going to be so sad when people can no longer buy gold in World of Warcraft. That's going to be so sad. As if anyone gives a fuck about that. If WoW tokens imploded to like 10k gold for a WoW token of $20, I think most of us would celebrate that because it means that Blizzard can no longer run their racket. But then watch Blizzard set up their own website, boosting.com, where Blizzard allows people to sign up to boost people for gold. I can almost see that happening.
Hootie Hunter, we are not gonna do that. Like we are saying, we are shutting down the community completely. We are not gonna do any boosting. Like if people want to boost, they can do it in other communities. But we are not going to go against TOS anyway. So we are saying like we are gonna keep the community open in case the TOS changes again. But we are not gonna sell any boost during if it's against TOS. I mean, we always proud ourselves to be a community that doesn't do break TOS, right? So. And we have we most likely we're also doing full normal payouts. We're paying out completely all the boosters this week, so don't worry about the banks. The banks are not banned; they're open. Don't worry about your
Yeah,
gold.
like I said, Horde Nova Kazakh is online. If you are on Kazakh or you can log on Kazakh, I'm in middle of Orgrimmar. You can just.
Our banks are safe, guys. We are not banned.
Take some scrubs. Wait, what is Jim asking? What is boosting exactly? All right, so boosting is, it's actually a phenomena that is as old as time, right? You get it in League of Legends where people will boost stats against TOS. You're not allowed to boost someone in League of Legends. Most games have rules against boosting because it allows you to basically skip the playing of the game. Now, in World of Warcraft, boosting isn't actually illegal. You are allowed to boost a friend. You're allowed to boost people for gold. But in World of Warcraft, boosting have sort of become a problem without a solution. And much of it is Blizzard's fault. So I blame Blizzard for the vast majority of the boosting that has been going on in World of Warcraft. So there's a couple of reasons, but boosting in its essence is literally I want to do Mythic Plus, yeah? I want to get plus 15 in every single Mythic dungeon in the game. Now, I don't have the skill or the time to actually get a group together to do it. So what I do is I go to one of these communities like Nova, there's like a bunch of them. I go to one of these communities and I basically sign up. They charge me a gold price, so 200k or 250k gold. And then they supply me with 4 people that is going to boost me through all of the plus 15s. Yeah. They do it in an afternoon, and Bob's your uncle, you're done. You didn't have to play at all. You literally just showed up. And it was done on your behalf. If you want to do the biggest raid or the newest raid at Mythic difficulty, you can sign up for that as well. So it's basically paying other people to play the game on your behalf. You know those mobile games where you click a button and sort of your character just auto plays? That's effectively what happens in World of Warcraft. Now, you're never going to be able to ban boosting entirely, specifically in games where, you know, a bunch of people play together. If WoW made the content harder and make it actually require the full 5 people. So Bioslade, that's one of the ways in which you could combat boosting. But I would actually say that one of the reasons boosting is so much more prevalent in World of Warcraft is Blizzard's FOMO design. So the way that Blizzard is set up, everything is designed around FOMO. Everything is designed around constant grinding. And you basically have to put in more hours than what you have in a day in order to get stuff done. And this means that those players who want to get stuff done but they don't necessarily have the time is sort of forced to pay other people to play the game on their behalf. So until Blizzard changes their design, this is a good fix for the symptom, but this will not actually cure the disease. The disease lies within Blizzard's design, the way Blizzard designs the game, and until they change that, this is just going to keep popping up in different ways. It just has to, because there will always be people that don't have the time to actually invest in the game. So you have to build in a such. So I'll tell you this: I can understand why there might be some people in Final Fantasy that boosts. There might be some people, but why isn't it as big of a problem in Final Fantasy as it is, for example, in World of Warcraft? Because nothing ever goes away. You know, if you can't do the Savage run this time around, you could always do it in a month, or in 2, or in 3, or in 4. You can still get all of that shit, right? It's not going away. It's still there. You can still go do it at hard difficulty with minimum item level, no echo. So you can basically take on the game at your own pace, whatever your time allows for. That's not true for World of Warcraft. If in World of Warcraft you missed Mythic, so you missed the window of the Mythic raid, you lose the achievement. That achievement is gone. More often than not, the title that comes with the achievement will also be gone, or the time that you get that achievement is available, so people will see that you didn't do it when you should have done it. You can never go back and do that raid on the difficulty that it was intended to be done at. Never. Once it's done, it's done. It's over. That raid is now done. You'll never be able to go back and do it at the same difficulty. So there's FOMO literally built into the game. And as long as you have that, you're going to force people to pay because not everyone has the same amount of time. So, yeah, I don't even feel bad for these guys who were banned or their communities that were banned because I don't believe them. I don't even want to keep watching because I have a feeling that this is just going to be another hour and 10 minutes of them sort of complaining about the fact that they were banned and sort of they're just going to keep repeating the same shit over and over again. We're always a community that prided ourselves on, being true to TOS, and we're not going to break TOS now. I don't believe them. I think they're going to keep boosting. They're just going to do it on the down low. They'll find a way to get past the TOS at some point because I do think money was involved in some way, shape, or form. I do think money was involved here. So I don't believe half of the stuff that these guys are saying. I don't have to keep fucking watching. We don't have income. This is true. They don't have income anymore, so they can't keep streaming. Which is like literally the weirdest thing that I've ever heard in my fucking life. I don't know why they would say that. Like, what was that? What was that? Back to McDonald's for them? I don't think it's wrong that they were trying to make money off of the game. I don't think that's wrong at all. The sad part is that they were making money at the expense of other people. It was other players that were basically paying the price for this shit. And I don't like that. Yeah, getting mad at these guys, they were literally operating within TOS. Nothing they did was wrong. Blizzard allowed this to make this so fucking clear to people. the president of Blizzard currently boosts people. He does boosting runs while streaming on Twitch. So to even for a moment sit there and think, well, you know, these guys weren't breaking the rules. They were 100% operating within the rules. Now, we could say that the rules are wrong, and I definitely agree with you, but you can't really blame these guys. They were doing what they were well within the right to do that. We need to be angry at Blizzard for allowing this to happen. But why do you have to have income to stream? Isn't streamer a job? Streamer is a job, which is why that sentence is so weird to me. That's why I caught onto the sentence immediately, and everyone in chat was also like, wait, what? What are you saying? Because obviously, like, that would be the equivalent of me saying, hey guys, I can't stream anymore, by the way, because I no longer have income. Wouldn't most of you be quite confused? Like, you'd immediately ask yourself, but wait a second, aren't I subbing to him? Like, every fucking month? What does he mean he can't stream anymore because he doesn't have income? I've made money from botting in an old MMO years ago. Botting can make you a pretty decent penny as well. Doesn't sponsoring a streamer for whatever reason, isn't that paying them to do what the sponsor asked them to? Well, yeah. Yeah, you get huge money from sponsors, by the way. Massive amounts of money. Copious amounts of money. But just starting out before partner or whatever, you're not really getting an income until you get a viewership. Well, yeah, obviously, but they clearly did have a viewership. It's not like they didn't have views. How many streamers make little to no money? I'll wait. Most. Mascot. Most. But remember, we are talking about a very specific thing here. We are talking about a very specific community who had viewership. Look, their VOD was viewed over 5,000 times, which suggests that they should have at least they would have at least had 200, maybe 300 viewers per day, right? So there was at least some money there, and considering the size of their community, they would have had. They would most likely have made quite a bit of money on sponsors. Sponsorships pay a lot. I mean, I've only ever been sponsored on YouTube. I've not had a Twitch sponsor yet. I've had a couple of companies wanting to Twitch sponsor me. The most recent email that I received was yesterday from Raid Shadow Legends, to which I didn't even reply. Which is like, all right, cool, no problem. If you still don't know how I feel about mobile games, then how do you email someone that is openly against your game and then go, hey, can we sponsor you? It's like, no. I've literally called your game dog shit in the past, and now you want to sponsor me? Like, what the fuck are you doing? That's just not going to work. I know there's people that love Raid Shadow Legends, and that's fine. Everyone plays what they want. Absolutely. I'm not a snob when it comes to video games. I'm 100% for people loving what they play, and if you love Raid Shadow Legends, go for it. It's just not my type of game. I'm not a huge fan of the layout. I'm not a huge fan of how the game functions. It's just sort of like I've been sponsored, or I have sponsors coming to me constantly. I can tell you that YouTube sponsors, at least in the beginning, is nowhere near the same as Twitch sponsors. So for Twitch sponsorships, well, to be fair, I had a mobile game approach me a couple of months ago. Actually, no, more than a couple, but it's about, I think, 3-4 months ago. It was about a month before I left Pretoria. I had a mobile game, this is not Raid Shadowlands, but a mobile company contacted me, and they wanted to offer me $1,500 for a 45-second ad. Just one. They didn't even want me to make multiple, like 4 a month. They were willing to offer me $1,500 for 45 seconds of work. So that was the hardest one that I ever had to turn down. That was like rough, because I was like, fuck, that's a lot of money for just single 45-second work. But can't do mobile games, so that sucks. streamers get far more money. So you can easily get companies that sponsor you $10,000, $5,000, $10,000 for 2 hours of playing their game, you know? So you can make a fuck ton of money off of sponsorships. Welcome home, Cassiel. How you doing? Didn't even see you back. The 45 seconds they will use for different games for up to a year. Well, yeah, if the contract states that. Obviously, it didn't go so far as the contract stage. They literally contacted me. They were like, hey, we have a game that we want you to promote, and we're willing to pay you $1,500 to do it for 45 seconds. And I was like, no, thanks. This is a mobile game. I don't care. I'm not interested in getting like any money from you to tell my viewers, who fucking know, by the way, how I feel about mobile games. Hey guys, go play this new mobile game that basically plays itself. Like, what is that? Like, I think that's how you guys know that I have sold out. If I ever take on a mobile contract for anything, you would know, because I can tell you right now, publicly here, I despise mobile games. I think mobile games is everything that is wrong with the gaming industry. Milady, thanks for the what's up. Really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you. I don't agree with that. You know, there's not a single good mobile game. I don't want to hear it. Gotta go. Just want to say I love your VODs on YouTube. Join Twitch so I can watch live. I can't play FF with y'all since I play on a JP server. Keep the good shit coming. Buns, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Why are you playing on a Japanese server? Why not join us on the NA servers? If your game is an auto battle feature, that's a bad sign. I agree. If a fan makes a mobile game for you just for fun, mobile game in terms of I'm from Asia, better ping. That makes sense. Then. I thought you're from NA, and you're playing, because there are a bunch of NA people that play on the Japanese servers for some reason. Maybe it's like the proper weebs that just want to be close to the Japanese, and so they stop playing on the Japanese servers, even if the ping sucks. Oh yeah, and a lot of Aussies would play on the Japanese servers as well. That's true, because that's actually closer than NA. Based on name? No, I just think so. It is obviously hyperbolic when I say that every every mobile game sucks. That's obviously hyperbolic. But I do believe that some of the worst elements within gaming comes from the mobile industry. We can run the numbers here. Who do you think came up with engagement design? The mobile industry. Who do you think first hired psychologists to figure out how to make their games as addictive as possible and also find a way to get as many people as possible into the cash shop? This was the mobile industry. Mobile games have literally made it an art to figure out how do you turn players into payers. Mobile games don't want players. They don't want someone who simply plays the game. They want someone who pays for the game.
Predatorial business model.
Enriquez, thanks for the 100 bits. We'd really appreciate that. And yes, it is predatorial business. That's literally what it is. Sidewind, thank you for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Well, Blizzard just learned from the mobile industry. Now, to be fair, it's not the mobile industry that came up with this. The very first microtransactions were actually PC or console games. No, I think it was a PC game. I can't remember the game. But I do know that the first ever game that had microtransactions within it was was not a mobile game. But the mobile industry have definitely made it a science. They've gone from just having a cash shop to absolutely making it a science. They understand what it is. I don't know. We'd have to see. First game ever to have microtransactions. The Elder Scrolls Oblivion. was the first game ever to have microtransactions. The first microtransaction sold by a major publisher was in 2006 when Bethesda sold horse armor in the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion for $2.50. How did you guys know? How did you know? Well, it's Bethesda. That's how you knew. Makes sense, right? Sidewind, did I say thank you for the follow? I think I did, but thank you anyways. Really appreciate it, bro. Good old horse armor. When I paid my older brother to get me past the water temple. So yeah, the first in-game purchase ever. Actually, they say your history initially. Microtransactions in games took the form of exchanging real-life money for virtual currency used in the game that the user was playing. So, here we go. The arcade game Double Dragon 3, the Rosetta Stone 1990, was infamous for its use of microtransactions to purchase items in-game. Wait, let's see what they say here. Often abbreviated free-to-play games that include microtransactions. The reason why people, especially children, continue to pay for microtransactions history. Initially, microtransactions in games took the form of exchanging real-life money for the virtual currency used in the game that the user was playing. The arcade game Double Dragon 3, the Rosetta Stone. Potato Dude, thanks for the what's up, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you. 2 months in a row, bro. Thank you. That DLC top 9th on Bethesda's top seller, even beating out full expansion content. Jesus. I still have Double Dragon. Wow, I've never even heard of Double Dragon, the Rosetta Stone. Was infamous for its use of microtransactions to purchase items in the game. It had shops where players insert coins into arcade machines to purchase upgrades, power-ups, health weapons, special moves, and player characters. The microtransaction revenue model gained popularity in South Korea with the success of Nexon's online free-to-play games, starting with Quiz Quiz, followed by titles such as MapleStory, Mobinogi, and Dungeon Fighter Online. Notable examples of games that used this model in the early 2000s include the social networking site Habu Hotel, developed by the Finnish company Sulaka, and Linden's Labs' 2003 virtual world game Second Life. Both 3 games allow users to customize. All right, so yeah, in June 2008, Electronic Arts introduced an online store for The Sims 2. It allowed players to purchase points that can be spent on in-game items. How did I know EA would be somewhere in here? Of course. So yeah, the truth is that the first ever microtransactions were done on PC or console to some extent, or in arcades with Double Dragon 3. But mobile games have since made it an absolute art form. And if you don't believe me, there's like a 45-minute talk by someone who runs like one of the bigger mobile gaming companies. And this dude doesn't even, like, he says things like, how do you create a whale? He literally says, how do you create a whale? And then he explains how you do it. And that's you're sitting there watching him talk, and you're thinking to yourself, he should feel shame any moment now, right? He should feel shame for what they're about, what they're doing right now. Because he's talking about how you get the player addicted, how you use colors and sounds, as well as sort of building in artificial levels where the player can sort of go to a certain level, but then they wouldn't be able to go further without paying. And you sort of allow them to hit that level. And then if they keep hitting the level day after day after day, they'll eventually get enough currency to break the level. That currency is also where you sort of get them hooked for the first time, because now they start to realize, hey, if you buy the currency, you can actually keep going, right? So the currency is good. And that's how you convince them. Like, the guy is talking and you're sitting there going, where's the shame, bro? Like, where's the... You're literally talking about getting people addicted to your video game in order to bankrupt them, and you feel no shame. But instead of shame, the guy feels pride. Like, he stands there proudly telling people how they turned their game into an ATM machine by getting people addicted and then preying on their addiction. And he feels no shame whatsoever. It's just perfectly fine for him to be able to do these things. So... And games like Blizzard, they're learning from exactly this. That's where they learn the shit from. I have my coffee and my snacks, and I'm ready. All right, so guys, I have had Cassiel now for almost a week asking for me to react to this. It's criminal psychology, which we should react to, apparently. We need to watch how murderers and mass murderers and shit are made. Sinners don't feel shame either? No, obviously not. But then again, you have to sort of... So the reason I find that a casino exists, and everyone who goes to a casino knows exactly why they're going there. They know the risks beforehand. The same with a liquor store. When you go to a liquor store, you know exactly what is within that liquor store, and you know the risks. Everyone knows what it is. However, I do not believe that you can make the same argument for video games. Because I think when it comes to video games, most people that start playing a video game isn't aware that the company behind this video game have actively gone out of their way to get them addicted to this video game. I'm an avid gamer, a gambler. I go to the casino weekly. It is not the same as games. Even before they describe Bobby Kotick. Well, yeah. What's this video called? Criminal psychology. I'm assuming that's fine, right? Yeah. All right. I promised that I would react to this, so we're about to see how criminals are made. I'm not entirely sure what this is all about. I don't watch a lot of this, but let's see.
The drama began shortly after the Frederick Police Department received a call from Nicole Atkinson, the best friend of Shannon Watts. She had arranged to drive Shannon into town that same day for a pregnancy checkup, but there was no answer when she knocked at the door, nor any response to her text messages or phone calls. After noticing her shoes were still at the front door, she became concerned and called 911.
Nicole?
Yes.
Okay, what's going on?
So my friend, we were out of town for a business trip this weekend.
All right.
And I dropped her off at 2 o'clock this morning. She's 15 weeks.
Do I hate zoo files? No, I don't even think I know what the fuck that is. You'd have to elaborate a bit on that. FTC will be looking into the MS Activision Blizz merger. Or me, yeah, but I don't think they're gonna do anything. I don't think they're gonna block it. I'd be surprised if they do. Oh, people fucking, of course I'm against that. What the fuck kind of question is that? Who wouldn't be against that? If you show me the animal that can actually consent to that shit, sure. But until such time, yes, of course that is just fucking sick and you shouldn't do it.
Weeks pregnant. She wasn't feeling well, and she had a doctor's appointment this morning at 9, and I told her to let me know if she needed me to take her. She's got 2 little girls. I've called, I've texted. Her car's in the garage. Her shoes she wears every single day are by the front door.
Is this like actual footage or is this dramatization?
How you doing? You seen your neighbors today? No? Okay.
This is actual, okay?
What's Chris's phone number?
Chris's phone number is...
Hey Chris, Officer Coonrod for the police department. Pretty good. So, do you have any idea where your wife is? Right. What my concern is her car's here. They're saying she is diabetic. I don't want her... If she's upstairs and can't respond. Okay. About how far out are you? Okay, alright. He said like 5 minutes.
It's not a sure sign of guilty conduct, yet the fact that Chris made the officer wait for his return would have most likely alerted some minor suspicion. In normal circumstances, a husband receiving a call from the police saying they were concerned about the safety of their pregnant wife and children, in most cases, would have given them permission to immediately kick the door down. It's a truly...
I suppose that's true. But then again, you are saying in most cases, because the issue is you have different people with different temperaments, right? So some people might panic. Most people most likely will panic in such a situation and be like, oh my God, kick the door down, just check if she's okay. Other people in that situation might be like, well, yeah, I'm almost there. I'll be right there 5 minutes. So give me 2 seconds. Not even thinking that, hey, you can absolutely kick that door down. Don't even fucking worry about it. So I wouldn't. I mean, sure, it could highlight guilty conscience, but I wouldn't say that alone is enough to make me think that they're guilty.
A somber awareness to know that the man stepping out of the car had only a very short time ago dumped his infant daughter's bodies into an oil tank and buried his pregnant wife in a shallow grave.
Scott, how you doing?
How's it going?
So this is the only vehicle she would have?
Only one that, yeah.
She would drive? Okay.
The familiar routine for anyone checking for someone's presence inside a house, whether it be an emergency or otherwise, is to immediately call out to them for instantaneous reassurance. Chris remains silent, but instead feels the need to examine his wife's car before subtly sneaking through the internal garage door. He then disappears for 1 minute and 7 seconds before letting the neighbors and police officer inside.
This guy really did it badly. Like, this guy really, really did it badly. Like, checking the car first. Like, what are you hoping that you didn't leave blood behind or a knife or some shit?
Only Chris will know what he carried out during that time period, but it's safe to assume that his curious behavior was not going unnoticed, made evident by the unsettled gaze of Nicole as he opens the door.
Mind if I come in, Chris?
There were multiple key moments captured from inside the house, which may not have been noticed immediately by the officer, but would have no doubt been gathered by forensics upon further investigation. The most overt peculiarity was Chris's interaction with his phone. The guise of his thumb movement would have given the impression he was texting someone, which would have seemed very peculiar, as the normal response would be to frantically call people rather than text given the circumstances. Hindsight gives us a clearer picture of Chris's introversion, which is that he was most likely using his phone to avoid eye contact and progressive dialogue with the officer.
What time do you leave the day?
What time I leave there?
Here.
Usually between 5:30 and 6.
Alright. And was Shannon here then?
Yes. Yeah, she's still in bed.
Yeah, the dude this is so freaky, dude. Watching someone like this. Because obviously, I think I remember this case. This was like, when was this? This was either last year or the year before. There was like this massive case of the woman and her child being found after like some time. And I think, wasn't he was convicted, I think, before they found the body, or at least he was on trial before they found the bodies. This guy's just cold as shit. Like, he genuinely doesn't seem to give a fuck.
Does she usually watch the kids, or you have daycare watch them?
She usually watches the kids if they're not at school.
Okay. You guys having any kind of issues, marital issues, or?
We're going through separation.
You are? And how's that going?
It's going
civil for the most part, or?
The fact that he just broke up there, like, he didn't answer immediately. I don't know if you guys heard that, but he asked, and how's that going? And he was like, well, and then the officer goes, civil? And he's like, civil, yeah, civil. Yeah, okay. This is very interesting. I don't think that's as natural, Andy. Considering all of his other behaviors, I don't think that's as natural. It suggests that he didn't know, like, he couldn't find the words. And it also suggests that it wasn't as civil as you might think. Because I don't think it was civil, considering that he actually killed his fucking wife. Might not have been as civil as he wants the officer to believe. The fact that he's on his phone the whole time is very strange. Surely you must think at this point that this makes him seem guilty. His actions speak of someone that is psychopathic. But then at the same time, looking down at your phone, are you experiencing guilt? Is it just because you're trying to hide the guilt? Because you're not actually hiding the guilt?
Additionally, we are presented with the subtle cues of Chris's forethought cover story, being that his wife simply ran off with the kids after a breakdown in the marriage.
All the girls' blankies are gone. Their blankies they sleep with, they don't leave anywhere without them.
Good.
The rest of Chris's conduct could be analyzed and dissected in various ways, and it would be easy to pick at certain oddities in body language and link them with signs of guilt. Yet, without the hindsight we have now, his behavior could just as easily be linked with an innocent man who is understandably concerned and frantic over the disappearance of his family. His very conservant neighbor, however, had the perceptual advantage of knowing Chris on a semi-personal level, and could analyze his kinesics in a far more accurate manner than the police officer.
You just want to go talk to him? I'm going to get his info real quick. No.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Just like that, your friend just instantly turns on you as soon as you close the door. He's like, he ain't acting right at all. Like, fuck my life. That is a guilty man right there. We found a witch. Can we ban her? Well, how do you know she's a witch? Well, she looks like one. Jesus.
Right.
To be completely honest with you, my wife and I were kind of wondering when she was on vacation if something happened, because I've heard them full out screaming at each other at the top of their lungs, and he gets crazy.
Does he? And that's pretty recently?
Yeah. He doesn't look worried. He looks like he's trying to cover his tracks. He's normally quiet, real subdued. He's over here telling you 3 times what he took out, what he did, what he did, what he did. He's very... He never talks. So the fact that he's over here blabbing his mouth makes me kind of suspicious.
This was just after the moment he had shown both Chris and the officer his surveillance.
I don't know if I would be that talkative, to be honest. Think about it now. Imagine if you are talking to a cop. Would you be like going, yeah, the fact that he's blabbering his mouth, that makes me kind of suspicious. Would you say stuff like that? Or would you just be like, yeah, he's not quite right. This neighbor is very fucking chatty.
Surveillance footage of that same morning, capturing only Chris leaving the house after loading multiple unidentified things into his truck.
Yeah, we can pick up cars coming this way. I get anything coming this way and making this turn. So, and usually at night I pick up the cars going to your turn. So, unless they pulled right here, but I would have caught her walking out.
Although not fully incriminating, as Shannon and the kids could have left through the back entrance, this was an extremely detrimental piece of evidence, and would have no doubt been extolled by forensics and made Chris an immediate prime suspect. The following day, Chris, for some bizarre reason, agreed to be interviewed by 2 separate news stations, where he came across as extremely unimpassioned and detached from the alarming nature of the situation.
Like, when I got home yesterday, it was like a ghost town. Like, she wasn't here. Kids weren't here. I have no idea like where they went.
The fact that he agreed, like that would be my first sort of, because all of these other things could, in hindsight, knowing that he is guilty, obviously you can look at it and say, yeah, that is. This would have been the first time that I sort of gone, yeah, I don't quite believe you. So it's sort of similar. I've told you guys this before. Whenever you have these people that say something happens, yeah? So let's say, for example, you went somewhere and you had a very traumatic experience with someone, and the first thing you do is you go to Twitter to tell the whole world what had just happened to you. I'm usually at that point like, wait a second. So you could have gone to the police. You could have gone to a therapist. You could have done a bunch of different things, but you've decided to air out your laundry in literally one of the most toxic places on earth before doing any of the other things that normal people would have done. It's sort of the same idea that I have here with this guy. Why would you go onto 2 news organizations. The day after your wife just completely went missing. Like, your wife is missing. Your children are missing. Most people at this point would be in quite a state. Even if you believe that your wife had taken your kids and run off, you don't know where your fucking kids are. A wife that took her kids and just ran off in the middle of the night might not necessarily be stable. So you might be wondering, wait, where are my kids? Are they okay? Are they safe? Your first thing is, yeah, I'll talk to you guys and I'll explain to you why I'm innocent. That would be the first moment that I go, yeah, you're probably not fucking innocent. Something is up here.
Right now, you got K9 units, the sheriff's department. Everybody's like they're doing their best right now to figure out like if they can get a scent. If she wasn't here, like where did she go? Like once I got here, it was like, all right, who can I call? I called her 3 times, texted her about 3 times just to.
Did he call? Maybe he did during the minute and whatever that he was inside the house, because he was like in the house a minute and 30 before he let the cops in, right? So maybe that's when he tried to call her.
Say, you know, what's going on? Like, if she's vanished, like I want her back so bad. I want those kids back so bad. Right now, I don't even want to just like throw anything out there. Like, I hope that she's somewhere safe right now and with the kids. Last night, I wanted that knock on the door. I wanted to see that. I wanted to see.
Hey, Impaler, how you doing, bro? There was something, this is the next day, so he might have called. May have called after the cop, sure. But there was something very interesting that he just said there that I didn't immediately catch, but there is something here.
She's vanished, like I want her back so bad. Once I got here, it was like, all right, who can I call? I called her 3 times, texted her about 3 times just to say, you know, what's going on? Like, if she's vanished, like I want her.
If she's vanished. That's a very strange way of putting that. Like that's a very, if she's vanished, if she's, I don't think anyone fucking says that. Like, that's not really how people speak, but it's more, look, listen to how he interrupts himself in saying this.
To say, you know, what's going on? Like, if she's vanished, like I want her back so bad. I want those kids back so bad.
Like, I want her back so bad. I want those kids back so bad. It's almost as if he catches himself and almost changes the, like, he realizes at the end of that sentence, oh, the kids too. Like, it just feels very strange.
So bad. Right now, I don't even want to just like throw anything out there. Like, I hope that she's somewhere safe right now and with the kids. Last night, I wanted that knock on the door. I wanted to see that. I wanted to see those kids running, just barrel rush me and just give me a hug and knock me on the ground.
I don't think he's lying here, because it all depends on. I don't know the actual physical circumstances of how he killed her. Obviously, was it in the heat of the moment? Did he plan on killing her ahead of time? Was this murder in the 1st degree, 2nd degree? What exactly? I don't know, right? But I don't think he's lying. I think he genuinely spent last night wanting them back. Like, he was hoping the door opens up and all of it was just a big fucking, just a big dream that he had. This is a good one. Seen it many, many times. Observe has some good videos about this case as well. Ruben, how you doing, brother?
That's why last night was just horrible. I couldn't do it. I just...
Whoa. I couldn't do it. What is he talking about? I couldn't do what?
Just barrel rush me and just give me a hug and knock me on the ground. That's why last night was just horrible. I couldn't do it.
It's out of context for what he's saying. Like, you could say, wow, I couldn't do it, I couldn't sleep, or I couldn't handle last night, but the way he says it, I couldn't do it, that's denying something that you are currently not actually being accused of. I couldn't do it. It's denying something that no one's accusing you at this point yet, right? The news organizations here talking to you, just wanting your side of the story to try and help get your wife.
I'm hoping that somebody sees something or somebody knows something and comes forward. Shanann, Bella, Celeste,
No, obviously, but that's what makes it fun, Dicey Danny. I wouldn't be the person who doesn't know the outcome looking at this. That would be much harder. It's far more fun when you know the ending. And now you can go, yeah, you lying bastard. I see you there. I fucking see you there. She was a biter, bro, for someone with missing wife and kids. Motherfucker having one hell of a grin. True.
If you're out there, just come back. Like, if somebody has her, just please bring her back. I need to see everybody.
Yeah, this is like 100% lying.
To see everybody again. This house is not complete without anybody here. Please bring her back.
This could have been construed as shock trauma, where a person will turn numb and retreat into themselves as a means of escape. Yet the viewers watching this live from home were probably thinking what we as the retrospective audience already know. He was called in for questioning 4 hours later.
The reason I don't believe that this is shock trauma is he was laughing and smiling just a little while earlier. Usually with shock trauma, not always, but usually with shock trauma, what you'll see is like complete blank. Like those the people there are completely devoid of emotion. They don't smile, they don't laugh, they just sort of speak matter-of-factly, just that's it, right? Because they're not, basically they're incapable. The brain have shut down any and all ability to feel, think, anything. It's just sort of like standing there going, yeah, this is what happened, fine, move on. That appeal at the end there, if you can just bring them back, this house is incomplete. Also, the long fucking blinking where the eyes are closed, it just smacks of lying.
Alright, let's do this. Somebody saw something. Somebody knows where these kids are. And I keep saying kids, I'm sorry, the kids in your life. I know you're going through a lot, so we're not going to keep you here all night. Just tell me exactly what you remember, and I'll take notes about where we can go.
Okay. So, this 1:48 a.m.
Let me switch chairs. Because when they come knocking,
one of the oldest and most commonly used techniques is for the interrogator to sit between the door and the suspect. This is for the purpose of heightening the feelings of isolation and dependence. It's an indirect subliminal message, letting Chris know that the only way out of that room is through the detective. It's an excellent tool for stripping away confidence, thus increasing the telling signs and body language when information is fabricated.
There's actually another reason for this. I believe my dad told me about it. It was my dad studied like just for fun. In the evenings, he would study psychology. I think he did his doctorate as well. And one of it was like criminal psychology. And one of these techniques is taking the person out of their comfort zone. So they'll oftentimes either change your chair, or make you change positions in the room, or make you stand up, because it breaks your pattern. Because you were sitting there the whole time, sort of getting yourself in that position where you seem like you're the most comfortable and you're not going to give too much away. So by making them change, you're immediately taking that person out of this comfortable seat, and now they have to move to a new seat, and they sort of have to refine themselves, reorganize themselves.
And that's when my alarm goes off for work, and I'm just get dressed, brush my teeth, everything I do upstairs.
Okay.
About 4:15, that's when I get back, slide right into bed next to her, and start having a conversation with her about putting the house up for sale, and talking about proceeding with the separation.
Okay.
And obviously it gets pretty emotional, like we're talking about, like we felt the disconnection was there, like falling out of love. And trying to stay together, maybe just for the kids' sake, but we're realizing that doing like our homework, it's not, most of the time that's not going to work.
Yeah.
Gets ready for work, goes to work, receives call from police, returns home.
So that's when I got home. I opened the garage door and we went inside the house and looked everywhere. Shanann, Bella, and Celeste, nowhere to be found. Shannon's wedding ring's on her nightstand, her phone's still on the couch, her purse is still there, the medicine for the kids is still there, the car and the car seats are still there, and there's no sign of them anywhere.
Okay.
He shows up, please take information. He
I was
goes
just
to bed.
hoping that, I left all the lights on in the house, I was hoping that I'd get a knock on the door, but
Yeah, she's
nothing
back.
happened. Yeah, but nothing happened.
What do you think happened?
Wait, introspection, provocation. Truthful, short, direct, untruthful, long, detailed. Okay.
First, I really thought maybe she was just at somebody's house, just decompressing.
What's going on, Steve?
Yeah, but after today, like with the onslaught of all the cars, all the police cars, all the news, all the K9 units, it's making me lean the other direction about someone took her.
Okay.
But it's just, if someone took her.
I heard about this before, that introspection, provocation. The theory, at least, is that if you're not telling the truth, you speak longer because you're trying to convince others of what you're saying. So you'll keep repeating the same thing, repeating in a different way to try and sort of sell the story, whereas truthful people usually are extremely short and direct, which is sometimes why innocent people get viewed as guilty, because they didn't actually, they don't come across as believable because they just sort of speak as a matter of fact, just sort of, oh, yeah, I was doing this, and this, and yeah, that's it. I don't know, man. I tend to ramble, whether it is the truth or a lie. I used the tactic in Among Us. Go look at the Raidwood case, something. We'll watch more of these cases. I'm happy to do so. This is very interesting.
It would have to have been someone she knew, because there's no sign of anything like being disturbed, broken.
Mm-hmm.
But like that's the way I'm leaning now. At first I thought for real she was just decompressing somewhere. I thought she was safe, even though everything in the house was left there. But now it's just after the day with the news crews and everything, it feels more the other direction, and it's freaking me out.
Computer history. What? Oh.
On that night, I told her, early that morning, I told her like the disconnection it's there, like it's not going away. Like the
police audio is dog shit. I was just thinking about it. Like, is it really that expensive to just get a good fucking mic? Like, seriously? You're telling me the police department of America can't afford just, slightly better mics than the ones that they're using currently?
Yeah.
How do we know he's really guilty? Because he was found guilty, and I believe he actually confessed in the end, King Julian. If I remember the case correctly, I didn't really follow the case that closely, but I believe he ultimately confessed to the crime. Like, all of the evidence eventually pointed towards him, if I'm not mistaken.
It's not there anymore. It's like, I don't feel like the love we have is there anymore.
Okay.
And it's just like, I don't feel like, if we want to stay together for the kids, I'm not sure if that's going to work. Like, bringing
That's
us
what you told her?
Yes.
Okay.
Like, having another baby, bringing us in this relationship, do you think this is going to work with us being together? Or separation, I think, is going to be the best possible route for us. And that's when, like, all the crying and everything proceeded. And it was very hard just to talk about that.
Jesus,
but
really?
I needed to do it face.
To be fair, you get charged in South Africa as well if you phone the police unnecessarily. Or do you mean they charge people for dialing 911 even if it's an actual crime? Because, yeah, that doesn't happen in South Africa. But then again, in South Africa, the police don't even show up when you fucking call them. So that's a whole different story. They can't charge you because they don't actually show up. Or if they do show up, it's like 2 hours later to give you an insurance copy.
To face.
Okay.
And I needed to see her face, like, while I did it. I couldn't text, phone, whatever. I needed to be face to face and be able to see her and know that she was going to be at least reciprocating back to me.
Oh. What did she say?
She said that she wanted to kind of work on it, but if that's the way I was feeling, then she respects that.
Okay. 1 p.m. I'm now on my way home to check on my family. Is that just because you're worried based on the conversation with Nicole? Had the police contact you by then?
No.
Okay. 2, I arrived. Sorry, go ahead.
But Nicole says she was probably going to call the cops.
Okay. All right. Now, so it sounds like Nicole's pretty worried. More worried than you.
Oh, so once she couldn't get anything out of her and nothing was going on in the house, I was like, all right, I gotta go home.
The sharp and sudden change of angle from baseline questioning to direct confrontation would normally make an innocent person refute or at least challenge the statement. There would also be a brief pause, as they would need time to process the allegation due to its perplexity. A guilty individual would already be in a defensive state of mind and would normally respond in a hastily modus. Instead of refuting the remark, they would accept it, but try and explain its actuality in a defensive manner.
But it sounds like Nicole was more worried.
What an interesting fucking tactic, and also love the explanation of that. The cop clearly knows what the fuck he's doing. I would never even have guessed. If you asked me why the cop did this, I was just sitting here listening. I didn't even notice the fact that there was that 180 turn.
More worried than you. Oh, so once she couldn't get anything out of her and nothing was going on in the house, I was like, all right, I gotta go home.
The sharp and sudden change of angle from baseline questioning to direct confrontation would normally make an innocent person refute or at least challenge the statement. There would also be a brief pause, as they would need time to process the allegation due to its perplexity. A guilty individual would already be in a defensive state of mind and would normally respond in a hastily modus. Instead of refuting the remark, they would accept it, but try and explain its actuality in a defensive manner.
But it sounds like Nicole was more worried.
Yeah, because like most of if she doesn't text me, like I understand that. Okay. Like sometimes that happens. Okay. But for her not to get back to her direct sales group, that was very unorthodox.
Okay. So then they're at home. Police officers there. Then walk me through that.
So as we go through the house, we're all.
Do you immediately go through the house?
Oh, like I open the garage door and I just go into the house. I'm looking. Like I just go in the garage door and I'm looking.
Is the police officer saying, "Hey, let me talk to you for a minute"?
No.
No. Okay. What's the vibe like?
I go up there, shake his hand, but I'm like opening the garage door at the same time.
Okay.
And then I go through, and then they're waiting at the front door. I go in, open that up, and then they come in.
Oh, so they didn't go in the garage door with you? Okay.
Well, they went in the garage. They didn't come in the way I did.
All right. So then everybody goes in.
I think that was and at 4 o'clock. That's when because the officer had went over to the neighbor.
Jesus, you've already been at this for an hour. How tired are you at this point?
Neighbor's house, see if he saw anything, and
whose idea was that?
I think it was the officer. Okay. He just went over there. And then that's when the neighbor called him back over to show him he had some stuff from the other night. Okay. To show him like whatever he had and that put motion on it.
Okay. 4 p.m. Police check neighbor security footage and question them as well. Okay. Have we talked about that? Is that where we're okay?
That's where we're at.
Anything else about that?
No, I mean it just shows Nicole dropping her off, but her not walking up, and it shows me loading my truck up about the time that I told you I left.
Okay. Can we talk about something that's kind of hard to talk about?
Okay.
So when I work investigations like this, I have to keep an open mind on everything. Okay. And part of keeping an open mind is listening to you talk about your wife and your marriage. And the day she goes missing is the day that you guys have marital discord. Okay. So you can understand what I'm thinking about you.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Makes me sick to my stomach on it.
Implication in the form of a question. Plurium interrogationum? That's... What do you think about that? That is such a weird way to ask that.
Like, I know, like, I've talked to a few of my friends, it's like, you know, this does not look good on you. I'm like, I know. It's like, if people knew that we were having marital issues, they're going to look at me.
King Julian, we'll see. It's already quite late here, so we'll see how much time we have left.
Especially with the way everything looks. Yeah, honestly,
Harry Potter's Valvo.
Because this is something that I would never do. Ever. I know, like, you have to look at every vantage point. This is something I would never do to my kids or my wife. At all.
I don't believe this. That's so much.
This is what is known as the pause technique. After the suspect answers a question, the interrogator will remain silent while maintaining eye contact. This physical demeanor gives off the subtle cue that he expects more information to be divulged and may already know more than the suspect realizes.
I'm not sure, like, what I could do to make people believe that, just because if they knew we were having marital discord, they would automatically look at me.
That I do know. Like, Andy, are you literally sitting there taking notes? Good to know. Andy is the bitch sitting here going, okay, so I need to know. He's going to pause. So I just sit there, watch him, because he's going to think I'm guilty if I keep speaking. I also need to keep this in mind. This in mind. And this in mind. All right, bitch, I'm ready to kill people now. Andy's just sitting there taking fucking notes. But I don't know who it was. I was watching, this was like a long time ago. I watched this documentary also, like true crime stuff. And they actually explained when someone says, I don't know what to do to convince you, that is sort of like, it's called something. But it's basically, it's like, it's one of those guilty signs. I don't know what to do to convince you. You're basically looking for the other person to give you the alibi that you need. So you're effectively without asking you, without realizing it, you're basically saying, hey, I'm lying, but if you can tell me how I can prove to you that I'm not lying, that would be very helpful indeed. Thank you very much. Wow, I see. YouTube's a great way to steal content from thumbs up. Of course, Sleepy Dude. That's how it works. When the cops ask to talk to you, your response should be lawyer. Probably. Although, I feel like that may be in and of itself also kind of so the two people that I think who would ask for a lawyer would be career criminals, because they've been in and out of that fucking room a million times, so obviously. Or then probably, I think innocent people may, just because they might be afraid that they say something that could get them into trouble. Although I don't quite know. Well, Sleepy Dude, the fact that you're here and you're calling me uninteresting simply means that you're wrong. So I don't know what you want me to say. You wanted to seem innocent. Also true. They wouldn't say to convince you if they were innocent. They'd say prove that I'm innocent. Probably also true.
But there's no, I would harm anybody in my family. At all. I know we were having marital discord, and we had
just
that
keep
conversation
speaking
that morning, and then she goes, we have no idea where she is, or the kids.
Just keep saying the same shit over and over again.
I promise you that I had nothing to do with any of that.
Fuck. This guy's burying himself before it's even started. It's only an hour, and like this detective must be jumping with joy up and down, sitting there going, holy shit, it's only been an hour and like what, 13 minutes and I'm already winning. Like, I've already got this guy dead to rights. He's just doing everything wrong here. There was one instance where a girl died and the cops told the brother in a room like this that they found his semen in her, and he said, if you found it, it must be true then, and it was found to be false evidence to force confession. Dicey Danny, obviously false evidence is also, it can happen, and oftentimes when you have what will sometimes, and this is where I say, like, you obviously get bad cops, yeah, that is just a fact. You do get very bad cops. So what sometimes happens is cops will keep people, especially with younger people. So if you have someone like a teenager, for example, they'll keep the teenager alive, like awake for, say, 12, 13, 14, 15 hours inside the room. And then they'll keep throwing shit out. Like, they'll keep accusing them of stuff. to the point where the young person's mind just sort of goes, well, then I must have done it. You know, if that's what you found, then it must be true. So it's sort of that I would say that does happen, but clearly you can see the duration of this entire thing is only 1 hour and 15 minutes. So they've not actually kept him there for 10 plus hours, just keep pushing him. I watched that Making a Murderer documentary, and that's where they basically, that's a good example of incredibly bad police work, where the police decided that they have the suspect, and then they said, okay, how do I prove that you're the suspect? What do I need to do to get you to confess to everything that I'm doing now, or to everything that I wish to pin on you, in effect?
Are you telling me the truth? I'm telling you the absolute truth. Why should I believe you?
A truthful individual will normally respond to this question with a question, such as, why are you asking me that? Or, what's going on here? They will often protest the aggressive nature of the Inquisition, or give a short and forceful response.
Because I'm a very trustworthy person, and the people that do know me, they know how I'm a calm person. I am not an argumentative person.
What fucking answer is that? Why should I believe you? Because I never lie. Like, I'm not entirely sure if, like, what kind of fucking answer is that? Why should I believe you? I don't lie. I don't like lying. Makes me feel bad. That's why you should believe me. Fuck.
I am a person who is never going to be abusive or physical in any kind of relationship. I would never harm my kids. I would never harm my wife. I mean, you can talk to any of my friends, any of her friends. They know me. They know I'm a low-key guy that's quiet. I'm not about confrontation. I'm not about anything that elevates to that level. I mean, you can, like, if someone yells at me, screams at me, I just take it, and I just...
Wait, but his neighbor said at the beginning that he absolutely screams at his wife. No? Like, they would get into screaming matches because they actually thought that she was on holiday or some shit like that. No? Low-key murderer, you're basically confessing, right? Yeah, he's effectively sitting there telling him, you know, don't worry about it. I couldn't do this. This is genuinely the worst response I've ever heard from anyone to a question quite like that. Your girlfriend accuses you of cheating on her, and your response is, well, I wouldn't cheat on you because I don't even like sex. It's like, that's not, what the fuck are you saying? That's not really a good excuse, right? Or she goes, of course you slept with her, and you go, I didn't. Why should I believe you? I don't lie. What kind of fucking response is this? What are you saying? That's not a, you can't use that as an excuse. I don't know. This guy is just doing everything wrong. I'm watching this for what? We're watching this for 10 minutes, and I believe that he's fucking guilty.
Try to get it by the wayside and get it back to where it's just a cool conversation to where, like, none of that gets to that height.
My opinion on this is everyone loves saying this. No one ever actually means this. Even whenever I hear someone go, yeah, I'm a really chill guy, you know, I don't really lose my shit. I don't really get angry. Bullshit. Like, just fucking bullshit.
I am not that person.
That was almost a minute answer. I'm not even in this fucking interrogation room, and I can feel the tension. Like, that guy just sitting there watching him. Like, I want to start confessing to shit, and I'm not even there. Like, I just want to sit here. It was me. I did it. I did it. I don't know what to tell you. I was fucking angry. So I got on the plane. I flew there. I fucking killed them both. And I came back to South Africa. I'm sorry. Jesus, just stop staring at me. Leave me alone. Fuck. Jesus. It is tense, bro.
Okay.
Oh.
Would you take a polygraph? Sure. Okay. Let's take a little break. I'm going to come back in here because I have a lot more questions for you. How you feeling?
Looking at that picture,
What picture is that?
find him. God.
Oh, it's family.
She's Rampage. She's always the one that's gung-ho. She's always the one that's just like, she's off. She's either go or sleep. She's always the one growling. She's always been, she's a tiger. Bella, she's the calm, the mothering one. She's the one that's always, you okay? You okay? You fine? Okay. She's just the sweetest little girl. She's the one that favors me more, and Celeste is the one that favors Sinan more.
Did he ask? I forget. Did the investigator at any point ask, what do you see in this picture? Or did he just say, look at the picture? Yeah, Torrent. As far as I know, he killed both the wife and the kids. He said, what do you think? It feels like that's far too much. So if you gave me a picture of my wife and kids that's missing, and you were like, what do you think? I would probably look at it and I would just be like, I don't know. What do you want me to think? Unless you asked me what type of girl was your daughter, I don't think I would go into so much detail about it. That wouldn't be obvious to me, you know? Pregnant too, so he killed 3 of his kids. I think that's a picture of my missing wife and kids. Yeah, guys, that would pretty much, thanks for the first time chat, that would pretty much be my response. What do you think? It's a picture of my wife and kids. What are you asking? I don't know what do you fucking want me to think? It's a picture. I'd probably get annoyed at this point because you've had me in here for an hour and 40 minutes. So at this point, I would probably be like, it's a picture of my wife and my children. Do your fucking job and go find them. I don't know. Do you want me to psychoanalyze the way we were standing there the day that the picture was fucking taken? That's your job. Do your own fucking investigation here. I don't know what you want me to say about this fucking picture. Senra, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. If I was innocent and they asked me that, I'd just get mad. Probably the same. Because I immediately, like, I'm thinking about what would happen if you asked me to look at this picture and tell me what I think. And I don't know how the relevance to my wife and children being gone, and you ask me what do I think about the picture. I don't see the relevance of that. Am I going to look hard enough at this picture and their location is just going to fucking jump out at us? Is there a clue in the picture? Did you Photoshop in there something that will give me a clue as to where my wife and children are? Like, I don't think I would fucking loathe that question. So the detective is treating him good. He gives him breaks. He talks to him calmly. That's the thing. He never gets upset about being a suspect. I feel like an innocent person at this point would start to get upset. Would start to feel like, wait, you're accusing me of stuff, or I feel as if you're accusing me of stuff. And Cassiel, you have a point, but I would still feel annoyed. Because you are effectively, so I won't be able to use wife and kids because I don't have a wife and kids, but I can definitely use, I have a girlfriend and she accuses me of cheating. And then she shows me a picture of the girl that she thinks I cheated on. Yeah. And she goes, so what do you think of this picture? Now, I know I didn't cheat on my girlfriend, and I know for a fact I didn't cheat on my girlfriend with this girl. I would be like, what the fuck do you want me to think about this picture? It's a picture of a girl. I don't know what am I supposed to think here? You know, it would be because, to my mind, that picture would 100% be like you are accusing me of something. You're giving me this picture because you are accusing me. The fact that this guy is sort of going, yeah, she's my baby girl. She always favored me. You know, she's really the mama type. You know, she's the mama type. That just screams guilt to me. He's sort of trying to psychoanalyze the picture and telling the detective, he's trying to show the detective how much his family means to him, when in reality, that was never the question that was asked. It was asked, what do you think about this picture? At no point was there a question of, what does your family mean to you? Chris thinks that if he remains calm, he'll prove that he's innocent, but it just makes him look more guilty. Senra, very, very, very fucking true. And sadly, so often exactly what happens. Like, most guilty people think that if they just remain calm and cool. The truth is, when you're innocent, you will almost always lose your shit after a while. Like, when you're innocent, you might for a while. So I'll say this, I'm trying to imagine myself being in this situation. I'd probably remain very calm for a bit. Like, you know, if they're just asking me a bunch of questions, I'd be very calm. I'd answer the questions as much as possible. And then, once I start feeling like I'm being accused of something, I think that's when I'll lose my shit. That's when I'll start to get annoyed. Because now I've answered all your questions. I've done what you fucking asked me. You've had me here for an hour and 40 minutes. Why are you now accusing me of something? That would annoy me. This guy is remaining like just super calm, not saying a word out of place, trying to seem very sweet and innocent, and I'm never gonna get angry at shit like this. Very strange. And Walker, do I have access with sub to all content? Goro, I believe so, yes. I believe so.
I'm gonna love those spaghetti strap dresses. She likes long dresses.
She's saying a bunch of crap here.
She was a girly girl.
Oh, shit. We didn't even fucking hear this. Kamajan, how you doing? This whole time, he's basically been talking in sort of the past tense. She was the girly girl. She was the mother one. He's constantly speaking in past tense, so he knows that they're no longer here. Do you guys want to watch the next part? The polygraph test. Because there is also just the expansion Invoker package. Alright, you want to watch the next one? Alright. Alright, so let's do the polygraph for the case of Chris Watts. Bro, I feel so much fucking pressure just watching this. Like, it feels like I'm being interrogated here. Jesus. I think there's 3 parts, Smiley Lucky.
I'm gonna find him, right? I need your help. When we find the guy who took him, what do you think we should do?
This is what is known as a behavior-provoking question. An innocent person will usually give what is known as a draconian response. They will immediately respond with the harshest sentence possible for the crime they are falsely being accused of committing. A deceptive individual will often give an equivocating response. This means that they will fragmentize and divert from the question to a certain degree, as a means to avoid responding to the query in its entirety.
They're gonna come home safe, correct? When you find the guy.
When we find the guy, they're gonna come home.
Life in prison would be that's what I would think with 2 kids that are involved.
I'm taking notes. I'm not going to jail like this. Wow, that is such a deflection, though. That is such a deflection. If you ask... this is literally the equivalent of your girlfriend. And I keep using the girlfriend thing because that's the only thing I can really. I've never had a wife and kids, so I don't know. But girlfriends I've had. Your girlfriend coming to you and saying, "Hey, did you cheat on me?" And you go, "If I did, would you be angry?" Like, if that's your first response, do you think you're winning that argument if that is your first response? Pro to League, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Do you think that's a winning argument, like a winning strategy? If I did, would you be angry? Yeah, that's literally what this guy is doing. It's just sort of like, yeah, so they're coming home safe, right? Yeah, then I think, you know, maybe life in prison, something like that, you know? Would tell cop to let me have 10 minutes with the bastard. This kind of questioning is actually like having a convo with my ex. I had that talk before with my ex. Jesus.
What if you hurt them?
I'm not sure if like that penalty is even used. Is it used in Colorado? I'm not even sure what is the death penalty.
Okay.
I mean, like, if these kids are not alive, like, there's nothing you could do.
If these kids. Wow. Okay, I'm starting to get the idea that this guy really is a psychopath. Because he's already divorced these kids from his own mind. Like, it's no longer my kids. If my kids are not alive, it's these kids. So he's already detached himself from the victims entirely. That is speedy. That is like fast boy.
To cope with that, to make me cope with that, if those kids are not okay.
If those kids, these kids, fucking hell.
Can we keep talking about some complicated things? Sure. Some things that are going to make you uncomfortable?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. You've done very good in talking to me about this really hard conversation you guys had. Okay? Very good. That sometimes...
I would be very angrier. Like, just the way he's saying that, I would be like, you condescending motherfucker. Why are you treating me like a child? Oh, you're doing so well. Good job. Would you like a blowjob? Like, fuck my life, just speak to me like an adult.
Hard. And I understand why sometimes someone in your position says, doesn't want to tell me about that. Because please go help me find my kids, and you don't need to know about my marriage argument, okay? So I got to say, you've done very good at that. And I need you to keep doing that. So I need to ask you about your marriage and infidelity.
Sure.
Okay, tell me about it.
I have never cheated on my wife.
Okay.
And I fully suspect she has never done that to me.
Oh, okay.
The interrogator was already aware that Chris was cheating on his wife with a woman by the name of Nicole Kessinger. He had handed over his phone earlier on this interview for what he thought was for the purpose of going through his and his wife's mutual contacts to look for potential suspects. Judging by Chris's bold-faced denial, it's safe to assume he deleted all of his correspondence with Nicole beforehand. Yet he was most likely unaware that the FBI have programs that can recover every single piece of digital exchange sent from a device, even long after it's deleted.
Highly trained investigator.
Oof. All right, that sort of ruins that whole delete your browser history plan that a lot of guys seem to have. It's a good job that those programs are not available wholesale. Can you imagine if girlfriends had that fucking program? And how many guys would be sleeping in the couch forever if girlfriends had access to programs exactly like that?
Investigator over here, right? I see pictures of you from a few years ago, and I see you standing before me now. Okay, you've gotten pretty fit.
Yes.
Okay. You can imagine when guys start cheating or want to cheat, that's what happens.
Yes.
So tell me about it.
I did not cheat on my wife.
Okay. What do I do to help you walk out of this room and not look like the person who's responsible?
You have to trust me. I had nothing to do with this act of like evil cruelty, whatever has happened here. Because my love for these two girls and my wife, like, I don't want anything to happen to them. I've never wanted anything to happen to them. No matter if me and my wife separate or not, or divorce or anything, I never wish harm on anybody, on a human being.
He keeps speaking in the past, and Jesus, he is tripping up so fucking badly.
In general. seeing that picture, like...
Kitson, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I'm going to say this. For a moment, put yourself in this guy's shoes. Yeah? Do you think at this point he thinks he's getting away with it? Or do you think he feels the walls closing in? Because it feels to me like he's really trying to sell this story harder and harder and harder. So his own mind, at least in my opinion, is telling him, they got you, fam. They fucking got you. Like, you may as well just pull down your pants and take it up the arsehole, because it is coming, and there's nothing you can do about it. Yeah, so we're all basically feeling the same thing here. This guy is fucking... He knows that he is fucked.
I need them... I want them just to run through that front door and just grab me.
It is, Carriel?
Or just
Yeah.
barrel, just tackle me, knock me to the floor, bust my head. I don't care. The amount of love I have for my family is exponential, and it's never going to die. And they need... I want them back.
Okay.
I have to have them back.
Oh, here we go.
When you walk out of this room, there's nothing I can say to a room full of police officers that's going to convince them that you have nothing to do with this.
I know.
You know what they think.
I know all that, yeah.
Here's a guy who didn't call 911, who woke his wife up at a ridiculous hour because he was so guilty about something that he had to get it off his chest and say, I don't love you anymore, I'm leaving you. That didn't go well.
Oof.
Okay, so what happened?
She told me she wanted me to wake her up before I left. That's why I didn't just wake her up, like, just to tell her this. Like, I woke her up. That's what she wanted to do, and we talked. Like, usually at 4 a.m. I wake up, I go down and work out. This day, I wanted to talk to her about this.
Wait, did he just admit that he lied? He says that she told him that she wanted him to wake her up. Yeah. Now he says, just to tell her like this, I woke her up. That's what she wanted to do, and we talked.
That's what she wanted to do, and we talked. Usually
at 4 a.m. I wake up, I go down and I work out.
4 a.m. I wake up, I go down and work out.
This day, I wanted to talk to her about this. So, I just told you that she was the one that wanted to talk, but this day, I was the one who wanted to talk to her about this.
I wanted to talk to her about this.
And I just want to say, no one wakes up at 4 a.m. to go work out if they're not getting fucky from someone. Bollocks. The silence is so fucking horrible.
I love these girls. I love these girls so much. And this picture right here, Celeste and Bella, those are my life. I helped make those kids. There's nothing in my life that means more to me than these kids. Nothing.
Bro, just stop speaking. Oh my God, he should have gotten a lawyer. At least with a lawyer, the lawyer would have been able to tell him, stop fucking talking. Stop speaking. You're making things just 100% worse the whole fucking time here.
Kids, that's...
What would he say normally though, them? So these kids speaks of detachment. You'd usually say my kids. My children. Very few people would say these kids. Those kids. People would say my children are my life. Very few people would say these kids, because it is detaching yourself. These kids, it's someone else's kids. It's kids that's no longer around, or but very few people would say these kids. That's also usually something parents will say when they're sort of annoyed at their children. So my children is weird in that sentence. Well, his entire, that's the point, I think, Andy. The entire sentence structure is wrong. Because normal people would say, my children are my life. His sentence structure is sort of distancing himself from the children. These kids are my life. These kids, it's sort of, the whole sentence structure suggests he's moving himself away.
That's your life. That's your lifeline. That's everything. Like, you make kids, they come first before anything. Kids, spouse, family. That's what it's always been.
Nothing you've told me tonight makes sense. Oof. Nothing you've told me tonight feels like the truth.
That's where, if you didn't think before that you're fucked, this is the moment that your asshole starts doing this, dude. This is the moment where you start eating that chair, bro. Like, you're like, oh, cunt. I was hoping, I knew that it was going badly, but I was kind of hoping that I got you. This is bad.
Can we start over? Sure.
Oh my Jesus, starting over?
Tonight's been pretty intense, I can imagine. How are you feeling?
I've slept like 2 hours last night, so I'm like running on empty right now, but
I know, I can see it. So why don't I do this? I'm sure you don't mind if we take a break for the night. And I'm sure that you are feeling some of the pressure from me. Okay? I'm going to commit to you that we're not going to stop working until we find them.
Okay.
Senra, yes, exactly.
I want to commit to you that
Hollowied, we're watching the case of Chris Watts, part 2, the polygraph.
There is going to come a time when you're going to feel this pressure from other people. I'm not the only one who thinks that there's a possibility you have something to do with this.
Like another FBI agent, like pressure, or like just like
everyone.
Okay.
Everyone, Chris.
Okay.
The interrogator is clearly receptive to Chris's anxiety and endeavors to amplify this emotion before ending the interview. He wants to inflate Chris's apprehension as much as possible for the looming polygraph test that approaches the following day.
Tonight when you go home, one of two things is going to happen. You're going to pass out because you're so tired, okay? And that's probably not going to be what happens. Your head's going to go race, okay? So tonight when you lay down and your head starts racing, there's going to be things that come to your mind, okay? This always happens, always. It's very natural. You're going to say, I wonder why he asked me that, okay? You're going to say, screw him, how dare he accuse me, okay? You're going to say, I wonder if they thought of this, okay? And then you're going to say, I probably should have told him something, or this, or that, okay? Those are the most common things.
Those are the most common things for a guilty suspect. So he's already putting this in his mind. Like, he's already putting all of these things in his mind. Wow.
When those thoughts come to your head, I want you to call me.
Oh my God. We got to work. Have fun. Afino Force, thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, bro. The dude is basically just lining this guy up. Not even that. He is also describing what he's done up to now during the silent time. True. But the guy is literally going, so when you feel these guilty thoughts, call me. Jesus.
And those are beautiful kids. Those kids have a good dad. And I know it.
Let's just see the picture. It's on my phone.
Yeah.
It's a better one. But it's just... I'm sorry too. But it's...
Those kids have a good dad.
The following discourse from the officer could be construed as the reframing technique, where an interrogator will try and shift the suspect's view of themselves from negative to positive, as a means to lightening the iniquity of their crimes and increasing the chances of a confession. However, this is more likely what is known as passive accusation.
Frank for lols, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Some people can admit things they don't do because of that pressure. True. Definitely true.
where the interrogator is almost certain of the suspect's guilt and indirectly accuses and in some manner indignifies the suspect. This is made evident by the high praises the officer gives to Chris for extremely trivial deeds.
A lot of dads don't get second pairs of clothes and cook eggs and give them snacks at night. You know, a lot of men, that's woman's work, right?
I like to get involved.
But you're not that kind of guy. Okay. So can we say that tomorrow at 11 o'clock?
Sure.
We can do a polygraph?
Sure.
Here. I appreciate you coming in tonight.
Mm-hmm.
All right, give me a few. This is Tammy. Did you meet Tammy yesterday?
No,
okay.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Here we go.
Sit on this?
Yep, I know. I'll explain what that is here in a little bit, but you don't have to worry. It's not on or anything right now. It's not gonna buzz you or anything. Obviously, you're probably nervous about taking today's test. Honestly, I would think something is wrong with you if you weren't nervous about coming in here to take a polygraph. Even if people are like, I don't have anything to hide, it is nerve-wracking. And I have taken tons of polygraphs, obviously, in my training. I went to 10 weeks for training. I've been a polygrapher for about 5 years. I went to the best school in the country. So I want you to have confidence in the fact that you had nothing to do with this disappearance. Like, we're going to find that out today, okay?
She's building so much suspense because she's basically telling him, look, I might be one of the best people in the country for this.
I have the best training that they offer in the United States. We use the most validated testing. That's the way I'm going to ask you the questions. So believe me, if you had nothing to do with this,
that is a skill issue.
This is psychological pressure disguised as reassurance. It's not a routine procedure during the pre-test phase of a polygraph exam, yet this technique will be used when the suspect's guilt is almost conclusive. Polygraphs are not a foolproof system, and they can be beaten, but with a heightened state of anxiety, it becomes considerably more challenging and unlikely. On this occasion, the polygrapher distinctly applies this technique for maximal effect.
There's actually only 2 ways you can fail a polygraph, okay? The first way would be if you fail to follow my instructions. I'm going to give you a lot of instructions today about how to sit still, how to answer questions, things like that. So if you fail to follow those instructions, you will not pass today's test, okay? The second way would be...
This is... Fuck, dude. This is so clever, because... So even in a situation where I'm not necessarily accused of anything, it's just sort of a situation where you go, look, if you want to pass this, here are the rules, and there's going to be a lot of rules, and you have to follow all of these rules. If you fail one of these rules, you will fail this test. That in and of itself now creates a shit ton of anxiety, because it's one of the things. I'll just quickly give you guys a bit of an example here. I used to watch these videos on YouTube on how to be a streamer and how to be a successful streamer, all the rest of it. Surprise, surprise, I follow none of that advice, and I think I'm doing pretty well. But so I used to watch all of these videos, and these videos would give you like a fuck ton of rules, dude. Things that you have to do, things that you don't have to do, things that you have to keep keep track of, and things that you can't keep track of. You should look at the camera this often. You should do this. You should talk about this. You should always be talking. You should always be, and eventually, you're so stressed out. Trippy Shrooms, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat. You're so stressed out by just hitting that go live button that you don't even hit the go live button, because you're just thinking about, I can't keep track of all this. It's so much. What if I make a mistake and then I fucking ruin everything? And then I just sort of got to a point where I was like, look, I'm just gonna hit go live, and whatever the fuck happens, happens. That's it. I can't control it. I'm just gonna talk to my to my viewers as if they're in the room with me, and we're sort of joking around, we're having fun. That's literally it. Right? That's it. And if that doesn't work, then I'm not fucking meant to be a fucking streamer. That's it. Right? And that's it. That's all I do. As I found your likeness from Asmongold reacting to your video. Trippy Shrooms, very happy to have you here, dude. Asmongold have driven quite a few viewers, so I'm very grateful to him. When he sees rules, when she says rules, she just makes him lie on cue, so it's nothing to stress him. Shit. Oh, shit. Cromanold, how you doing, brother? I'm really happy for everyone that comes here from Asmongold. It is a privilege to be able to entertain you guys, even though we're watching the biggest fuck up we've ever seen in real time. Like, this is horrible. Whoa! 1,300 bits, dude. Really appreciate that.
Keep up the great work and being yourself.
Thank you very much, Twitch. Really appreciate the bits. Thank you. I came here before Asmongold, but I watch him a lot. Oh, I love watching Asmongold. Whenever Asmongold is live, when I'm still awake, I'm usually chilling in Asmongold's chat.
If you choose to live sneak today, you know, if you did have something to do with their disappearance, it would be really stupid for you to come in and take a polygraph today, right? Like, it would be really dumb. Like, you should not be here right now sitting in this chair if you had anything to do with.
Fuck, that's so harsh, though. Oh my god, that's like setting it up. That's like 100% just going. So, by the way, you know, I'm not accusing you of killing your wife and children, but I want you to know, if you did do this, you are fucked right now. Like, you made the worst decision of your life coming to take this test if you actually did it.
Shanann and that little girl's disappearance. Okay.
Establishes the exam.
But yeah, everything flourished from there. Like in 2011, I proposed to her over in Ocean Isle Beach. And as she was sitting there crying with a little eviction notice, and she recorded it. It was an amazing day just to see that. And then she left. I was there. Like, she had a midwife for this one, so like they actually had me like, "Oh, you can stand here and like, you know, catch her," and like, but Celeste came out like so fast that like I barely had a chance to go like this, and they moved me out of the way because she just like came out.
The polygrapher will also obtain the examinee's version of the facts regarding the specific issues under investigation.
Like, I was just hoping that I would get that knock on the door or a phone call or a text.
Just keep saying the same shit,
phone,
dude.
I mean, they have her phone. Like, hopefully, maybe it's a number I don't know. Hopefully, it's like, you know, like a burner phone or some kind of like phone she bought, and she could just text me and call me like, "Hey, I'm okay." Something, or just get a knock on the door, and then the kids just run in. I miss like the kids like sitting at the dinner table and like having to tell them to eat their dinner, and like I miss them throwing their chicken nuggets at me. Like, I just want to find them. I want them to come home safe. Like, wherever they are, I hope they are safe. And I really hope they can just come home. It makes me feel like, all right, maybe somebody has her that's not keeping her safe, or something terrible has happened. And that's the nightmare.
And what would that terrible thing be?
If somebody hurt them.
Chris recounts a brief summary of the events and states multiple vague possibilities for his family's disappearance. The polygrapher then starts to elect specific timelines for Chris to give his account on.
You said the next thing you know is her getting into bed with you. Is that right?
I felt her get into bed. We didn't say anything because I just kind of felt it.
Okay. Do you know if she was on her phone or like how any of that works?
I don't think she was on her phone.
Was she mad at all?
I mean, crying like she was, crying like I was. I mean, yeah, I mean, she was upset, but I mean, it comes with that kind of conversation.
In the next moments, you will see another subterfuge of psychological pressure, this time disguised as routine questioning procedure.
I know it's totally awful to think about, but what are ways, because I need to make sure that you know what I'm talking about, what are ways that you can make someone disappear?
Oh. I mean, like, if you're talking about like what I've seen like on the movies, or like how people, if you read about other people, I mean, you hire somebody.
Like a hitman?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm just being honest.
No, that's what I want. That's what I want, because I want you to go through all of these scenarios in your head, because I want you to know for sure what I'm talking about when I say that, you know, asking you if you physically caused her disappearance.
Okay, like you'd hire somebody, or you have somebody you know.
How would you respond, chat? If someone asked you that question, how would you respond? Because I feel like I would probably be just perplexed. I'd be like, look, fuck. There's obviously multiple ways for my family to disappear. I don't fucking know what you're asking me. Why is this at all? Like a line of questioning. Are you hoping that I will do your job for you? She asked him, can you explain to us can you explain to me how are ways in which you can make people disappear? It feels like a question that I would just be so annoyed at that question being asked at me.
Know that would do it. I mean, it's like, it's hard. It's a hard question to answer.
And I know this stuff.
It's a hard question to answer.
Right.
Because it had nothing to do with this disappearance.
Right.
So like, I don't even want to think about like, if you're asking me like how I would do it, like
anyone. Like how would anyone cause someone else's disappearance?
I mean, you would. I said like.
You could cause someone's disappearance by murdering them.
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
So what different physical ways could you cause someone's disappearance through murder? You could stab someone.
I feel like I'm just sort of venturing here. I feel like she's asking him this to narrow their own search. Because he's obviously not going to tell her a way in which he actually did it. Yeah? So if she can get him to give her all of the ways in which he believes you can kill someone. So by saying you can hire someone, they can basically rule out that he hired someone. Because he's not going to say hire someone if he hired someone. Yeah? So that they can rule out immediately. Because I'm trying to think what would be the reason for this line of questioning beyond just trying to increase his anxiety. And that's sort of all I can think about.
Someone shoot someone, hit him with a blunt object.
Cautious not to mention actual causes of death. Yeah, so I was correct. He's literally using all of the ways in which he didn't kill them. He's listing off every single way in which he didn't kill his wife and daughters.
Else is there? I mean, use a weapon like gun or a knife. I mean,
okay.
You could.
Well, he's typing smotheration, but it's literally just smother. You know?
Smother someone.
Smother someone.
So she throws out you could smother someone.
Strangle someone.
Hang someone. I mean, yeah, you can. All that kind of things. I mean, it's hard to even think about that kind of stuff right now.
Mm-hmm. So you could strangle someone. You could drown someone.
Yeah.
You could shock someone to death. You could burn someone alive. What other ways can you think of?
This is where I feel like an innocent person would start to lose their cool. At this moment, there's been a few moments, but I feel like if you could hang out until this moment, I think this is where an innocent person would be like, okay, this is enough. You're wasting my fucking time. You're asking me all these unnecessary questions about how I would kill... Like, you're the fucking police. Go grab a file and tell me all the different ways that people have killed each other. Like, I don't know why you're asking me any of this.
As far as, like lure him into a trap, I guess.
What do you mean? What?
Like, like, have somebody waiting, like, around the corner and, like,
Sure.
Following answers: hit by car, kidnapped, locked in a room, poisoned, beaten into a coma.
Sure. So if I ask you that question on the test, Chris, are you going to have any issue with that? About you physically causing
going through every single one of those?
Yeah, like that would be a way you could cause someone's disappearance.
Okay. No, I can definitely, like, I can pass. I mean,
Or you could murder them, you could kidnap them, you could take them to another country, you could, bury them in your backyard, you could do a million things.
Yeah.
As far as trying to.
It's so stressful.
Them, yeah. Right? So that no one can find them.
So stressful.
Because at this point, she's gone. So when I ask you the question on the test, I'm not asking you about guilt. I'm not asking you about, did you make her feel so horrible that she ended up leaving? I'm saying that you were the one that physically caused her to disappear. Okay. Either by murder, kidnapping, all of those other things that we went through, okay?
You don't want me to list? You want me to list all those? Like
No. You're just going to say no to that question.
Okay.
Right. When I ask you if you physically caused Shanann's disappearance, your answer should be what?
No.
Right. So do you have any issues with that at all, and
no.
Have any question about what I would mean when I was?
No, that's total. Like, I just like going through all those. That's
Right.
a lot to really think about.
Right. But
Like
that's-
trying to figure out like, that was.
Just putting it off.
I'm gonna have you take a bathroom break. We've been in here quite a while.
Okay, so how
You're gonna be taking
do
what's
they
called a
show?
directed lie polygraph.
Does she actually say when he fails on some of this, or does she not? Yeah, this is a scumbag, Sinra. 100%, super fucking scumbag.
So what that means is there are going to be questions on the test where I want you to lie. I know it seems kind of weird, but you're going to know which questions these are, and they're going to be easy to answer. They're all going to start with before 2018.
The directed lie test has 3 types of questions. Known truth questions. These are easy
Kool-Aid
questions to
Hideout, bro.
answer, such as, are you sitting down? Or, are you wearing shoes? They serve 2 purposes. The first purpose is to provide a baseline reading for when the subject is telling the truth, and should elicit very little bodily responses. The second purpose is to disconnect the examinee's thought patterns between each question as a means for resetting their cerebration for a more accurate reading. Control questions. These are what the polygrapher just explained to Chris. Whenever she says, before 2018, at the start of a question, Chris will know he is purposely supposed to lie. Each of these questions are deliberately constructed that all answers will be responded with no. Relevant questions. These relate specifically to the crime being investigated, and the examinee will know that they are supposed to respond truthfully. A guilty subject will show a much stronger reaction to the relevant questions than to the control questions, even though they will be lying on both of them. This is due to the immediate threat posed by the relevant questions.
So I'm going to say before 2018, did you ever lose your temper with someone you cared about? And you're going to say,
No.
because you're telling a
lie.
Awesome.
All right. There's a mock test. Chris is told to lie on the number
The
3.
test is about to begin. Please remain still. Did you write the number 1?
No.
Did you write the number 3?
No.
Did you write the number 5?
No.
This portion of the test is complete. Please remain still while I take the instrument out of operation. Okay, you can relax. How'd you feel?
This is the last time the polygrapher will have any correspondence with Chris before the real test begins. She gives him an initial compliment in a reassuring tone.
You did great.
You did
Remember
great.
to lie and everything. That was awesome.
Oh shit.
This momentary boost in his confidence is then abruptly ripped away as he receives the following information.
So, you obviously are a really bad liar. Have people told you that before? Like, the second you tell a lie, like, they can tell, like, on your face that, because the second you lie...
You're sitting there, you're working your fucking magic. And the person that is about to decide whether or not you're guilty tells you, so you're a really bad liar. FYI. They just wanted to let you know. I don't even need this test. Like, I can literally just ask you the questions and I would probably know immediately. Oh, that is so fucking dirty, dude. That is where your semi just goes flaccid. Like, that's immediately when you just say, oh, shit.
Have people told you that before? Like, the second you tell a lie, like, they can tell, like, on your face that, because the second you lied to the number 3, like, I don't know if you heard me clicking, but I had, like, turned down the sensitivity because you were starting to go off the page. So that is what I need to see as the polygrapher, because that tells me that you know it's wrong to tell a lie. And you're actually having a significant reaction when you lie, so that is awesome. So thank you for being a horrible liar. No, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. We don't want to be good liars, so thank you for being a horrible liar.
Jesus.
And that just shows me that, you know, obviously on the test when they're asking, you know, significant
that's
stuff
so
about
hurtful.
your wife, if you're lying to that, it's going to be even 10 times more amplified. So
This is the moment where you go, could I tell her I no longer want to do the polygraph? Like, can I just go, so I changed my mind. I don't actually think I want to do this anymore.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much, more than you know. So that was awesome. And the coolest thing about this is right now, there's only one person in this room that knows what the truth is. And in about 5 minutes, there's going to be 2 of us. So that's the coolest part. Okay? And then I can go share that with them out there. Okay? All right, you ready?
Do it.
The test is about to begin. Please remain still. Do you understand I will only ask you the questions we have discussed?
Yes.
Regarding Shanann's disappearance, do you intend to answer all of the questions truthfully?
Yes.
Is your first name Christopher?
Yes.
Before 2018, did you ever lose your temper with someone you cared about?
No.
Did you physically cause Shanann's disappearance?
No.
Were you born in 1985?
Yes.
Before 2018, did you ever say anything out of anger to a loved one?
No.
Are you lying about the last time you saw Shanann?
No.
Are you now in the state of Colorado?
Yes.
Before 2018, have you ever wanted to hurt someone to get even with them?
No.
Do you know where Shanann is now?
No.
Whenever he lies, so when he's sort of like, listen to when he has to lie, there's sort of a break almost in his voice. It feels as if his voice breaks. Like there's a little sort of dip in the middle of the word. Now, no is a pretty straightforward word. It's like a very short word. No. But he doesn't do no. He goes no. There's sort of like a dip just before the word finishes.
This portion of the test is complete. Please remain still while I take the instrument out of operation. All right, how'd you feel? Same with all of it?
I think it was the same through everything.
For ya. We'll be right back.
Okay.
Are they gonna tell him he just failed it? Watch this video of his kids. Final interaction with his phone. So this might be why, unless of course this is all just for show. So he knows he's on camera and he's trying to look at the final video of his kids because he's basically thinking about his court case. But this sort of tells me that, at least from my amateur perspective, this was a crime of passion, not necessarily a crime of like I don't know if he planned this. But then again, I don't know if your kids are really missing, would you want to watch videos of them? Like, wouldn't that be a little bit too hard to see your children and not know where they are? Like, I get later on. So after a month or two of your kids being missing and you still don't know where they are, maybe you'd start. But would you... He had a lover and wanted to get rid of his family? I know that, but it all depends. So, for example... Passion, he wanted to go live with his girlfriend and couldn't ask for a divorce. Why couldn't he ask for a divorce? I mean, because what would have stopped him from asking for a divorce? Do you think it was just for the money? He didn't want to lose half his shit. Pay child support? Because he didn't want to lose half his stuff? Because he's a weak sociopath? I mean, yeah, but you know, still, I feel like divorce is easier than murder. If you're gonna ask me what I would rather deal with, I'd rather deal with a nagging ex-wife than a cellmate. You know, it just feels like the cellmate is a bit of an extreme thing for me.
Oh my gosh, I did forget part of it, didn't I?
Alright, here we go. They're about to tell him, right?
So I brought Graham in here because we want to talk to you about the results, okay?
Sure.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. What are they going to tell him now?
So, it is completely clear that you were not honest during the testing, and I think you already know that. You did not pass the polygraph test.
Okay.
Okay. So now we need to talk about what actually happened. I feel like you're probably ready to do that.
I didn't lie to you on that polygraph, I promise.
Chris,
I know.
Chris, stop. It's time. Just stop for a minute. Take a deep breath. I want you to take a deep breath right now.
Oh, shit. I need to go pee quickly, and then we'll watch the final part. I am so tired. It's already 9:30, but we're going to have to watch the final part because I need to know what that cop says to him next. This is like fucking real life. Like, this is so horrible. It's like, bro, stop. Just stop. Take a deep breath. It's time. It's time that you confess. That must be the worst thing. I'll be right back, guys. All right. You guys ready? Would not give him a divorce. But, I mean, can you really block a fucking divorce? Zendi, how you doing? I don't think you can block a divorce, can you? Like, if someone really wants to get divorced, you can absolutely just fucking get divorced. I don't think you need, like, both people to sign off on it. Not that precise. There are some ways of manipulating it. I don't know, because we know. But this lady was good. Like, this lady was really good. You can delay it, but I don't think you can stop it. All right, so here we go. Final episode. Is this a final episode? I think so. This is going to be... let's hear what this cop has to say now. That's so harsh.
I didn't lie to you on that polygraph, I promise.
Chris,
I know.
Chris, stop. It's time. Just stop for a minute. Take a deep breath. I want you to take a deep breath right now.
There's a reason you feel sick to your stomach. And when people hold stuff inside, it makes you physically ill. And I can just tell on your face, I could tell from the second you walked in. That
You and me both, Twitch.
Just come clean and just be done with this.
This is a technique known as social exchange, an
Seth Rogen, thank you so much for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Bro, I am so on board with this investigation. I'm ready to join the police department. I can help. This is like next level. So this is better than CSI. And I'm a huge CSI fan as well. You gone divorced? Then fuck that. How did I leave?
Personal persuasion strategy
Now
in
it's
which
about
the
to beat his
interrogator
ass?
provides the suspect
Yeah.
with a psychological reward in return for the information they need. In this case, she's trying to convince Chris that the alleviation of mental weight is a worthy trade for a confession. She does this in a manner that protects his self-esteem by giving him appreciative reinforcements.
And I appreciate that because
saw
you
that
knew
Death Knight, yeah.
sitting down in that chair that you weren't going to pass today, and you knew I was going to find out because I told you that, and then you continued to stay knowing that you could, at the end, say, you know what, I just need to get this off my chest.
Everything that I've told you, I did not lie on this polygraph. I don't know how much I could tell you right now, like, I did not.
It's not even an option right now because you did not pass the polygraph, so I know you were being deceptive, so that's not even an issue right now. The issue right now is what happened to Shanann, Bella, and Celeste.
The following tactic is called the futility technique, a building block to induce a sense in a suspect that any resistance on behalf of their cause is futile due to the overwhelming evidence against them. This was obviously not the case, as polygraphs are not admissible evidence, and Chris was in fact still free to leave at this point.
That's the issue right now.
This is like super harsh, right? Because they're basically just glossing over him saying, I didn't lie. She's just going, yeah, don't worry about it. We know you lied. This is not up for debate anymore. We're well aware of the fact that you lied. You need to tell us now where your fucking ex-wife is, or your wife is.
Right now.
Correct.
Okay, so let's talk
Exactly.
about that. I know you want to tell us. I can see it in your face. Holding this lie in is going to do nothing for you.
I know this. Like, okay. I'm not, like, trying to, like, cover things up, like...
Yeah, but you kind of are, because it's normal.
This is no longer an interview to collect information. The steps of asking questions and receiving answers is over, and the interrogators are now in the process of leading the suspect into a state of mental exhaustion. The detectives will attentively watch for denials and stop them before they can be voiced. Letting the suspect deny his guilt will only increase his confidence and prolong his cerebral stamina.
Normal people would do that. Normal people that make a mistake initially are going to go, I don't know what you're talking about, I didn't do anything. That's normal. I would expect that. That's a natural reaction that someone's going to initially lie about something like that and then eventually tell the truth. So this is your eventually telling the truth time.
Yep.
This is where the rubber meets the road, Chris. Like, don't let this continue any longer, please.
I'm not trying to make anything continue. Like, I want them back home, like...
Oh, my God.
But you know they're not coming back home.
You make me feel so bad for yourself.
I don't know in the back of my head. I hope they come back home.
But you know they're not.
Chris, Tammy and I are confused, okay? And here's what we're confused about. I told you that we've done some work overnight.
Yeah.
I told you that we've got a lot of leads, okay? That wasn't a lie. We know a lot more than you think we do, okay?
The dossier technique is a variant of the futility technique, the only difference being that the detectives are far more cryptic and often deceptive about the evidence they have. This will hint at things in a vague manner for the purpose of escalating a suspect's uncertainty.
Where are they?
I don't know where they're at.
I feel like this is where an innocent person would be like, what do you have? I mean, you're telling me that you have this dossier, you have this information on me, so what do you have? Because I didn't do this, but you seem to think that I did, so explain to me what the fuck you have on me, because I have no idea what you're talking about. The fact that he's not once even doing that, although I think at this point it's too late anyways to try and deny it. Dude's mad fucking sus.
Honestly, I do not know where they are at. If I could have my babies back home right now, I would. I want them back. I want everybody back. That is the God's honest truth.
Although the detectives want to intensify Chris's psychological stress levels, they do not want him to become reactively agitated, as this could lead him to objecting and resisting every step of the way, and the interrogation will never get off the ground. It also significantly increases the chances of him requesting legal counsel and ending the interrogation outright. This elicits the interrogator to change approach and utilize what is known as the ego-up technique, where the detective will build on the self-respect of the suspect.
Senra, I didn't even catch that, but you are correct. If I could have my babies back home, I would. It is sort of already speaking again in the negative, right? Because you are basically saying, if I could bring them back, I would bring them back. Dicey, of course, I don't want him to hire a lawyer. Remember, this is the initial interview. Yeah? If they can get you to basically confess right here, it makes their lives a hell of a lot easier. Whereas if you get a lawyer, that lawyer is not going to let you talk to them at all. Because what's the lawyer going to do? The lawyer's literally going to walk in and be like, where's your evidence? No, you're not talking to myself. He has nothing to say. Show us the evidence. You have no evidence, we're leaving. And this is gone. Like, then they would have to get the state prosecutor involved, and it becomes a massive case trying to get this guy to actually come in for interviews, actually come in for polygraphs and shit like that. So, yeah. Remember, they are trying to get you. So it's up to you to ask for an attorney. You don't need, like, the state is not going to provide you with one unless you ask.
Through positive reinforcement.
It is very surprising to me, and it warms my heart that you're the type of dad who can pack a bag in the morning. And you know just what to put in there. You know just what to put in there as a backup in case they have an accident. Okay? You know what the clothes to put in there. You know what they have for breakfast. You know what they have for a snack and a dinner and a nighttime snack. You can tell me the book you read to your daughters. Okay? I know you love them. But you are here today lying about something else. So we need to talk about that, okay? About your daughter. I know. And this is very good.
Oh my shit, he just fucking...
I saw her.
No Pepsi sponsor, I just like Pepsi. Wow. He just had him, he literally just got him to open up on the first line.
You can tell me the book you read to your daughters, okay? I know you love them. But you are here today lying about something else. So we need to talk about that, okay? About your daughter.
Boom.
I know. And
massive.
I saw her.
Do you think it makes it easier? So once you have that first breakthrough, do you think it becomes then easier to get the second and the third? Trying to think why. Like, from a mind perspective and from a psychological perspective, why would it make it easier? Pal, how you doing, brother? So you think it's sort of like a dam breaking. So that first crack, that first crack will take a while to open up, but once that first crack is open, it's gonna start spilling over. Yeah. All right.
Took my breath away, and I never thought in a million years that could happen.
Yeah.
I never felt that way about anybody in my lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not proud of it. She accused me of it. I denied it. I cheated on her, and I feel horrible for it. Like, she was pregnant, and it was, I don't want to, I didn't hurt her.
You're doing a good job. This is the Chris that I knew would come out today. This is the Chris who tells the truth, because you're a truth teller. I don't think this girl did anything to hurt anybody. When you leave her out of it, okay, get back to your wife and your daughters.
Okay.
Where are they?
That I do not know.
Wait, did he just blame the girl that he cheated on? Just a minute.
Did anything to hurt anybody. When you leave her out of it,
okay, I didn't hurt her.
You're doing a good job. This is the Chris that I knew would come out today. This is the Chris who tells the truth, because you're a truth teller. I don't think this girl did anything to hurt anybody. I'm gonna leave her out of it. Okay. Get back to your wife and your daughters.
Okay.
Where are they?
No, he's just explaining that she's not under suspicion.
That was what I was holding back. Like, I didn't know, like, what I did. I know.
Chris, in the interview today, you weren't asked about infidelity. You were asked about...
I was holding back from last night.
That's not why you failed today.
That's not how that works.
Here's the challenge that we have.
Oh yeah,
we
sorry.
knew about Nikki, and so we didn't need to ask you about her in the polygraph. We just didn't need to, because we knew, okay? And so that's why we didn't ask you, because we already knew the answer, okay? We're very, very worried about your daughters and your wife. I am too. This should have been the happiest time of your marriage. Okay? You and Shanann.
Fuck, this is rough, dude.
She's making a little money. She's making good money. You're making great money. You both have a job. You have beautiful kids. You have a beautiful house. You're in Colorado. Clean air, good people. Okay? And on top of that, you look pretty good now. You're pretty fit. Okay? This should have been a time in your marriage where you guys were happy and thriving and productive. Okay? And I believe that Shanann's the reason none of that happened.
This is called the how and why solution, a technique that allows the suspect to admit a lesser act and blame the victims, while at the same time minimizing the crime and motivations of his actions.
I believe that she's a controlling person. Maybe doesn't listen to you as much as she should.
This is so...
I think that she can do whatever she wants and you can't. Okay? I think if you were to go to a restaurant, she would order whatever the hell she wants. And as soon as you order a nice steak, she says, whoa, buddy. That's because you're a good person. And I think that she started on the path to leave the marriage. Okay? It's ironic that we're talking about you and Nikki. I think that she was the one who started on that path first.
He's basically leading him. They're just leading him to it. Fuck.
What do you think about that?
I wouldn't have thought about
that. Okay. The other thing I think is interesting is, even though she is that type of person that's controlling, doesn't listen, does what she wants, is walking away from her kids, here you are defending her. Because to your core, you want to take care of the people you love. Okay.
Those mind games, bro. Fuck no.
We want to give you an opportunity today to just help us find them. Okay? Chris, right now your dad's outside. He flew across the country to help you. Okay? You're lying to him. You're lied to everyone you talk to. And they all bought it.
Him going quiet, that's weird.
Will you please help us find you?
He's cracking, isn't he? He's fucking cracking.
I want to find them. I've told you over and over, I want to find everyone.
Can you understand that some of this just doesn't make sense to us? How is it possible that a woman and 2 kids are just completely gone off the face of the earth?
I promise you, I have nothing on my hands I did nothing to those kids or her to make them vanish.
As the interrogation goes on, the constant and relentless psychological pressure essentially puts Chris at the edge of his ability to function cognitively. It's a slow and methodical process of breaking down his resistance while maintaining a balance of pugnacious and reassuring psychological techniques.
I just find it hard to hear you talk about just having this emotional, conversation with Shanann, and you're bawling and crying together, and you have not shed one tear in 2 days that you've been here. Not one. And help me understand that, because I don't get it. These are your baby girls. And you have not shed one tear over them not being around.
Oh shit.
Chris, I lose my...
She gonna call him out like that? Fucking hell. Bitch got no chill? Oh, my life.
My 4-year-old in the store for 10 seconds and I start to go panic. Panic. I have not seen any of that from you at all. Help me understand that.
I love those girls. I would never do any just because I haven't shed a tear. You get
no, that's weird. Is that weird?
Don't look into that like I don't love my
Well,
kids, I
tell
love
me,
my wife.
explain to me.
I'm
You're
trying to
crying
cry.
with your wife that you're leaving her.
Yeah.
Literally making himself cry. Like, what the fuck? As soon as she says, hey, you haven't cried. Oh, shit. Child, no lover. I'd be so fucking scared to say a thing. That is fucking true.
But you don't cry that your two little baby girls.
I'm hoping they're still around. I'm hoping they're still somewhere.
In the next moments, you will see step 7 of the Reed interrogation technique known as the alternative question, where the suspect is given an alternative and far more morally acceptable choice for what happened.
Chris, did Shanann do something to them?
No, I don't know.
I'm serious.
I have no clue.
No, you would have known because they didn't leave the house. Did Shanann do something to them, and then did you feel like you had to do something to Shanann?
They were at the house when I left. They were there.
They weren't there. They didn't leave. They vanished.
Oh, bro, this is so rough.
They were
there. The only way
Just
they
how you
could
doing,
have left
bro?
is in your truck.
Did Shanann do something?
Something happened in the house that you know about. We know that something happened to all three of them. But I want to know, did something happen to these baby girls first that you had to take into your own hands and deal with?
You had to clean it up for Shanann.
Chris, you gotta tell us. There's something that happened to these baby girls. Look at them.
I know. Before you came in, I was watching videos.
We have no doubt you love these girls with all of your heart. I have no doubt.
Oh my God.
But we make mistakes.
That's okay.
It's what we do with those mistakes that make us who we are.
I've never understood that. We all make mistakes, and that's okay, you know? Just tell us. And in that moment, if you really are guilty, you'd be like, bitch, please, none of this is okay. If I tell you what you want to hear, I'm going to jail for the rest of my life. So all I've got is basically sit here and pretend like I don't know what the fuck we're going on about. Because telling the truth in this moment is not going to make me feel better. Just make the mistake. Tell us. Come on. You know you want to. I really don't. Like, I really don't want to tell you the truth. Can I just go home?
Chris, it seems like you're thinking about it right now. What are you thinking about?
Just couldn't have.
Ceases outright denial.
I feel like you cleaned up for her. I feel like that's the type of guy that you are.
Chris, this is a weight that's going to be on you for the rest of your life until we resolve it tonight. Unless we can talk about this more tonight, it's going to follow you forever. I promise you, when you start talking to us, you will feel better.
Chris, we're giving you a lifeline right now. You need to take it. You need to reach out and take it.
So basically what they're doing here, if I understand correctly, is they're setting up effectively, saying, hey, maybe it wasn't you that killed your girls. Maybe Shannon killed the girls, and you killed Shannon because you couldn't deal with what the fuck she had done to your girls. Because they're hoping he takes that. They're hoping he goes, yeah. God, it makes me feel so much better. Yes, she did kill my baby girls, and I killed her out of revenge. And through that, they've opened the door to then go after him and say, no, but actually, it wasn't Shannon that killed the girls, was it? It was you. You killed the girls. Interesting technique. That's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it pays off for them.
Chris, you took them out of the house with their blankets and their animals. And that's because you cared. That's what caring that does. And you either cleaned up after Shanann or you made the mistake. And I mean, I want to believe that maybe Shanann did it and you felt compelled to fix this so Shanann didn't look bad. That's what I want to believe. But I don't know, you're not telling me that, so it makes me think the worst. Like, did you?
I didn't.
Well, that is actually fucking brilliant, what she just did there. Did you guys catch that? She just removed all other options from the table. But literally all other options. She told him, I want to believe that this was Shannon that did it and you were simply cleaning up after her. So that's what I want to believe. So you could, in this moment, tell me that, listen here, Shannon killed my baby girls and then she killed herself. Yeah? And I just removed them so that no one would know. That's what I want to believe. I want to believe that you simply cleaned up on them. But that's not what you're telling me. So I have to believe the worst. So she's basically just removed all options. There's no more options in front of this guy. He either, you know, he killed Shannon and Shannon killed his daughters, or he killed all of them. But these are the only two options now available. That is fucking brilliant. How she just walked him straight into that.
All three of them? Like, what did she do though? Tell us, Chris. Chicks are crazy.
Can I talk to my dad or something? Absolutely. Come. Do you want to bring him in here? No, I just need to talk to my dad. Like, he flew across the country. Hey, Chris, how about this? If we brought your dad in here, would you please tell him what happened?
And you need to realize that your dad is not going to stop loving you no matter what you tell him. You are his child, and he will not stop loving you.
Never.
Ever.
And this is not the last chapter in anyone's story. At all.
I feel like they haven't met my dad. Bro, if I got caught killing my wife and children, my dad would probably tell me straight up, fuck you. Like, good luck. Wish you well. It's up to you now. Like, you're on your own, brother.
Okay. Hey, Chris, we're going to let you have however much time you need, okay?
Sure. You gonna leave us in there or no?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Tell us what's going on or? And this, polygraph failed it. Yeah, because there's too much emotions.
Anything else you want to tell me? What's going on? Or what happened or anything? You know anything about?
When we had that conversation that morning, it was emotional and told her about separation and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Is he confessing to his dad now? Would this confession count for anyone that knows anything about the US system? Considering he's in the confession, like he's sitting in the interrogation room and he never asked for the camera and the mic to be turned off, right? So from what I understand at least, this would count, right? Totally missing the point. I'm not defending him. I was saying that we can't know how people react in certain situations because we just sitting and watching anyways. Never mind. Wait, what? Who said what, Cassiel? Because he confessed to the real killing after, so this one did not count. Well, I'm wondering, so that's not the question. Say, for example, he sat here and he told his father, I absolutely killed them. You know, I did this. And then the cops came back in and he was like, I didn't do it. It wasn't me. And he just kept denying it. The reason I ask is, so you go into the interrogation room and there's a camera and there's a mic. And usually you're told beforehand, look, we're recording everything in here, sound and video. It's all being recorded. Now, if they gave you the interrogation room and you didn't ask, hey, can you turn off the camera and the mic, please? I feel like everything you say here is still gonna be open. Like they would have right to use this in court and say, hey, did you not fucking admit to your dad that you absolutely killed them? I just feel like that is how it would work.
What happened after that?
I went downstairs.
Well, that's a change in the story.
Well, no, tell her. You're her.
Doing what he wants to you. Wow.
One, just smell it. Our token. I didn't hear anything. Well, downstairs it came back up.
Is that true? I don't think she did it, because then he would have said that from the very beginning. I don't think she did this. I wish I knew this fucking case before I started watching this. Like, I wish I knew all the details of the case.
Talking about separation and everything about she lost. I don't know, like, what else to say, like, I freaked out. Those are my kids. I heard like a little commotion upstairs, but I didn't think anything of it. And then we went back upstairs and she was there. I could see like she was on top. I'm choking her for that.
Here's Newfie, yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking as well.
They're blue. Yeah. She took both of them with that. I freaked out when she sent me.
Bro, do you know how... Do you have any idea how fucked up you must be to kill your own children? Like... All murder is obviously wrong, yeah? And it probably would be very difficult to take the life of anyone. But at least when it's your wife or something, you know, yes, you are married, but it's still it's not really blood. It's not really yours. Your children, on the other hand, is part you. Like, you saw them get born. You held them as babies. It's like, how do you end that fucking life? We're not even talking about just killing your wife, someone that you actually loved at one point. I mean, I would argue that the love that you feel for a child is far greater than the love that you feel for your wife. Maybe I'm wrong. I've never had children, I've never been married, but I think your kids are just like, it's an extension of you, you know? I don't know how you fucking do that and live with yourself. I don't know how you do that. Your love for your child is insane. Yeah. Man, his father must be also fucking heartbroken. It's his little children, like it's his grandkids. Oh crap. You gotta get a lawyer.
Okay.
Less than 10 seconds after the mention of the word lawyer, the detectives re-enter the room and immediately reinforce Chris with non-verbal empathic communication. They immediately divert Chris's attention from the well-informed advice of his father to their own appreciative reception of his contemporary admittance.
Very clever. What a coinkydink. I think for a second there, the cops were struggling. Like, when the cops heard, oh my god, he said lawyer, get in there, what the fuck?
What's your dad?
She was in there with her. On top of her. Freaked out. I ran in there and got on top of her.
What'd you do?
Blue. Those are my babies. Those are my kids.
What happened?
Although not the full avowal they are pursuing, Chris has still confessed partly to the crimes, and they now have one foot in the door. He is no longer free to leave. The interrogation now returns to a non-suggestive process, where the detectives will collect further information, where they will not contaminate with excessive or direct input.
Now they got him. They got him, boys. Obsidian Prime, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. It's quite cold here today. It's actually quite fucking chilly here today. We got him, boys. He's cracked. He's weak. Now we know who to invite to the next Among Us game. Man's got no chill.
He's mad and cold. At that first location I went to that day. I don't know what to do.
I know.
I didn't know what to fucking do. Like none of this made sense. Why would she hit my fucking girls? I'm sorry. I know.
I know you are. I know you came in today to do the right thing. Where'd you put him? Get him out there.
In the truck.
Did Shanann fight back at all? You did that?
The rage that I had after seeing that, not much. I didn't know what else to do.
I know, so tell me what you did. I know.
I didn't know what else to do. I was so scared.
I know.
Oh, this guy just lying.
Like, no, I just did this, and I just did that. What do I do?
Right.
You were in a tough spot. I mean, what can you do, right?
Sometimes your body just kind of takes over and...
What's gonna happen? We're gonna help them get out of there. Chris, I know they're gone, but they're still your babies. And you're still their dad.
And you don't want them out there.
I don't want them out there.
And you don't want someone else to find them out there. You don't, I promise you. You give us a second so we can kind of get some things arranged. Can you do that?
I don't know what the fuck to do. This is just fucking horrible.
It's interesting that this is what he's thinking about. This is, I think, how you know this guy is a sociopath, if not a psychopath. Because if you actually did this, so let's say it's true and it's real that your wife strangled your babies, killed them, and then you killed her. Would you be crying that you're going to that you're going to jail now? Because that's what he's crying about now, right now. I'm going to prison. I don't know what to do. This is fucking horrible. It's like, that's his only problem. Not that his children are dead. No, that's fine. But they fucking caught me. Bastards. I would have gotten away with it as well if it wasn't for those pesky kids. The consequences of my own actions, exactly. Why is this happening to me? What the fuck? Man, that must be hard for a dad to watch his own son be a fucking murderer.
No, not tonight. Whereabouts? The Shanann and the girls.
Shanann right there.
The S for Shanann. Okay. And where are the girls at?
Here.
In these?
Mm-hmm.
So, how did you do this out? I'm assuming that's under third. How did you take that?
So show on that truck still, is that? So it sounds like, I mean, it feels like to me, now we know
Yeah, he
pretty
did.
well how to go get him. Is there anything else we need to know?
What do you think of that, Chris?
Let my family down. Let my dad down, let my mom, sister, nephew, nieces, friends, co-workers.
Can I ask you another tough question? You just get it all on the table.
Wait, did he mention the daughters there? Wait a second.
Let my family down. Let my dad down, let my mom, sister, nephew, nieces, friends, co-workers.
Not daughters. Fuck my wife and my kids. Them the fake family. Fuck
Can
it
I ask
out.
you another tough question? You just get it all on the table. When you see Shanann choking, strangling Celeste, and you get her off of Celeste, did you think about calling an ambulance? How come?
I see you laying there blue and limp.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've never seen something like that in my life. I mean, she just like laid over, like nothing was moving at all, no gasp of breath. She was totally just blue.
After the baseline information of Chris's version of events is gathered, he is now locked into an alibi and timeline of affairs that forensics will subsequently examine and dissect in ways so they can use it against him. The tone of the interrogation then reverts back from information gathering to a confrontational nature.
So Chris, doing this job for a long time.
I know.
Sifty, how you doing, bro?
I know a lot about psychology and as far as like what people are thinking. Most parents will never even want to fathom that their kid is dead. Even if their kid's stiff, blue in bed, I mean stiff like been dead all night, they still call an ambulance to see if someone can revive their child. And when the ambulance gets there and they're like, gosh, their kid's been dead all night, like there's nothing we can do. And the parents are like, why are you not doing something? What are you talking about? So that's what we're used to. So that's why I want you to explain to me like what was going on in your head and
the rage I felt for what she did. It just took over.
I would hate for Shanann to get a bad rap if she didn't have anything to do with it. You know, it's not fair. It's not fair.
There is no technical term for this approach, yet it's a clear attempt by the detective to interconnect to the suspect's sense of morality, which is always under the assumption that they have any.
Mm-hmm. Like enough bad stuff has happened. Like we need to stop the bad stuff from happening. So you want to tell us the truth?
That is the truth.
So you're good with the public knowing that Shanann killed her daughters?
I did not hurt these girls.
Are you okay with the public knowing that Shanann?
Yes, because I did not hurt these girls.
Chris, I'm not sure I believe you.
Are you sure Shanann didn't catch you in?
No.
Oh my god.
Don't get mad. But what it looks like is that you found a new life, and the only way to get that new life was to get rid of the old life. And I think that you killed these girls before their mom came home, and then killed Shanann. And that's what we're kind of left, that's what we have to believe, because it just doesn't make sense. I mean, to her point,
this is clinical, dude.
Decapitated, I call an ambulance, right? So
knowing there's no hope.
It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't add up. So either you're this monster who says, I just want this young, hot girlfriend, so I'm going to kill everyone and hope it works out, or something. So I think we're very, very close to the truth, but not quite there yet. So if you're not that monster,
I'm not a monster.
So what's going to happen when their cause of death comes back to you? For the girls?
It's not going to.
Okay. You sure?
I'm 100% positive it's not going to come back to me.
And what happens when a coroner looks and says, sees your fingerprints on her neck?
It's not going to be my
What's it gonna be?
It's gonna be shenanigans.
Why take their bodies out of the house and bury them?
I was scared. I didn't know what else to do.
Okay.
Nothing was gonna, I didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
Wow.
I honestly didn't know what to do. Scared
Just
of what?
pulling him apart like that. Fucking
Scared of
hell.
what everything was gonna look like. My 2 babies were gone, and I just did that to my wife. And I was the only one left in the house. What do you expect is gonna happen?
Yeah. It did look bad, right?
It looked, I mean, this was a nightmare.
Yeah. Okay.
So I would have probably had some empathy for this guy if he actually showed any sort of remorse for what had happened here. But up until now, the only tears that I've seen, literally the only things that I've heard him actually get emotional about is him getting caught. So the fact that they figured it out, the fact that he is now going to jail, that's the shit that he's worried about. Not the fact that his kids are gone, not the fact that it's finally hitting him, that he's never going to see his baby smile again. He's never going to be able to hear his daughter's laugh again. Just, you know, that's the bad shit. The bad shit is that I'm now going to get bum-fucked every night in jail. And what's worse, this guy is probably having a very horrible time in prison because people who kill children generally don't have a great time in prison. He killed his wife in the house, put her in the trunk, and put his daughters in the car knowing he will kill them. He drove them to some oil tanks and killed one daughter first, while the other was watching, and then the next one, well, she was telling him no. And then dumped him like some garbage. That is fucking miserable, dude.
Yesterday when you were talking, and again, this is before we kind of got to this moment today, you mentioned that we were talking, you said, I don't know where they are, and then you said something along the lines of, whatever happened to him, this act of pure evil. What does that mean?
This the evil that I saw when I walked behind Shanann and she was on top of CC. And then I felt evil for what I did to Shanann.
Okay.
Man, the guy just keeps fucking lying. Like, literally zero remorse. I feel like a normal person. So if we imagine that this could be a crime of passion, yeah? This happened in a moment of intense anger. You sort of lost your shit and you killed your wife and your children, yeah? At this point, you would be so relieved to get it off your chest, to just go, yeah, I killed them, I killed her. This dude just does not give a fuck. He killed his wife, he killed both his daughters, and he's now blaming all of this on his wife. Like, she's the evil one.
We're going to have a lot more questions. Things are going to be different then, but if you're willing, we'd love to talk to you then too. Now that we know what we know, we're going to, I need to check that you don't have any weapons on you or anything like that. Do you have any weapons on you? Okay. We'll do that. We'll go to the bathroom. I'm not going to go in the stall with you, but I'm going to go with you. And then we'll come right back here and we'll make a decision about how the rest of the night goes. All right, so you might stand it up so I can check.
Jesus. Yeah, he is literally fighting
This
to
interrogation
survive.
was a true testimony of how mental fatigue can restructure an individual's cognitive rationale. Chris maintained his innocence even after the failed polygraph.
Swing
and
high
if he
down,
had
brother.
kept that stance, he would have walked out of that police department as a free man for at least another night. Yet, after a prolonged state of isolation, anxiety, and fear, coupled with the cerebral influencing tactics of the interrogators, the alleviation of getting out of that situation was in that moment perceived as enough of a luxury to exchange his freedom for it.
Chris, go and stand up for me. I'm going to have you face that wall. Lift up your hands.
Okay. That is fucking rough, you know? That is rough. I don't know how anyone does something like that. Save that to watch later. The top video of the recommended. Which one? The one where DA describes Chris Watts coldly and deliberately ended 4 lives. Is that the one? Andy? This one. Jennifer's solution. Oh shit, that's an hour and 31 minutes. I think this is tomorrow's content. I think this is tomorrow's content. First left would be this one. And this one. There's something about Cassie. Wait, what do you mean? Okay, hold up. So you want this one so we can finish the case. Yeah? This one is the one you want so we can finish the case. All right. So we can probably watch this one right now. It should be fine. Yeah, we can probably watch this one right now of the DA. But then you guys want this one, the Jennifer solution. You guys want this one. Yeah, this one we'll save for tomorrow. Jennifer solution. Watch later. And then this one. You said there's something about Cassie. It's the other one you want, yeah?
Most of you.
So we'll add that to save later as well. And I'm assuming you don't care about the others right now. All right, so we have these 2 for tomorrow. That's like definitive things to react to. So let's see. So this is the final one. This is the DA describes how Chris Watts coldly and deliberately ended 4 lives. All right, here we go.
Your Honor, there are no words to adequately describe the unimaginable tragedy that brings us before this court today. By my comments, I'm not even going to try to express the horror, the pain, or the suffering that the defendant has caused to these families, to this community, and to all who were a part of this investigation.
Yes, 4 Grumanaut. So his wife was pregnant at the time. So he killed his wife. He obviously killed the baby that she was carrying, and he killed his 2 children. His 2 daughters. So he took 4 lives.
However, I do want to spend a few minutes sharing with the court the details of the crime, as so far you've only had an opportunity to review the affidavit and a few facts here and there that have been offered to the court in the motions and pleadings that have been filed. The questions that have screamed out to anyone who will listen since August 13th of 2018 are why and how? Why did this have to happen? How could a seemingly normal husband and father annihilate his entire family? For what? These are the questions that only one individual in this courtroom or on this planet knows the answers to. I fully expect we will not receive the answers to these questions today, nor will we at any point in the future. I don't expect that he will ever tell the truth about what truly happened or why.
Did he not?
Even if he did, there is no rational way that any human being could find those answers acceptable responses to such horrific questions. The best we can do is try to piece together some kind of understanding from the evidence that is available to us. And the evidence tells us this. The defendant coldly and deliberately ended 4 lives. Not in a fit of rage, not by way of accident, but in a calculated and sickening manner. Shanann was 34 years old. She had married the defendant in November of 2012. Over the weekend leading up to August 13th, she had been at a work conference in Phoenix, Arizona, and returned home in the early morning hours of August 13th. We know that she got home.
Well, Swing, I just want to say, even if, yeah, So even if you have kids and you meet a new girl that doesn't want kids, yeah, so she's like, I don't want kids. I feel like most girls who don't want kids would be okay with the fact that you have them, because obviously there's no taking that back and she has fallen in love with you. Yeah. She just doesn't want to raise them. So she doesn't want any part of them. And if you're at the point where you could kill them, because it doesn't really matter, you could just tell your wife, listen here, I want nothing to do with these children. I'm going to start a new life with another woman. And I don't want kids. She doesn't want kids, so we're good. You keep the kids, you keep yourself, and I'll just leave. So I'm not sure what the fuck this guy's logic was for what he was pulling off here.
About 1:45 in the morning, the doorbell camera on their home shows her arriving back home from the airport. Shortly thereafter, at least according to the defendant, they had what he referred to as an emotional conversation about the state of their marriage and about what their lives would look like going forward. What was said during that emotional conversation, only he knows. What we do know is that shortly after that, the defendant strangled her to death with his own hands.
You know what I sort of feel very sorry for? Well, not sorry, they get paid a shit ton of money, but I do sometimes question. I don't want to sit here and sort of throw shade, because I've known a couple of criminal defense attorneys in my life. I've met quite a few of them, and most of them, their answer is almost always the same. The one question you never ask your clients is, did you do it? Like, never. You don't want to know. You don't care. They're innocent. They maintain their innocence, and you don't want the answer. To the contrary. But my thinking on this is, so if I was a lawyer, on the one hand, I've always said it would actually be quite fun to defend someone that is clearly guilty, because you'd have to be very, very clever and very smart to get them off. But then you put yourself in this case, right, where 3 children is dead, 1 unborn and 2 obviously still very young, and a woman is dead. And you have to sit there and you have to defend this guy. All the evidence is against him. He's basically admitted to all of it. How the fuck do you do that? You know? How do you defend someone like that, knowing full well that if you succeed, you're getting someone off that is guilty, that took the life of little children? I don't think I could defend child murderers, ever. If I was a lawyer, I don't think I could do it. OG Apocalypse, how you doing, brother?
We know that he slowly took her life.
Maria Pigeon, take care of yourself. Thanks you so much for hanging out.
We know that this was not done in an uncontrolled, vengeful manner that he tried to describe to agents from CBI and the FBI. If that were the case, you would expect to see vicious, horrible bruising about her neck, shoulders, and face. You would expect to see the hyoid bone in her neck broken. You would expect to see some kind of defensive wounds on his body as she struggled and fought for her own life. None of those are present.
Wait, why?
The only injuries that were on Shanann's body were 1 set of finger or bruising, what appeared to be fingernail or finger mark bruising to the right side of her neck. We know that our expert...
Wait, what? How can there be no bruising after you've strangled someone? I want to hear what he says here. Sorry, guys.
You would expect to see some kind of defensive wounds on his body as she struggled and fought for her own life. None of those are present. The only injuries that were on Shanann's body were 1 set of finger or bruising, what appeared to be fingernail or finger mark bruising to the right side of her neck. We know that our experts will tell us that it takes 2 to 4 minutes to strangle someone to death manually with their own hands. The horror that she felt as the man that she loved wrapped his hands around her throat and choked the life out of her must have been unimaginable.
Jesus, that must be so rough.
Even worse, what must Bella, age 4, and Celeste, age 3, must have experienced or thought as their father, the one man on this planet who was supposed to nurture and protect them.
The reason this is actually worse, like why this is so harsh for me, is if you think about a girl, yeah, the first man that a girl ever learns to love, the first man that is supposed to teach a little girl what a good man is, how a man needs to treat a woman, is her dad, right? Her dad should be her life. It should be her protector, because he's basically the one preparing her for what she should expect from moving forward. And this is the fucking dad that those little girls had. A man that was willing to take their lives because he wanted to be with his fucking girlfriend. That is, I don't know why, but it hits just so much fucking harder. And I realize this is some sort of bias that I have, but it would have been sad if it was little boys, but it's sort of worse for me when it's the fact that it's little girls. And I realize that's a bias because it's sad no matter what, but for some reason it's worse for me, the fact that it's a father that killed these little girls when a dad is supposed to protect these little girls. He's literally supposed to be the golden standard for what a little girl needs to look for in a man, needs to look for in the world, and needs to demand from other men. And this guy is literally the piece of shit, the worst piece of shit.
Was snuffing out their lives. They both died from smothering. Let me say that again. The man seated to my right smothered his daughters. Why? Imagine the horror in Bella's mind as her father took her last breaths.
What do you mean his parents? They legit made me so angry. What did his parents do? You want to protect the girls? You unconsciously think the boys can handle themselves because strength is a male trait? I imagine something like that. But also, most boys really start only taking after their father or start imitating their father at a much later age. At the age of 3 and 4, most boys isn't really going to imitate much of their fathers. It usually comes later on, 7 to 14 is where boys will start imitating their fathers, and then from 14 they'll start imitating their friends. Whereas girls sort of always remain, like if you have a good father, you sort of always remain a daddy's girl, you know, no matter what. Your daddy is always going to be your world. So it just sort of hits a lot harder. And I realize that's a bias. It shouldn't be that way, but it hits harder.
Away. Your Honor, understand very clearly, Bella fought back for her life. The frenulum, the connective tissue between her upper lip and her gum, had a centimeter and a half laceration. She bit her tongue multiple times before she died.
Canal, Jesus.
She fought back for her life as her father smothered her. Celeste had no such injuries. In fact, she had no external injuries at all. But according to the medical examiner, she was smothered nonetheless.
But how?
The defendant then methodically and calmly loaded their bodies into his work truck, not in a hasty or disorganized way. He was seen from the neighbor's doorbell camera backing his truck into the driveway, going back and forth into the house and back out to the truck 3 different times, 1 time for each of their bodies. He then drove them away from their family home 1 final time, intent on hiding any evidence of the crimes that he had just committed. In one final sign of callousness for his wife, his daughters, and their unborn son, and their remains, he drove them to a...
Does Colorado have the death penalty? Kool-Aid? Because I thought they did say Colorado, right? That's where this happened, and I don't know if Colorado has the death penalty. We'd have to see, because there's not many states in the US that still have the death penalty. Just FYI, the people always go on and on about the US still having the death penalty. There's like the most famous one is Texas. They have courts specifically designed for the death penalty, but there's a lot of states in the US that don't have the blue state that don't have the death penalty at all. Okay, so long as you vote Democrats, you're right. It's a Western state. I think for people like like that, death is a mercy in my head. So the only reason I don't agree with the death penalty is we always think about this as sort of a, his crimes are so terrible that he deserves to be put to death. Yeah. Now, I don't think punishment is supposed to deter crimes. Yeah. That's sort of the point. It's supposed to deter crime. Now, there's so much evidence that's been collected over the course of many, many decades that prove that the death penalty does not deter crime. Just because you have the death penalty, it doesn't deter shit. So, the idea that you have the death penalty, but it actually serves zero purpose outside of just killing people, it's sort of like, why do you have that penalty? If the penalty itself does not actually deter crime, then why do you have it in the first place? I have a bunch of problems with the legal system as it is, but this is sort of like, you don't need something that doesn't work, and it clearly doesn't.
A location that he thought no one would ever find them, to one of the oil tank batteries with which he was so familiar. He knew this was safe. He had texted a coworker the night before saying, "I'll head out to that site. I'll take care of it." He had carefully ensured that he would be alone in the middle of the plains to secrete away the remains of his family in a place that he hoped they would never be found.
So RW, again, you can look at the psychological evidence here. So there's, what's his name? It's not Steven Pinker. Jonathan Haidt actually speaks about this because this is part of the research that they've done. So not only does the death penalty not serve to deter crime, but the death penalty also doesn't do what the other side thinks, which is to bring justice to the victims. The studies show that if you really wanted someone to feel justified or feel some form of justice, so victims that are left alive, for example, they have to be the ones who pull the trigger. So there's actually a lot of evidence that revenge does work. It does actually help people feel a hell of a lot better. The reason we don't have that it would be it would be chaos. Yeah. If you just allowed people to exact revenge. The evidence shows that the state exacting that revenge on your behalf has no effect. It doesn't make the people that is left behind feel any better. It doesn't actually help anyone. And they're already dead. So the thing that you're going to bring justice to the victims, they're dead. Nothing you do right now is ever going to bring justice to them. They're dead. They're no longer around. So usually it's to bring peace. I think if you're gonna say that punishment is meant to do anything, I would argue that most likely you're trying to bring peace or some form of what's the English word for it? Not comfort, closure. You're trying to bring closure to those who have been left behind. So the mother and father of Shannon and the grandparents of their daughter. So you're trying to give them closure. But the evidence there suggests that the state exacting that revenge on behalf of the ones left behind doesn't actually bring the closure that you want. So ultimately, the death penalty doesn't do any of the things that it should maybe do. It doesn't deter the crimes, but it also doesn't really bring the closure. So at the end of the day, it's sort of all moot, you know, if that makes sense. Like, our criminal justice system doesn't do what it's supposed to do.
In one final measure of disrespect for the family he once had, he ensured that they would not be together, even in death, or so he thought. He disposed of them in different locations. He buried Shanann and Nico in a shallow grave away from the oil tanks. Bella and Celeste were thrown away in the oil tanks at this facility. Different tanks, so these little girls wouldn't be together in death.
Jesus, the coldness of that.
Honor. This defendant took those little girls and put them through a hatch at the top of an oil tank.
He just threw them away. Like, his little girls that he was crying about how he cares about his little girls. He buried his wife. That makes... Wait, hold up. He does say he buried his wife, but he threw the little girls into separate oil tanks.
Wouldn't be together in death. Imagine this, Your Honor. This defendant took those little girls and put them through a hatch at the top of an oil tank, 8 inches in diameter. Bella had scratches on her left buttocks from being shoved through this hole. A tuft of blonde hair was found on the edge of one of these hatches.
Jesus fuck.
The defendant told investigators that Bella's tank seemed emptier than CC's because of the sound that the splashes made. These were his daughters. Significantly, when his co-workers arrived at the tank battery later that morning, to a person, they all described him as acting completely normally. It was a normal workday, even while his daughters sank in the oil and water not far away from him. And then his efforts at deception truly began. We've all seen the emotionless interviews that the defendant gives to the local media, asking for help in locating his family. We watched as he claimed that the house was empty without them, and that he hoped that they were somewhere safe, and that he just wanted them to come home. He told investigators that they were at home sleeping when he left for work that morning, and that Shanann had told him that she was taking the girls to a friend's house for the day. What is striking about this case, Your Honor, beyond the horrors that I've already described to you, is the number of collateral victims that he created by his actions.
Yeah, the lawyer literally just leaned over to him and was like, I can't bring you back from this, buddy. Like, thanks for the money. Really appreciate the retainer, but I don't think I can win this case. So get yourself ready, get some Vaseline, prepare those little butt cheeks. Shit's about to get real for you. Jesus.
While he stood in front of TV cameras asking for the safe return of his family, scores of law enforcement officers, neighbors, friends, and family scoured the area, fretted for their safe return. They texted him begging for any information and sending him their best wishes, all the while he hid what he had done. The list of indirect victims does not end there. Think of the firefighters and the Colorado State Patrol hazmat experts who had to don protective suits and who were called upon to pull Bella and Celeste out of those oil tanks. Or the coroner employees who had to conduct these autopsies. Or the victim assistants who frantically attempted to ease the suffering of those affected.
I'm assuming that's her parents.
All of this, Your Honor, for what? Why? Why did this have to happen? His motive was simple, Your Honor. He had a desire for a fresh start. To begin a relationship with a new love that overpowered all decency and feelings for his wife, his daughters, and unborn son. While Shanann texted the defendant over and over again in the days and weeks leading up to her death, attempting to save her marriage, the defendant secreted pictures of his girlfriend into his phone and searched and texted her at all hours of the night. While Shanann sent the defendant self-help and relationship counseling books, one of which, ironically enough, was thrown in the garbage. He was searching the internet for secluded vacation spots to take his new love in researching jewelry.
What a
and while Shanann took the girls to visit family
asshole.
in North Carolina,
Jesus.
the defendant went to car museums and the sand dunes with his new girlfriend. The stark contrast between the subjects of their internet and text content is absolutely stunning. Even the morning after he killed them and disposed of their bodies, he made several phone calls. One was to the school where the girls were supposed to start, telling the school that the girls would not be coming to school anymore, that they were being unenrolled, presumably to give him some more time before law enforcement notification about them going missing. He contacted a realtor to start discussing the selling of his house, and he texted with his girlfriend about their future.
Do we know whether or not the girlfriend knew? Was there ever an interview with this girlfriend to find out whether or not she knew what he had done? So the reason is the guy is just truly dumb as a bag of rocks? Yeah, I think he tried to get away with it, and he did not know how. Is there interviews with this girl? So did she know that he had murdered his wife, Flynn Roinkies? Did he tell her that I had taken care of them? This is just...
None of this answers the questions of why, however. If he was this happy and wanted a new start, get a divorce.
Yeah, why not? Fuck.
You don't annihilate your family and throw them away like garbage. Why did Nico, Celeste, Bella, and Shanann have to lose their lives in order for him to get what he wanted? Your Honor, justice demands the maximum sentence under the agreement reached by the parties. As you will recall, the agreement calls for life sentences as to Shanann, Bella, and Celeste, and all of those to run consecutively to one another. It also calls for the count of unlawful termination of a pregnancy as to Nico to run consecutively to counts 1, 2, and 3. I would suggest that the extreme aggravation present in the defendant's conduct and in his the efforts that I have described mandate that the sentences for counts 7, 8, and 9, the tampering with a deceased human body, each be the maximum of 12 years, and that those sentences run consecutively to one another. It is very clear that each of these acts, that these were not the subject of one act, but each oil tank that he walked up with his daughter's bodies and the hole that he dug for his wife and unborn son mandate a mandatory consecutive sentence. It's been alluded to this morning, but the defendant was...
Bro, how many fucked up things do you think court officers like that hear on a daily fucking basis, dude? I mean, that man has seen some shit. That man has seen some shit. The amount of crap that he needs to deal with on a daily basis.
Was certainly eligible for the death penalty in this case, under the existing law in the state of Colorado. As you heard, Shanann's family strongly opposed my office seeking the death penalty and being bound to the criminal justice system for the next several decades. That's in large part, as you've heard, why we have reached the agreement that we have. 4 lives were lost at the hands of the defendant on August 13th for reasons that we will never fully understand, nor will we know. In the end, the Rusick family was much more merciful towards him than he was towards his wife, his daughters. And
I don't think they were merciful. I don't think they were merciful at all. I think that was like a much bigger fuck you than because death penalty, I have always said, if I were to commit a crime, I would much rather the death penalty because it's done and it's over. Being in jail must be one of the worst things in the world. You have no communication with the outside world. Little, if any, communication with the outside world. You spend your entire life in a cell, right? With nothing to fucking do. You never see anything but that life. That's it. Those walls, that's your only real friend. It's all you have. I think prison would be much worse than death penalty.
His unborn son. Prison for the remainder of his life is exactly where he belongs for murdering his entire family. Thank you.
Are you seeking 91 days to file a request for restitution?
I am, Your Honor, please.
I'll grant that request.
Jesus, this was rough, dude. This was definitely a very rough review. Not similar to the other more upbeat reactions that we generally do. This was a bit more dull, I think, and a bit more somber. I get why people like shit like this. I get why people like shit like this, because it's interesting to look upon the worst facets of humanity, right? It's interesting to, because you're looking at something that really isn't normal, that for most of us is actually so evil that it's difficult to comprehend what that evil looks like or how that evil even manifests. And I think it gives us a thrill to see it, but also a slight, it's fun to see them get caught and to see them get their just desserts. So, very weird. And considering we have even more of this shit to get through, that's really interesting. And the police in this thing was fucking surreal. I just have to give a round of applause to the police. They were next fucking level in this entire thing. What did you guys think? Like, for most of you, this wasn't the first time that you were watching this, right? The guy's neighbor knew he had done something. Yeah, I remember, Kudza. The neighbor was actually the first one to tell the police, yeah, he's hiding something. Something ain't fucking right here. The mistress was lucky that she didn't live with a psycho. I feel like I don't know what to think about a woman that is willing to sleep with a man that is married with children and is still married with children at the time that they're sleeping together. Because I don't think that is a good person either. So I don't actually think she dodged a bullet. They may actually have deserved one another. Worst problems are shitty World of Warcraft systems. Azerite doesn't seem that bad now. Yeah, but this guy's problems is not my problems. My problems are still real. Screw you, bro. It actually makes me quite happy to think that my only problems is World of Warcraft shitty design, rather than having to care about this. Like, at least I don't have these problems, you know. At least the police isn't gonna bust in here tomorrow and be like, "Hey, who the fuck did you kill?" Because my answer to that would be, "Who the fuck do I know?" I don't think I killed anyone because I know no one here. Yeah, you know. Like, if you can find my fingerprints outside of my house, I pay you. She says she didn't know. Chris says he told her he had a wife and that she saw pictures of them on his phone and in his house. Chris even took his lover into the home he shared with Shannon. So she clearly knew. No, but she could have ended up dead, so she gets a chance. Shannon and the kids didn't get one. True. I would have said everyone. I would say I hardly leave the home, but that's exactly what it is, right? I genuinely hardly leave the home. I literally go to I literally go to the shop to buy like food and groceries, and then I get home and I stream. That's sort of my life. That's a positive for being a loner. Oh shit, that makes me seem even more guilty, doesn't it? Fuck. Loners are always the guilty ones. Like, if I tell the cops that, they're almost definitely gonna be like, "So you did kill people?" And I'm like, "No, I didn't kill anyone." Yeah, but you're the loner? That makes you guilty? Immediately. It's like, oh, fuck. I didn't think about that. I changed my story. I have lots of friends. I hang out with people all the fucking time. What are you talking about? You're guilty, babe? Yeah, it's always the loner, dude. It's always the fucking loner. Dr. Rat Collector. Oh, shit. You're the fat Dexter. Yeah, I'm the fat Dexter. That's exactly it. Oh, my God. It's too hard to kill when you're a nerd. It's too much work when you're a nerd. That is just sadly true. But now I have to go get some food, guys. I'm fucking hungry. And it's already 11. It's 11 p.m. When is my power going out? Because it's going out again tonight. Hold up. I'm checking. So we quickly have to talk about tomorrow as well. Just want to see here. My power is going out tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. to 6:30 a.m. Well, that's going to be lovely to fucking wake up to. And then schedule-wise, Wednesday, Thursday. All right, so we should be fine tomorrow for normal stream time. We should be able to start. Kool-Aid Man, thank you for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, load shedding again. We should be fine tomorrow for stream, normal time, but we'll have to end the stream quite early because this my load shedding is starting at 8 p.m. tomorrow. So about 3 hours earlier is when my load shedding would have started. So we'll probably end tomorrow's stream a bit early. But luckily we get to start same time. I'm trying to look now. Yeah, it doesn't really matter what time of day it is because it's stage 1 or stage 2 ending at the same time. Friday. So on Friday we're gonna start again at the same time we started today, and then we'll be able to stream till whenever. Saturday is gonna be a fuck up to stream because yeah. So probably not gonna stream on Saturday because both of the times that the power is out is literally in stream time. So for Saturday we'll probably not be able to stream. I'm basically gonna have 2 hours to stream, and then the power goes out again. Sunday might be able to stream, and then there's nothing. Monday's schedule isn't up yet. So yeah, I really thank all of you for coming out, for hanging out with me tonight. I had a great amount of fun. Remember, tomorrow we'll watch more of these criminal things. Apparently, there's like a really freaky one that we've just that we've just added to the watch later list, and then of course we'll be reacting to a bunch of other things, probably play some video games. Really all depends. But yeah, I want to thank all of you for coming out. It's been fun as always. I hope that you guys enjoyed it, because I definitely had a blast. Host Kickers, he's playing Lord of the Rings online. Yeah, all right. We'll raid Kickers. You guys should go say hello, even if you don't want to hang out or you want to watch someone else. It's fine, but just go say hello at least to Kickers. It says your Kickers will be back after these messages. What the fuck is Kickers doing? Don't know. Go say hello to him anyways, guys. It's always fun. It's always good. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for coming out, for hanging out. Please take care of yourselves. Be kind to each other. Be good to each other. Enjoy your day. I will see all of you tomorrow. Same time, same place. Love you all. Peace out, fam.